Okay, good morning. Sorry for the delay, bit of a traffic issue, but here we are to start the today WISE Annual General Meeting. Thank you for being here. Greatly appreciate it. My name is Claudio Canizares. I'm the Executive Director of the Waterloo Institute for Sustainable Energy. I'm going to start with, before I introduce our first speaker, let me give you a bit of an overview of the Waterloo Institute for Sustainable Energy. For those of you already familiar with it, you'll find these already repetitive. Sorry about that. But nevertheless, I wanted to give you first a bit of an overview of what WISE is all about. Before I start that, let me start with the territorial acknowledgement as required. The University of Waterloo acknowledges that much of our work takes place in the traditional territory of the neutral Anishinaabe people and Haudenosaunee people. Our main campus is situated in the Haldimand Tract, the land granted to the Six Nations that includes 6 miles of each side of the Grand River. Our active work toward reconciliation takes place across our campuses through research, learning, teaching, and community building, and is centralized within the Office of Indigenous Relations. So with that acknowledgement, let me give you a bit of a, okay. All right. So let me just give you a bit of a review of what the vision and mission of WISE is, which is clean energy, accessible, which is very important to us, and affordable for all. So in that context, we basically focus on collaboration, reaching out to our partners, either locally or outside Waterloo, and try to influence the debate regarding energy access, clean energy. Now, we cover all different aspects of energy systems, from generation to transmission to distribution, and not only work on the technical aspects, but we also focus on the policy and social aspects of energy systems. Now, we are basically, as an institute, a collection of faculty members, many of you here, which is about 130 plus members in the institute, and all the grad students, researchers involved in our initiative, this initiative. Now, these faculty members run multiple labs, 30 of them in fact, which are state-of-the-art research facilities, and we have a professional team that basically facilitates these collaborations, which is the main focus of what is the main reason or mission of WISE, which is this collaboration across campus, across the province, and also in a global outlook, because we try to establish interactions with not only provincial Canadian, pan-Canadian collaborators, partners, but also across the globe. And then we are embedding the culture of innovation that is Waterloo, in the sense that we also support significantly commercialization initiatives. Now, these are some of our partners. Some of you are here that keep increasing and changing through the years. Some of you are thankfully participating in this event, and thank you very much. Now, one of the important parts of WISE is the Affordable Energy for Humanity. This is an initiative, a program that started in 2015, so almost 10 years ago, and is basically focused on access to energy. And these are the countries in which we have either partners, with collaborators, or members of this initiative, which is about 150 members from across the globe, which involves basically academia, private companies, non-profits, and multiple partners from all over the world. Now, we also, part of the initiative of affordable energy is student internships. So we make sure that about 15 to 30 international students with grants provided from the Canadian government, the Ontario government, basically embed themselves in all of these different countries that I highlighted, and partners in which they collaborate with or work with. Now, most of these, or at least half of them, go back in, or go into sustainable energy careers and initiatives. Now, we very much support sustainable energy education through presentations, events, etc. And one of them is Innovation Labs, which we run every 2 years across the globe. So one coming up next year. Now, we are part of the Sustainable Futures Initiative in collaboration with the Waterloo Water Institute and the Waterloo Climate Institute. And we have basically embedded in this initiative that the universities run or is promoting in cross-collaboration across these three different institutes and the multiple disciplines that are embedded in. And it's part of this future vision that has been put forward by the president in terms of these different groups of sustainable energy or sustainable futures initiatives in the context of Waterloo. Now, regarding today's event, we're going to have 3 panels. One focuses on power grids, because it's become quite important, as I highlighted in my presentation. Decarbonization issues involving renewable energy, renewable resources, microgrids, and EV integration. In fact, there's multiple vehicles outside here that you'll have a chance to see and interact with. Technologies, we're also looking at technologies for net zero future, and in that context, we're looking at hydrogen and ammonia, which has become very important. Carbon capture and sequestration, which is an important part of the energy transition. We cannot ignore that. And different initiatives in geothermal and small modular reactors, which is a particular focus of the government of Ontario in terms of moving forward with a sustainable clean energy system. And also we'll look at different aspects of the energy transition, particularly policy, economics, communities, and equity. So that's important to us. So in that context, the objectives of these this event is basically to showcase the WISE members, some of you present here, projects and initiatives in the context of the sustainable energy solutions for the future. So we're looking at multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary collaborations, you'll observe here, commercialization and entrepreneurial initiatives, activities within WISE, energy access and EDI, energy diversity and inclusion, equity, diversity and inclusion activities and initiatives. The activities are basically supporting the United Nations Sustainable SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, and part of all of these initiatives is the enabling Canada's net zero future, 2050, as per policies stated by the Canadian government and the Ontario government as well. And certainly we're part of all of these initiatives is strengthening the agenda of the University of Waterloo strategic plan, 2020, 2050, 25, pardon me, focusing on energy sustainability and security and infrastructure. Now, let me introduce our first speaker, which is going to start officially our event, Charmaine Dean, our Vice President, Research and International at here at University of Waterloo. Thank you very much, Charmaine.
Good morning, everyone. Great to see you here, and fabulous to also see the co-op students and the student activity related to this file. So we know that energy is really important. It's important politically as well. It's important to our federal government, our provincial government. We're aware of the new electric vehicle battery facility that's been created recently and some of the challenges related to that in the news media. I would say politically related to talent and the lack of talent in this area, that we have to be bringing in a lot of individuals who are to support this activity rather than having programs to deliver it in Canada. I'm really, really pleased that, the energy here and the energy electric vehicle is all about making sure that we can continue our way of life in Canada. But I really like the focus here on affordable energy for all, the humanitarian and the justice side of it. So it's not just, the work that you're doing is not just about making sure we can continue what we do here, but it's also a recognition that, we have more than 1 billion people on this planet who have no access to energy. And I wasn't born in Canada. I come from a country where energy is also an issue. We need a massive collaborative effort and to be able to create technologies that would support this. I'm really pleased to see that that's part of the focus here. It's not just around the world. So the map showed, Claudio, you showed a map around the world, which is really good to think about the enormous global imbalance related to energy. But there are 300 remote communities across northern Canada, and a lot of them are First Nations communities. And most of these rely on diesel generators. Fuel have to be flown in or coming in trucks, and they can only come in when the ice roads are working. It's environmentally destructive and also incredibly expensive. So building capacity also for our country in remote areas is also critically important. I understand that you're setting yourselves up with regards the New Futures Initiative at the University of Waterloo, and I wanted to talk a little bit about that, and that may also be helpful for our guest speaker here. Fabulous to have you here, Harneet, by the way. So Waterloo has abolished the idea of creating 5-year strategic plans, and many of you will have heard that from senior leadership discussions, chairs discussions. Moving into where do we want to be when we are 100 years old? And that Waterloo at 100 framework, if it hasn't gone into your delete bin, because I too hit the delete key very quickly, it's focusing Waterloo into some main thematic areas. So one of these is health futures, another is economic futures, because we are so closely entwined towards entrepreneurship and innovation. Another one is technological futures, which lie very closely with what some of the members of this group do. Another one is humanitarian futures. And then the last one, where you're really a leader in, is sustainable futures. So the Sustainable Futures Initiative talks about how, obviously every institution in this planet can be focused on how do we create a sustainable planet. But that's not a broad section of our focus here. We really tie into what is our expertise in creating a sustainable planet. And our expertise lies in the energy sector, it lies in water with the Water Institute, and it lies also in climate, with understanding how climate aligns with all of these. So although it's a big topic and it's really important for the world to figure out how we can be sustainable, this is the expertise that we have decided is our part to play in creating sustainable futures. So energy decarbonization, security, infrastructure, electric batteries, electric vehicles, we talked about all of those earlier. There is 3 panels here that Claudio mentioned, and the panels also focus quite a bit on justice, which again aligns with affordable energy for all. So that justice aspect is terrifically important, and I'm so glad to see that we've got some panel speakers here who are talking about this. There is a new institute on campus that many of you will be aware of that don't align with water, energy, and climate. but it is very closely aligned with the activities that are done here, and that is sustainable aeronautics. And I see that Suzanne Keynes from Sustainable Aeronautics is also coming here to talk about this. So even as we reconstruct how we do interdisciplinarity at this institution, I can say that Sustainable Futures is grounded in the work that's done on the energy sector. And energy and technology are our contributions to the world in this area. I'm going to close by just saying that it's great to have Hanit Panasar here, and I know that he'll be introduced by someone else, Claudio, in a minute. But I'm so sorry not to be able to stay. We're off to a retreat on the student experience, and so I mentioned that to you before. But I'd be very interested in seeing your slides afterwards, and also all the panel slides, but particularly the one on justice at the end. So I hope you have an excellent day. Thank you for the students who are here. We rely on you as the next generation of talent in this area. Thank you to the faculty members who train the students. And Claudio, I'll pass it back over to you. I hope you have a very productive day.
Thank you very much, Charmaine, for that introduction to our day, an overview of the objectives of these panel and what WISE is being working on. So let me introduce our keynote speaker, from which we are very thankful that he's agreed to be with us as part of our advisory board at WISE. In 2021, he was appointed the Chief Operating Officer of the Ontario Energy Board. He is an integral part in advancing the regulator's role in the energy transition, which is going to be the focus of today's panels. His commitment to innovation, accountability, effectiveness, and efficiency is to modernize the OEB and drive it into a rank of top tier regulator. He supports diversity, equity, and inclusion DEI through his role as executive champion for the OEB's DEI Council, and invest in the sector and the profession through academia. He's a part-time lecturer at Toronto Metropolitan University and regularly delivers ad hoc lectures at the University of Toronto's Munk School of Global Affairs and Public Policy. York University's Osgood Hall Law School and the Ontario Institute of Technology. Mr. Panasar, Harneet, holds a Bachelor in Applied Science in Electrical Engineering and a Master's of Business Administration, both from the University of Toronto. He received, he's a Fellow of the Engineers Canada for his work with Professional Engineers of Ontario and the service to the engineering profession in general. He also serves the Waterloo Institute for Sustainability, WISE Advisory Board, and the Dean's Advisory Board at Queen's University. Prior to joining OEB, he spent 14 years in different senior management positions at Hydro One, and most recently as Director of Strategy and Integrated Planning. So please join me in welcoming Harneet Panasar. Thank you very much. Whichever you prefer.
Okay, good morning, and thank you for the introduction. I always liked that picture. That was a picture of me when I had no white hair in my beard. It's only 2 years ago, but we've been doing a lot of work over the last 2 years, and I'm here to talk to you about what we've been able to do, what we're doing, and what the future looks like. I also want to thank you for inviting the Ontario Energy Board and myself to be able to come speak today. Institutes like WISE and the University of Waterloo play such an important role in the academic fabric And it's critical for Ontario and for Canada to have these types of institutes. You know, as we embark on what I think is probably the largest and greatest challenge of our era, the energy transition, we need institutes like this to help us and guide research, build talent within the pool, and continue to keep Canada at the forefront. You know, we're often, and this is a proud engineering moment, a Canadian engineering moment, you know, we sometimes are humble, but we need to reflect on the fact that Canada has been a leader in many engineering fronts, and energy is definitely one of them. You know, when it came to hydroelectric generation and what happened in Niagara, we were leaders. When it came to nuclear energy and the CANDU reactors and the facility that helped build those are in Mississauga and are still operating under SNC-Lavalin. I was just there 3 months ago. They're still leading, and they're out there even in Europe today trying to get more work and advancing the technology. And we're not done yet. You know, we're seeing advancements in nuclear through SMRs. Ontario is leading that, and Canada is leading that, and is partnering with the world to help with the energy transition. So thank you for being there. You play an important role as we progress through energy transition. I thought I'd begin a little bit by just mentioning who we are and what we do. So we are Ontario's economic energy regulator. Sorry, I'm trying to get this right. We're Ontario's energy economic regulator. And what does economic regulation mean? Well, it's important in Ontario. Whenever you lack competition in a market, economic regulation is important. You know, you don't have a choice of who provides you with electricity or natural gas here in Ontario. It depends where you live and the service territory and the licensed entity that's going to provide it. It's our job to make sure that they're there, balancing costs and affordability. We talked a little bit about that this morning. Access to that infrastructure, looking at service quality and reliability. We're trying to balance that and hold them accountable. There we go. So as an independent economic regulator, we are an agency that reports into the Ministry of Energy and the Minister of Energy, but we're independent in our decision making. We adjudicate, make decisions on rates, we provide guidance and approvals on infrastructure build-outs across the province, and we do it in an independent manner that is highly transparent and requires input from everyone, including yourselves. We set rules and make decisions. And so yes, we do hire a lot of technical folks, and I'll obviously do a bit of a shameless plug to let you know what a great place we are to work. But it's important for us to have that lens to be able to guide the energy transition. I would also argue that we've likely got one of the most complex energy markets in North America. We have over 800 licensed entities here. We've got local distribution companies, we've got transmitters, a whole slew of generators, we've got unit sub-meter providers, and we've got it both on the gas side and electricity side. And so it's fairly complex. My team also looks after the enforcement, the inspections, and compliance matters, you know, looking at simple things from disconnection practices to making sure bills are accurate, to making sure infrastructure build-out is happening the way it should, and also helping provide guidance and clarity, especially when it comes to innovation. So aside from just economic regulation and the core of that, the minister also delivers us an annual letter known as the Letter of Direction, and we just got that this week. So we're pretty excited. It's like a bit of a present that's come early. We're working through it. It helps provide guidance on what the priorities of the government are and what we need to do to help support and facilitate some of that work. This year's letter, and we just got it, so it's just out of the oven, but a sneak peek really is the government's looking to us to help deliver on resiliency for infrastructure associated with energy. Our last letter of direction asked me to provide guidance to the Minister of Energy associated with building distribution resiliency, cost effectiveness, and readiness for the province. So we've provided those last summer, and they've reflected on our guidance and have come back and given us direction on what they'd like us to tackle. And so there's a number of elements that we'll look at, and I'll talk a little bit about that a bit more. We also look at things like infrastructure build-up. That's part of the letter. Housing is a big piece of what the government's looking to do. Burden reduction, making sure that those we regulate are focused and not spending too much time on burden that we might be imposing if we don't right-size our requirements as a regulator. We're also looking at things like regional planning for energy. You know, the blurring of electricity and gas, looking at energy more holistically is important, and also conservation, because that plays a role in making sure that we're prudent in our build-out of the infrastructure we need and looking at other ways to supply the demand that might exist. So from a customer base, we've got 5.4 million electricity customers. That includes both residential and large facilities. We also have 3.8 million natural gas customers. And of course, you understand the complexities of building natural gas infrastructure and access to it relative to some of the electricity infrastructure. And so, you know, we obviously have more electricity customers in the province. We also have 61 distributors, which, you know, has its own complexities. It means as an engineer, we have 61 different engineering standards potentially to do the same thing. We have 61 different work methods, 61 different supply chains, 61 potential different processes. You know, you want to connect an EV charging fleet, charging infrastructure, there's different ways of doing it across the province. We need standardization, and we play a role in doing that. And I'll talk a little bit about some of that. We also have 2 natural gas distributors. Predominantly it's Enbridge, but we also have APCOR across the province, in parts of the province. So anytime I stand in front of a group of really smart people, I always put this slide up, and it's to tell you what a great place we are to work. We're proud of the work we're doing to help advance Ontario's clean energy advantage. We're an employer of highly skilled individuals. We hire accountants. I'm proud to say we have more engineers than we likely ever had in the regulator, and I'll tell you why that's important. We obviously have policy, communication folks. We're a fairly sophisticated organization with highly skilled labor and always look to build a talent pool. We've grown the organization quite a lot over the last 2 years, but it's, again, because of the mandate letters we get from the government telling us to do more. It's a vote of confidence is the way I see it, but it means we need a talent pool and we need people to help us push it. That is really our strength. As I talk about our people, I just wanted to also speak to you about an initiative we started around youth engagement. I was at McMaster University just last week, and I'm not sure if some of you caught this, but you know, a few months ago, there was a demonstration that took place at McMaster, and it was students that were voicing their concerns about energy choice decisions that the university had made around natural gas generating facilities they were looking to purchase to help with their peak demand. It, to me, was the first time I had seen a voice that strong where they actually went on a hunger strike to take a position. It's really important for us to be listening to the youth. And, you know, we've roughly defined what we mean by youth, but, you know, these are your undergrad students. These are the folks that are now becoming more and more engaged, and we need to create the channels and platforms for them to channel that energy and those insights to us making decisions. You know, the other thing I've come to realize is that when the youth speak, they're not just speaking their own mind. They also represent those that may not have access to be able to communicate and articulate at the platforms and the stages and even the adjudicative tribunals that are hearing, or public engagements that are hearing issues that are important to people. They're an important voice, and universities like this are educating and empowering that voice, and it's really important for us to help facilitate the connection of that voice to decisions that are being made in this province. So we've been doing a lot around that, and you know, just hearing some of the comments earlier around the 100-year framework, sure, we're making decisions on energy, but energy infrastructure isn't something that lasts 10 years. These are 50, 60, 70 years. These assets will be here. And you know, I haven't found the fountain of youth, but I'm sure I may not be here for that lifespan, but they will be here. And they play more of an important role in that life cycle of the decisions that we're making. And we need to think long-term when we think about energy. So it's an initiative that we've started. You know, I've been on the road visiting a lot of academic institutions and sharing that and helping to channel some of that and making sure that they know that we are here to hear them out as we make decisions, and we welcome their input. The Ontario Energy Board has also been on a modernization journey. It was part of the motivation for me actually joining the Ontario Energy Board. You know, I come from a technical engineering background. You know, I never thought I'd be sitting in the regulator's chair. I was an engineer that did short circuit studies, power flow studies. You know, I thought that was my bread and butter, and that's what I was going to do as a career. And the energy sector is just interesting because there's just so much out there to do, and there's just so many opportunities out there. But we wanted to make sure that as a regulator, we were modern. And I came from industry to modernize the regulator. When they called and said, you know, we're looking to modernize, would you come and provide industry insight to doing it? It was a no-brainer. I thought, you know, it was just so critical for the regulator to have that perspective. We focused on looking at what other jurisdictions around the globe were doing. You know, we obviously can't copy-paste elements from other jurisdictions because we have to adapt them to how we do things here in Ontario. And of course, you know, as you paste one piece, another piece might need to move. So we were really focused on adapting different best practices from around the world for Ontario's context and how we could regulate and be a top quartile regulator. Some of the points here that are highlighted in bold are areas that we focused on, making sure we were transparent and accountable. You know, the OEB had a bit of an image of being a black box, and you know, I mildly experienced that too when I was in industry. And I wanted to make sure that we were out there, transparent, and being at these stages and being out there with people that are making decisions, people that are you know, empowered to help provide insights. We wanted to make sure we were out there. We also wanted to make sure that public trust was something we focused on. And again, I talked a little bit around engagement. What we do here will help set the pathway for Ontario's decarbonization initiatives and the transition that we are undergoing. I have a lot to say about all the work we're doing. I know I'm going to start speaking a lot faster because I know I'm going to start running out of time here. We've been doing a lot of work around innovation, and we've been doing work with the IESO, which is the market regulator in the past. But this year we started a challenge, an innovation challenge, which we funded. And we provided money to help bring forward ideas that we thought would help challenge the current status quo. And there was really two areas that we wanted to focus in on. The first one was to try and look at pilots a bit more broadly. We wanted ideas that could scale to large. You know, I think we've done a good amount of pilots and demonstrations. We still need to continue doing them. But what we wanted was for folks to bring forward ideas that kind of scaled to size, because there is a lot of value in the scale. And when you look at the energy sector, scale does matter. And so we wanted to focus on size and scale. The other one was we wanted innovative ideas that enhance customers' understanding and their role in the energy transition. You know, we're seeing an evolution on what the customer was and what the customer is. We're seeing the importance of grid modernization and the empowerment that customers will then bring forward and help change what the distribution is now and ultimately what the energy system is now. I do have some summaries of each of these. I'm actually just going to read one or two lines for each one of these projects. There were 6 projects in total. 4 of them were associated with the energy transition. 2 were about scaling in large size. In total, we funded about $1.5 million, but overall, we're just shy of $6 million of investments that included partnerships through through the utilities and other community members that are partaking in these ideas. So I'm gonna be mindful of time and just read out 1 or 2 lines for each of these projects, just to give you a sample of what we're doing here, but I've got a lot more information. I'm happy to take some of that offline. So the first one, and it's on in this order here, was with Pollution Probe. They're helping to establish a framework that will help enable Ontario's rural, remote, and Indigenous communities to better understand, participate, and benefit from energy innovation. With Electra Utilities, they're also doing a pilot with electric vehicles, which they've got called e-mobility, that will help build a customer platform for engagement to support customer choices along with their electrification journeys. Oakville Hydro is building and using a digital tool that will enhance the understanding of residential and small business customers about their role in the energy transition. Hydro One is going to engage specifically with low-income customers to help them play a more active role in better understanding the effect of demand response in energy transition. A company called Power Consumers, Inc. is looking to integrate DSOs, which is distribution system operators, and I'll touch a little bit more on that later, and pilots to learn into the process for broader implementation of utility-scale integration of flexibility services. A First Nation community, known as TTN, is investing and investigating the challenges of developing recommendations to enable scalable renewable deployment in Ontario's First Nation communities. And it goes back to the fact that, we heard earlier, a lot of remote communities still depend on diesel generation, in which diesel is either flown in or, gets trucked up and is dependent to a certain degree on ice bridges. So they've got their own challenges, not to mention the decarbonization efforts that we are globally undertaking. So just, that's a glimpse of some of the projects that we're funding and working on and partnering with the sector, and we're happy to talk a bit more about them offline if you need. I'm guessing someone's going to bring those cards out at some point around the timing, so I'm just watching you for the timing here. There's other work that we're doing internal to the OEB. As of November 1st, I'm proud to say that we have led the charge in making sure that Ontarians have access to two things. Number one, Green Button. Green Button is an initiative that actually got started by the White House. It was a challenge that the White House had put up. It then further commercialized and became a standard to which utilities can now provide customers or third parties to access to their energy consumption data. And that's important, empowering data when you're trying to make decisions about energy choices that you have. The other was something that the government asked us to do. The minister asked us to build a new pricing plan. We call it ULO for short, but it's the ultra-low overnight pricing plan. It's really there for large charging, whether it's batteries, whether it's EVs. There's a need potentially for that, and really this was an empowerment for consumers to have more choice. We're blessed in Ontario. We made some early decisions and we adopted smart meters early on, and because we have that type of infrastructure, we're able to do these type of things. Again, we led the way even in that deployment of smart meters. As we look at the energy transition, there's more that I could obviously say. I think the middle point is the most important, that we acknowledge that there's many paths of getting there, and that's part of the complexities and the challenges around decision-making, I think. As we look at, what are the choices people are making, there are obviously risks. There are risks that we might have stranded assets, that we might have money invested in infrastructure that might be obsolete, or it may not be the path that gets taken. We know that affordability is also we need to manage. We need to manage affordability. We're always balancing affordability, reliability, and cost of service. And as we look at that, we need to keep those points in mind because the energy transition can start pulling in one direction, but we need to balance all three for us. There's a number of initiatives that are also taking place within the OEB, and I'm going to just quickly try and speak to some of them to give you a flavor of what we're doing and also welcome any input you have. I'll also mention some of the engagement platforms that we've established to help foster some of that communication and engagement with the sector. So the first one is something that the government started. It was a panel known as the Electrification Energy Transition Panel. It's headed by David Colley, who's the former president CEO of the ESA. It took into account a lot of input from across the sector to try and make sure that we've looked at energy holistically, that we're transitioning, making investments, and considering energy from a prudency perspective, from a justice perspective, from an access perspective. And there's a lot that's happening, and to make sure that we've got the right folks making the right decisions in the right swim lanes. The other one was something that the minister asked us about, and I talked about it mildly, just around resiliency, responsiveness, and cost efficiencies. We know that we recommended a few things, and we're going to be posting our report. The minister's asked us to now publish it, so we will be issuing the report publicly. But some of the highlights are, we talk about areas of system hardening. That goes back to foundational engineering standards, looking at what are the standards do we build at, and are they are they right size for today's climate and for today's adaptation criteria and conditions? We talk about customer and communication to those customers that are trying to make decisions about their energy choices in normal operating standards, but also when there's outages. What's happening? Let us know. The other is coordination. We know that there's sectorial coordination. When you look at infrastructure, there's water, there's telecom, there's rail, there's transport, there's hospitals. Sectorial coordination is going to also be important. So we provided a few elements there. I'll circle back to some of the EV discussion I mentioned earlier. You know, with 60 local distribution companies, we were hearing challenges that no matter where I was going, you know, if you're trying to build EV infrastructures, even along the 401, as you're going to different service territories, you're having different experiences, different timelines, different costs to be able to connect EV infrastructure. So we're going to change that. We've just finished drafting up standards and connection procedures to make sure that all utilities are following the same timelines, are transparent, and standardize how they communicate costs and estimates so that it makes it a lot easier for EVs to build infrastructures across our province. We've done a lot of technical work associated with DER connections, and now we're also exploring this distribution system operator model, the DSO model. We know that digitization and the change on the distribution side is bringing energy resources closer to where they're being consumed. And so there's opportunities to rethink how the energy market is structured and built. We can now potentially start to trade the commodity at a localized market level where consumers are now shifting from a traditional consumer to also now a producer. So the notion of a prosumer starts to emerge. But what role do they play? How do we create value for those that want to participate in these markets? How do you set the guardrails, protect the consumers, and how do you trade that commodity? There's a lot of unknowns and a lot of questions, and we are now going to try and take the lead on trying to help solve some of those questions. We are active in working and pursuing reliability and power quality initiatives to help improve reliability across the province. A part of that is making sure that we have the right data. I'm a big believer of what gets measured gets managed, and making sure that we have access to the right data to be able to monitor the sector. And I'll jump to one of the last squares there around open data. I'm a big believer in empowering others with data because I don't think we're the experts in everything, and I know that. I want to make sure that others who can help us have access to data. We opened up a huge amount of data just last year, and I'm hoping that some of you folks have dabbled in it, and if you haven't, please go on and just Google OEB Open Data. We open up a huge pool of non-confidential utility data that helps make decisions and give you a better sense of how utilities are doing here in Ontario. So it was a big initiative for us to be, again, more transparent and accessible. We're also working on cost-benefit analyses to make sure that utilities are investing and are able to articulate the benefits of the investments that they are making, and that when 60 utilities are trying to explain what the benefit is, they're using common language that we can understand, and that we can compare apples to apples to help deliver prudent decision-making. Cybersecurity is, again, continuing to become a bigger and bigger threat if it's not managed appropriately. We have a responsibility. Even as an economic regulator, we are also responsible for cybersecurity on the distribution side. On the transmission bulk side, we have a larger organization out of the US known as NERC that helps on that front, but in Ontario, we are the ones that lead cybersecurity readiness for local distribution companies. And as we digitize and build an innovation on our distribution system, those are new attack vectors that could open up the door for other issues that we need to deal with. So cybersecurity has been huge. We'll be issuing a new framework for cybersecurity in the coming month and looking at what requirements we will have for utilities to make sure they are ready, prepared, able to respond and recover from attacks. And this isn't just things like ransomware, which most companies on the IT would look at. We have huge OT, operating technology investments in the province to control and manage our distribution infrastructure now. Those are prone to potential attacks if not managed. So it's really important for us to be part of those conversations and to help lead the charge on that. I think I'm tight on time. I'll probably skip this slide here, but again, main point here is we want to engage and we want to make sure that your voices are part of that conversation. I'll leave here by just mentioning that I don't think we've got the solutions to everything here. We need to collaborate as we look to take on risky areas, but we can de-risk as we educate and demystify some of that by working through pilots, demonstration, research. And as we do work internally to the OEB, we engage externally. We have a new platform known as Engage With Us. If there are specific initiatives you are interested in, you can actually sign up to some of those and get specific emails, so you're not going to get blasted with everything we're doing. You'll only be informed of upcoming initiatives and events that we are hosting, stakeholder sessions we are hosting, working groups we are hosting, and reports that we are issuing to initiatives that you're interested. So my hope here is that I've turned enough wheels and gears in your minds, and that you know that we're here to engage with you, and we welcome you through our Engage with our platform and other venues, and that you play an important role in the energy transition, and we want you to be part of that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Harmeet. I appreciate it. I wonder if there are any comments, questions from the audience. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you, Ms. Panesar. It was nice to hear your speech on more transition steps the board is taking. Yes. For some of us, you're younger than me, so I would consider you youth and listen to you. But also, I feel like it's not very clear to me if there is something like a microfit plan coming in, because I have my own solar panel system, which has generated 24,000 or 24 megawatt hours or 24,000 megawatt hour in the last 10 years. So if all my neighborhood did that, and we have students here, we have developed already scheme to distribute that even better. So I think this is a system that could help more just transition and also be good for lots of remote communities. So I'm wondering if your board is looking at it carefully.
Thanks for the question. So the decision around microfit and contracts are generally done by the IESO. They're responsible for resource adequacy and procurement of resources. But we have a role to play, and so let me maybe answer from what we're looking to do. I talked a little bit about the distribution system operator in that model, and the generators that you're talking about, we're seeing more and more of them come into Ontario and around the world. How we harness that resource to be able to supply locally is going to fundamentally need to be looked at in terms of changes to market construct. How can you and those generators play a role in future energy markets is going to be important. I mean, I wouldn't coin the term microfit in this necessarily. It could be something else. What I was also trying to get at was the fact that, you have access to a commodity that you could trade into a market, whether it's a contract or not. There's a need for resource, and that need around supply and demand is something that could be facilitated through a local market. And so the work we're going to look to do within the distribution system operator model is look at what are the right incentives for those generators, for the actual operator, the owner of the poles and the wires. What is the value for the customers? And what are all the guardrails we need to put up? So, I can't comment on whether the government's going to bring in microfit right now or not, but what I can tell you is that we're looking at those types of generators and the value that they bring, because we do see value in localized resources, right? Number one, you've eliminated the need for potential additional capital in the infrastructure. You've also likely helped improve reliability by having local energy sources to where they're being consumed. You've reduced the amount of exposure of lines that are supplying, wherever the load is being consumed. So there's a lot of benefits to it, but I think there's a lot to still be done to do when it comes to building a potential new energy market. So we're going to explore that. It's in our letter of direction right now, but I think that generators like those will play a role not just for traditionally yourself, but maybe a broader distribution network that can help facilitate the exchange of that energy in different ways, not just contracts.
Thank you very much. We don't have a lot of time, but a couple of more questions. But before I say, I give the word to our next speaker, I just wanted to mention that part of the the plan that is being developed in Ontario is precisely how to integrate these distributed energy resources. It's an important part of the future plan. So we have a,
My name's Dick Jackson. I work with Claudio and Wise a lot. A month ago at the Decarb Canada Ontario meeting, I heard the Minister of Energy address on behalf of the provincial government the issue of industrial decarbonization, which will produce infrastructure very much like the natural gas network of pipelines. Will OEB be the regulator of those pipeline networks? Because there may be only 2 or 3 owners of those networks. And if so, do you have a working group already within the OEB to plan that part of the energy transition that will involve industrial decarbonization, particularly by steel, cement, oil refining, the bedrock of Ontario industrial economy?
Sure, yes. So the quick and easy answer is yes. We are the economic regulator for electricity and natural gas, and I'll be even more specific and say that in the law it's written as hydrocarbons. And the reason I bring that up is hydrogen also often gets brought into the mix, and we do not regulate hydrogen, but hydrocarbons is our swim lane. So as you look at infrastructure related to natural gas, including the infrastructure that will supply facilities that are looking to decarbonize and shift off of coal. I mean, the fundamental in some of that is, a lot of them are on other fuel types. We will be responsible for looking at natural gas infrastructure. There's a few different ways that we help to regulate natural gas infrastructure. So, you asked about, are there working groups? There are a variety of working groups, not just specifically targeting that, but more broadly looking at energy transition, looking at conservation, also looking at things like integrated resource planning, looking at, other alternatives to just traditional build-outs.
if I may, Richard, you can have this discussion offline because we need to move on. Please, don't forget to introduce yourselves.
I'm happy to speak to you further on that one, yeah, no worries.
Hardy, thank you for that presentation, very good. Alan Chan, I'm with Innova Power. We're the local distribution utility here. And I guess my question is related to where the OEB currently sees which level engages in the DER activities or the demand response activities that you mentioned that's needed to help us support things like electrification, right? Each area like Waterloo or Toronto has different elements to it, right? Like for example, we might be more a primary, like more rural, more of a rural load than let's say Toronto, which is more urban load. So I'd just like to get your thoughts on who you see is actually the best, or which level is the best level to go at in terms of handling some of these new initiatives like the DSO market, creating a local market transition. Is this more of a centralized model that would go up to the ISO or the OEB, or do you kind of see maybe the local utilities or maybe even another level that kind of takes on more of these, let's say, DSO initiatives or creating CDM programs that can allow us to connect DER resources, or creating like an DER program that can connect more DER resources?
Yeah, so there is work happening through the IESO. They call it the Transmission Distribution Working Group, that is focused on looking at what are the swim lanes, first off, and then also what is the structure of that look like. Right now it's all transmission downwards all the way into distribution. With these DSO models, you could slice them the same way within certain areas, or you could go horizontal and create sort of total DSO models where a local area is fully looked at in totality. That work is still ongoing by the IESO. We are participating in it. There's obviously some benefits to each one, and so we've provided guidance and input into it. I think they're the ones responsible for making that decision. As we do our work on the DSO model, we will tackle it more holistically, knowing that there is work that's happening in parallel to that. There are obviously some benefits to doing a bit more localized, but fundamentally, you're here as a utility There's also the question of what is the role of that utility? What does the service area of that utility look like? Decisions made in those forums will obviously have impacts to these broader questions. We're going to tackle it a bit more holistic and theoretically, knowing that there's decisions that others are going to make that will impact outcomes associated with our work.
Okay, one last question.
Hi, my name is Michael Fisher. I was wondering if there are any initiatives that you're involved with to either allow or encourage participation of distributed energy resources in dynamic ancillary service provision. So for example, providing frequency control, voltage regulation, even spinning reserve or inertia.
So a couple of things. Number one, there's a lot more work happening on inverter-based resources, IBRs, especially when it comes to reliability at the bulk system. NERC has been doing a lot of work associated with looking at standards for reliability, especially with connecting high penetration of IBRs, specifically dealing with issues of inertia or loss of inertia within the supply mix. So they've been leading it, especially when it has cascading impacts. They have seen potential for that type of risk, so they are leading that work. We don't have an inertial market here in Ontario. Again, this is the IESO swim lane I'm talking in a little bit, but we have seen inertial markets pick up in other jurisdictions. Again, those that are heavy inverter-based obviously need some support on the inertial side. Europe has a few inertial markets that people are trading in inertia, essentially, as opposed to just megawatts. We haven't had that here in Ontario yet. Probably likely a function of the penetration of non-inertial generation that exists in Ontario. But yeah, I think other markets are probably leading the way on some of that.
Okay, well, thank you very much, Arnit. Again, thank you for being here. Thank you for your presentation. Okay. Very informative. I appreciate it. Let me thank you again.
Okay, thank you. And I'll be around to take questions offline. I'm happy to talk about anything you'd like.
We'll take about 10-minute break now, where you can have some further discussions with Arnit here. And then we'll get back to our first panel. Thank you.
All right, so let us begin. The first session today is on power grid for decarbonization, renewables, distributed energy resources, microgrids, and electric vehicle integration. I will be moderating this session. My name is Kankar Bhattacharya. I'm a professor in the Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering at the University of Waterloo. I'm also the department chair. So we have 5 presenters here. The first is Dr. Professor Claudio Canizares, my colleague from the same department. He is university professor. He holds the distinction of several, he's a highly decorated academic with several awards, IEEE Fellow, Fellow of the Royal Society of Canada, IEEE Canada Power Medal, and various other distinctions. He served on the IEEE Board of Directors, and he's IEEE Editor-in-Chief of the Transactions on Smart Grid. So Professor Canizares, he's also the Vice Executive Director, as you have already listened to his presentation before. So my welcome, Claudio. He's going to present on energy transitions.
Okay, thank you very much. The clicker, all right. Thanks for the introduction. Kankar, I appreciate it. So I'm just going to focus my talk, instead of doing an overview of the work that plenty of work that we do in our group, which includes Kankar, by the way, and some of the colleagues here. I'm going to focus more on a big view of the energy transition and the specific technical aspects of the energy transition and the challenges. So one of the main challenges, or one of the issues, before I do that, let me briefly introduce the power and energy system. Some of us are here, which has a broad expertise in different aspects of power systems. We have a unique group in the sense that we cover practically all different aspects of power engineering, as you can see listed here. Some of us are involved in some or all of these aspects. And we have a very well-known established reputation in terms of our faculty members, multiple IEEE fellows, and very unique facilities. Shesha Jaram will basically provide a bit of an overview of that, and outstanding students and multiple collaborations locally and internationally. Regarding my group, we work in different aspects of energy, power and energy systems, particularly smart grids, in which we have done quite a bit of work, especially from the point of view of flexibility and residential energy management. And we work as well in different aspects of renewable energy sources, control modeling, and planning. And from electric vehicle perspective, besides the vehicles that you saw outside, we have worked quite a bit of we've done quite a bit of work in grid impact and interactions with the grid. And we have done work in flexible AC transmission, and we have developed some new technologies in that area that we are now applying to microgrids. And the energy storage aspects, we work in different technologies, in particular those relevant to Ontario, which has compressed energy storage, distributed energy batteries, battery energy storage, flywheels, and thermal energy storage, which is becoming ever more relevant. And also the interactions, particularly with respect to the impact on the interaction or integration of these resources in the Ontario grid. And finally, quite a bit of work in microgrids, especially with the emphasis on remote communities, which was mentioned before. Now, the outline of my presentation would be more of a motivation, which we have already heard plenty, and also an overview of the electrical grids, because that gives us, will give us a perspective of what are the challenges from the point of view of Ontario, from the point of view of Canada and Ontario, and what is happening in electric vehicles in Canada, and the new plans or the new policies, if you will, incentives to move Canada into a net zero future, 2050 in particular. And part of this is the role that hydrogen is going to play in all of this, which was already mentioned. Now, what is the motivation? Well, basically, we need to address the problem of emissions because it's affecting climate significantly. In fact, our winters have become, you can see in our winters here in Ontario in particular, what has happened in the last 30 years. In our lifetime, I've been here for 30 years and I've seen a transition of a winter that was starting end of November, finish in end of March, to a winter that now barely lasts a month in February, right? So it's quite dramatic what has happened, and it's happening, and we can expect more of the same. In fact, maybe by 2030 or by 2050, Ontario is going to be the Miami of Canada, the way things are going. So we'll be going to the beach in the middle of January. In fact, last year, this past January, I could see my grass, never seen that, my grass was green in the middle of January. And I was actually considering mowing the grass. So that's the way things are going. And it's quite dramatic, right? We can see it now, it's quite visible. Besides that, those changes that might be good for us, they are quite significant impacts, fire problems, storms that are basically impacting our lives directly. So that transition that we need to have to a future, a clean future, free of GHGs, involves basically an energy change, an electrification of everything, basically. And the backbone of that is going to happen through power grids, to the power grid. So what we're facing challenges of, first, replacing fossil fuel in our electric grid. Second, the need for significant increase in generation and distribution systems, transmission as well, because our load is going to increase 2-3 folds if we're going to electrify everything. And now that will require an increase in demand-side management, which we have here. We need to address the issue of flexibility in the grid, and what we already heard, the need for addressing the distributed energy resources and how you integrate them. Now, what is happening in the context of what is now with respect to the future and these challenges, what is happening in Canada? So first, let me start with BC. It's already a very clean system, mostly based on hydro. Okay? So 90+% of the energy is coming from very clean sources. So the challenge there is, the challenge in terms of BC or British Columbia is somewhat limited. However, we move to Alberta and we have a major challenge because 90+% of the energy is coming from fossil fuel. And that's a significant challenge if we are thinking about what the intention of the government of Canada is by 2030 2035, have a full clean electrical system. Across Canada, this is a major challenge. The same for Saskatchewan, it's very similar. It's basically both fossil fuel. These two provinces are looking at solutions in terms of more integration of renewables and the introduction of nuclear power, because I think that's the only way this is going to happen in the relatively short term. 2030, 2035 is just around the corner. So that's a major challenge. And then we have Manitoba, which is already a very clean system, even cleaner than BC and similar to Quebec, mostly based on hydropower. And then we are having the challenge of Quebec, Quebec is basically a totally clean, practically 99% of the energy is clean already, even though they're looking at the integration of renewables, because they are, you know, in the future we're going to have climate change, water resources challenges, and that's basically they're already integrating wind power with the storage power of hydropower. And then we have the Maritimes, and in that case, Newfoundland and Labrador, in which, depending on where you are located, you either have a very clean system or a very much fossil fuel-based system. So there are significant challenges that need to be faced. And then we have what was already mentioned, the challenge in remote communities, because we are independent of what is happening in all these provinces, we have all these remote communities that are purely dependent on diesel. And that's a major significant challenge. However, there are resources available, wind and solar. Even though solar seems to be just a particular issue on southern areas, southern regions of the world, you look at the solar power resources, they are quite significant, particularly in southern Canada. So, and wind is available, especially on coastal communities, where many of these communities are located, by the way. So when you look at the problem, you have a major problem of integrating, which I already mentioned, cleaning these systems, which globally, they don't have a major impact on emissions. However, locally, they have a major significant challenge, because this diesel fuel is quite dirty, creates a lot of problems. Soot, for example, is accelerating the melting of ice in some of these communities, particularly in the Arctic. And we're not looking at a big number of communities. However, this is changing, and Ontario is significantly changing, because there's a line that is going to cross through. It's been built by the $10 billion investment, 230 kV line, that is going to integrate many of these communities into the power grid in Ontario. So that challenge is being addressed directly that way. So that's something that we're looking forward to, in collaboration with, or in partnership with indigenous communities, address this challenge. So Ontario is addressing that particular challenge face on with this approach, which is also going to make the ring of fire available for mining resources. Now we have Quebec, we have Nunavut, Northwest Territories, and Quebec that have major challenges in this respect. And we look at the issue of diesel-based communities, you have a major challenge, not only in terms of the emissions themselves, local emissions, but in terms of cost. These communities, the cost of this power is about 10 times of what we pay in the south, even though Ontario is not the cheapest location in terms of cost of electricity. However, there's still 10 times less, about 10 times less of what some of these communities pay. And finally, we have Ontario. And Ontario is basically, in terms of energy, we're basically fairly clean. Most of it, we're talking about 60% of nuclear, 20% of, oh boy, this time flies here, so I better hurry up. Hydro and gas is just, in terms of energy, of energy participation, is only 3%. So when you look at the issue of how the power is distributed, a good part of that power, particularly solar, is now happening at the distribution system level. So the challenge, we went from a coal-based system to basically a nuclear-based system, and significant reduction of emissions. Now we're dealing with the transition. So, okay, there. Maybe better that way. So we're dealing with the planning. In 2017, there was a plan which was basically integrating renewables in the grid. And that was basically put away, and there's a new plan in development, which is basically looking at the same issues. Particularly, although renewables is not a significant part of the discussion, distributed energy resources is very significant and is being considered in all of these processes. Now, there's been some progress in the terms of how to integrate these renewables, which was mentioned already, through the process of creating the distribution system operators, which are going to take the charge or be very much involved in these integration of renewables. From the point of electric vehicles, our history of integration of electric vehicles is somewhat limited, particularly in Ontario. But if you look at BC and Quebec, there's more. Compared to China, we are very much far behind, way far behind. But the intention of the government is to basically make electric vehicles a significant part of our transportation system. So in that case, you have a major challenge in terms of charging, because you need to face the fact that basically you're going to double or triple the energy consumption. And if you integrate also heat systems, heat pumps, that's a major challenge that is happening in Ontario. Now, in terms of emissions, we have kept very flat. So the challenge is how we're going to get to 2050, where we're going to have to basically a net zero system. And that's, as you can see from this plot, it's a major significant challenge of how we're going to get there. Now, in terms of what the government is doing, it has a major plan. I'm going to recap it very briefly, but basically it's based on a major billions of dollars in investments in all of these transitions. A good part of that is going to be allocated to the power grid. And then we have the net zero challenge, which is an $8 billion program, which is a longer-term vision, because what we say here is for 2030, 2035 is basically reduce emissions significantly. And how we're going to get there is basically a major challenge from the point of view of the industrial sector. Now, NRCans has a hydrogen plan as well, because part of the solution, as Richard already mentioned, hydrogen is going to have to be looked at as part of the solution, not only for heavy transportation, but as well for the use of these chemicals in industrial production. So, in this case, there are major challenges and significant recommendations, because it's the issue of they're going to increase the need for electrical systems. Now, to conclude my talk in the last couple of minutes, are we going to be able to eliminate greenhouse emissions in 2035? I doubt it. I think that in terms of Alberta, Saskatchewan, and some of the provinces in the Maritimes, that's just not going to be possible. Not in the short term, that is basically just around the corner. Now, how about 2050? I believe that that's somewhat feasible, especially in terms of integration of electric vehicles, because it's going to take place by 2050. It's likely that most of our vehicles, if not all our vehicles, would be based on electricity. And now, that also includes thermal systems and the transition to electrifying the thermal system. And how about hydrogen? The role of hydrogen is going to be significant, particularly for the decarbonization of industrial processes and for the long-haul transportation. So just to conclude, I think that in terms of what we can do individually, because, well, the government's fine, we keep pointing to governments, we also need to have individuals, as individuals, we need to play a role. And I become a preacher of this. I think we need to make a commitment. It's not only, well, are we going to save money? I believe that I see this as an investment. And in my particular case, in the last year, I have basically electrified my energy use. So I now have an electric vehicle, I have solar panels, I have a heat pump, and I'm looking at all sorts of efficiency improvements in my house. Is it cheap? No, it's been about about $90,000 invested on this, the way I see it. So I don't see this as a savings, I see it as an investment in the future, particularly in the future of my grandkids. So it is a call for action. All of us who can afford this, we should very, very much be committed to do this. Well, thank you very much, and I pass the baton to the next presenter. Thank you. We'll have a time for questions and discussions during the panel. Thank you.
Thank you, Claudia. So as mentioned, we will have the questions at the end. If you would like to submit some written questions, please do come up to Armugan here in the front table and submit your written questions, and we will present it to the panel at the end. So the next presenter is Dr. Michael Fisher, my colleague from the SEM department. Michael Fisher is one of our new faculty members. He joined the EC department in 2022. His specialization and focus area is control systems. His work interests are in power system control. And he has a PhD from ETH Zurich. And he was a finalist on the 2017 Conference on Decision and Control Best Paper Award and recipient of the CDC Outstanding Paper Award. And his research is centered around dynamics optimization and control of complex systems. So Michael, his topic of presentation today is optimal control of resource-limited dynamic virtual power plants.
Thank you, Conker. So this work that I'm going to talk about today, can you all hear me all right? Great. So this work that I'm going to talk about today began as part of a project, this Positive project, which was a collaboration between a large number of industries and universities in Europe, which were focused on studying integration of distributed energy resources in the form of dynamic virtual power plants. And so that's going to be the focus of today's talk. And now that we've joined recently here in Canada, and particularly at the University of Waterloo, we're continuing these activities here, and we're very interested in looking for opportunities for collaboration, both with industry and academia. So if you're interested after the talk, please come and speak with me or contact me afterwards. Okay, so in traditional power systems, the control services, these dynamic ancillary services, were provided by gas-fired power plants, such as shown here. And the idea was that the power plants would measure deviations in frequency and voltage, and they would control those by adjusting their active and reactive power. So this is kind of the traditional model. But what's happening is that now as we've been hearing, a lot of these gas-fired generation is getting replaced by distributed energy resources, which often depend on the weather. There we go. So which often depend on the weather, which is uncertain and time varying, so very variable. In this traditional setup here, what would happen is that typically the ISO would specify some desired dynamics for this control. So particularly, it would typically be in the form of some droop control for primary frequency control and AVR for voltage regulation. And the local devices wouldn't have knowledge of the entire network, right? So they would primarily know about their own device, but they wouldn't have the full system model when they're designing their controllers. And so now, what's happening now as the gas-fired plants are getting replaced by these DERs is that now it's going to become increasingly important for these distributed energy resources like wind, solar, or other types of DERs to provide the same types of frequency and voltage control, these dynamic ancillary services that were provided by traditional fossil fuel-fired power plants. And so the question is can we use the same kind of model where the ISO specifies some desired control and just apply the same thing to our DERs in the same kind of way? And the answer is that this is not a very good idea, because a lot of these renewable energy resources, again, they're depending on the weather, which is very uncertain and time varying. It's very intermittent. And so if there's a point in time where more power is needed to provide control services, depending on the wind, depending on the sun, it may not be possible to do this. And so what we're proposing is an alternative structure for providing dynamic ancillary services with DERs, which can improve the reliability, the resiliency of these types of control methods. And we call this idea a dynamic virtual power plant. And so the idea here is that we take a collection of these DERs, these distributed energy resources, and we give each of them local linear feedback controllers. And the goal is to design these local controllers so that in aggregate, when they all work together, they can provide the same types of frequency and voltage control that we saw provided in the traditional power systems. So that's the idea of this approach. And the setup that we have is that we specify this desired behavior, this desired control that we want to provide to our system in the form of some desired transfer function, so in frequency domain. And we assume that the system operator is specifying this, so again, often to provide things like droop control, active voltage regulation. And we also, what makes this problem particularly challenging is that many of these devices are operating very close to their limits. So for example, wind and solar are operating very, very close to their maximum power points, and these limits are time varying because they depend on weather conditions. So this makes the problem very challenging to incorporate these limits into our linear feedback control design. Furthermore, again, just as before, the local devices wouldn't have data for the network, and the network may not have detailed models of the local devices. But what we can do is that the ISOs, what we assume is that the ISOs can simulate disturbances such as load steps or step changes in generation on the network level. So they can simulate the disturbances with some model of this desired virtual power plant in their system, and they can provide the results of these simulations to the local devices to help them in their design. So this is the setup that we consider. And to solve this problem, again, to deal with these kind of very difficult constraints, what we're going to try and do is we're going to try to design local controllers, local linear feedback controllers for each of these DERs, which will match this desired behavior in aggregate, this desired transfer function, while at the same time satisfying limits on power, current, energy, or any other parts of the system that we desire to impose limits on. And these limits have to do with our limited resources and our limited capacities, the size of our converters and also the availability of resources. And so to solve this problem, we begin, so let's see, so there we go. All right, so to solve this problem, we turn to some of the theory that exists from the control literature. So in control, there have been attempts to incorporate some of these, what I've called so far resource limits, but in the control literature, they call state input and output constraints. It looks like it's a little bit off the edge here. So there have been some attempts to incorporate these constraints in the literature, and they basically fall into two main categories for linear feedback control. The first are what I'm calling heuristic methods. So these methods could be things like including a soft penalty in the objective, so you're kind of penalizing indirectly the size of your power or your current or something like this, and hoping that by putting this penalty into your objective, into your cost function, the current ends up being small enough to stay within your limits. The problems with these kinds of methods is that they require a lot of manual parameter tuning. So you have to kind of keep adjusting the weights, adjusting the gains of your controller until finally you get it to work. And even if you do get it to work, you're only going to get it to work typically for one particular disturbance. So for example, one load step, one step change in generation, and for other disturbances that the system might encounter, you may no longer satisfy those limits. And finally, these kinds of heuristic methods often lack any kind of theoretical guarantees. So do we know, can we guarantee that not only are we satisfying these limits, but we're doing the very best we can in terms of the design, in terms of the control performance that we're seeing? Most of the time, the answer is no, we can't guarantee that with these methods. In contrast, there are alternative techniques known as robust methods. And the idea with these methods is that they try to enforce limits for a large class of possible disturbances, a huge class of possible disturbances or contingencies. The problem with this is that these types of control designs tend to be overly conservative in practice because they're worried about even all the worst possible cases that could occur. And so very often this leads to very poor performance, and they're not as widely adopted for that reason. And so the goal of this work is to develop an alternative method where we can incorporate our resource limits into our design while achieving some desired aggregate behavior, and do so in a non-conservative way. So we really want to be operating very close to our limits so that we're not losing, we're not having any suboptimality in our performance. And so to do that, before we turn to our solution, we're going to consider a test case here. So this test case is the IEEE 39-bus New England power system. And we've modified it by introducing two virtual power plants. So over here at bus 17 and at bus 9. And each of these virtual power plants consists of a mixture wind farms, photovoltaics, and energy storage. And so we've added these 2 virtual power plants in the system, and now we want to design controllers for these virtual power plants to help improve the performance of the frequency and voltage control in our system. And so to do that, we first want to specify a desired performance. So there we are, okay. So we want to specify a desired performance in the form of a desired transfer function from frequency and voltage to active and reactive power. And so in this transfer function, the first thing to notice is that we enforce it to be diagonal. So in traditional power systems, there's a natural decoupling between frequency and control and active power, and voltage control and reactive power based on a difference of time scales. But in this case, we're asking the system to control the frequency and voltage at the same time scale with a time constant of 300 milliseconds. The C1 and C2 here are related to the droop coefficients. So we're asking the system to control these 2 frequency and voltage at the same time scale, but we're enforcing through our control, so no longer through a time scale separation, this decoupling of these 2 control loops in accordance with kind of traditional methods for frequency and voltage control designs. So we're forcing the system to become decoupled. And what we see is that when we use this desired transfer function, the green is showing the behavior where we only have the traditional power plants providing frequency and voltage control, and the blue shows the behavior where we've added in our virtual power plants. And what you can see is that the virtual power plant improves the performance of both the frequency and voltage control in response to so what's the disturbance here is a step change in the load. And so our goal is to see if we can design controllers to match this performance, this desired performance. And so to do that design, we begin by abstracting our problem. So we define plants and controllers for each of our DERs, and we define these inputs and outputs for our system, and we also have a state space model for our plants. Everything here is in discrete time because we want digital controllers which can adapt quickly to changing conditions. And so once we do this, we write our true aggregate transfer function as a transfer function from W to Y. We consider some collection of known disturbances, such as load steps or step changes in generation, and we can find the output and inputs for each of these different disturbances. And then we formulate an optimal control problem to solve our problem, where basically the objective is to minimize the mismatch between our true transfer function from inputs to outputs and our desired transfer function. So that we're taking some norm here. We have different choices for what norm we can take to measure that mismatch. Subject to the constraints that our aggregate transfer function is the sum of our individual transfer functions for each of our devices. And we also impose here some limits. So this includes limits, for example, on current magnitude, power, anything else that we want to limit in our system, energy, these kinds of things. The challenge with this problem is that as it's currently posed, the problem is going to be non-convex in our control. So it's not, maybe I get some technical support here. All right, there we go. So it's non-convex in our control, and so it's a very challenging non-convex optimization problem to solve. And so to solve it, we use a technique, a recently developed control design technique known as system-level synthesis, which does a clever change of variables that converts our non-convex problem into something convex. The challenge with this technique, though, is that even though it's convex, it still ends up being an infinite dimensional problem. And so we need to make some approximation to end up with a finite dimensional problem, which is not only convex, but also tractable to solve. And so to do that, there's some historical work where with system-level synthesis, they tried an approximation method where they place poles of their systems all at one location. So since we're in discrete time, our poles are going to be stable if they're inside this open unit disk inside the complex plane. And so in this case, they place the poles all at the origin in this previous work, and this leads to many problems. In particular, it's infeasible for most realistic power systems. So for power systems, this approach is infeasible, and it doesn't allow us to enforce our resource limits the way that we want to. So it's really not very practical for power systems at all. And so we developed this alternative approximation called the simple pole approximation, which allows us to place the poles anywhere we want. And it immediately becomes feasible for power systems, convex and tractable, and can incorporate these resource limits non-conservatively. And we also get theoretical guarantees that can bound the suboptimality with the number of terms in the approximation. So it's a huge improvement over what was existing previously. And this gets us to a finite dimensional convex optimization problem with a simple pole approximation, where the basic idea is that we choose some poles. So if the blue poles here are showing the poles of our optimal solution, which is unknown, so the globally optimal solution, and the red poles are our approximation that we're making here. If the slide will allow me to advance. And so we choose those red poles for our approximation. We choose them to be the poles of the plant and the desired transfer function, but we also want them to be close to the blue poles. So trying to move forward here. All right, so we also want them to be close to those blue poles. And so to do that, we choose them distributed approximately evenly over the unit disk. And so we do that in the form of choosing poles in the form of some spiral, which gets us an approximately even form of poles around the unit disk. And when we do that under some technical assumptions here, if J star is the true optimal cost and JFP is the optimal cost of our approximation, we can bound the approximation error. And it turns out that as the approximation has more poles in it, the error goes to 0. So we get this guarantee that of bounded suboptimality that goes to 0 as we add more terms to our approximation. And so finally, when we apply this technique to our power system, where we consider a step change in load at this location, what we see is that the virtual power plant is matching very closely to our desired transfer function in both active and reactive power. And the impact of that on the system is that we see that we see a large improvement in the frequency and voltage control as desired, almost matching our desired behavior. And it does this while at the same time satisfying limits non-conservatively. So here's a limit on the wind turbine's active power, and you can see that it's just barely inside that limit. So it's satisfying the limit non-conservatively. And again, I just want to emphasize this is not MPC, this is not nonlinear, it's a linear feedback control design method. There was no tuning required to satisfy this limit like this. And so in conclusion, we've developed a new optimal linear feedback control design method which can incorporate these non-conservative limits on power, current, energy, or anything else that we would like. We provide some theoretical bounds that bound the suboptimality of the method. We demonstrate its effectiveness to control these DERs as a single dynamic virtual power plant while satisfying these limits. And currently, we have some ongoing work. Actually, we've already developed some algorithms for solving this control design problem in a distributed fashion where we preserve the privacy of local proprietary models of each device, and also doing it online. So we do some online optimal control design to adapt to time-varying resource limits in real time while preserving this local privacy. And so we've developed these techniques already, but we're in the process now of applying them to realistic power system models. And so thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Michael. So questions will be at the end of the 5 presentations. Our next presenter is Dr. Sahar Piruz Azad, and the topic is future supergrids. Dr. Sahar Piruz Azad is, again, my colleague from the EC department. She is assistant professor in our power and energy group, and she obtained her PhD in electrical engineering from University of Toronto, and she carried out postdoctoral research at Catholic University in Belgium, Leuven. Her research involves areas of multi-terminal DC grids, offshore wind projects. She is also focusing on protection and control of power systems with embedded HVDC lines. She has worked on projects in Marie Curie Fellowship funded by European Commission. So before coming to Waterloo, so we are happy that she chose Waterloo to be her place of work, but before Waterloo she was in University of Alberta from 2015 to 2017, and in 2018 she has been with University of Waterloo. So Sahar.
Thank you, Dankar. So today I want to talk about the future supergrids and what our future power systems would look like with the integration of all the renewable energy resources that we are talking about. There are significant renewable resources all around the world. We have wind power, we have solar power, and these renewable resources are not necessarily located where the population live. So this power should be ultimately transferred where it is needed. And because of that, there will be some changes in the power grid. Let's take a look at a simple example. This slide here shows the renewable resources in Germany. So you can see wind power plants, the solar power plants, and biomass. This is how it looked like by the end of year 2005. End of year 2000, end of year 2005, end of year 2010. And after all the power that we have, all the capacity inland is used up, it's time for offshore power. And that's going to change the power grid and what we need to do and how we should change it to provide the power from these renewable resources to the loads that we have. So this transition from the traditional power system that we have to a power system with lots of renewable resources has a number of requirements. For example, we need to increase the transmission capacity. We need to have a means for an efficient transmission of the power to over long distances. We also need to connect the offshore wind sources to the grid, and we need to provide high level of reliability for this new power grid. And all the new technologies that we're going to use should be compatible with whatever exists these days. And we also need to come up with cost-effective solutions. There are limitations in the new technologies. Here, you can actually see the limitations associated with the converter technologies and the overhead lines or the cables that can be used for the transfer of the power to the loads. And all of these limitations should be considered when the planning for the future power grid is happening. There have been many proposals for how the future power grid should look like. Addition of new AC lines, addition of HVDC lines, flexible generation, and using flexible grid or changing the AC transmission lines to DC transmission lines, keeping basically the same right of way, and having a smart grid. Here in this picture, you can see one of the proposals. This is what Europe sees itself. So there's going to be a super DC grid in the Europe where all these renewable resources, the wind power plants and the solar power plants are connected through HVDC lines together and to the loads. So to have this transition from the traditional power grid to the future power grid, where all these requirements that I talked about are satisfied, there is going to be changes. And one of these changes that we have seen is one examples, I should say, of these changes is what you see on this slide. This is a 5-terminal DC transmission system in China, which provides power to the Zhoushan Island. There are 5 islands in Zhoushan area, and the power is provided to these 5 islands through HVDC lines. And this way, using the HVDC lines, the power failure is prevented, and also the stability of the system is maintained. Okay. So I want to focus on 2 of the major changes that will happen in the power grid with this transition of integration of high amount of renewables. One is the integration of offshore wind, and the second one would be the addition of new transmission lines, mainly HVDC lines, for long distances in the power grid. And both of these 2 changes have one thing in common. So these 2 changes will result in the introduction or integration of converters in the power system. So we'll have IBR resources, inverter-based resources, And we will have these HVDC lines where we have two converters for transferring power from AC to DC and DC to AC. And although there are lots of advantages associated with the integration of these renewable resources, but when we have a large number of converters connected to the power system, there will be lots of challenges. Let's talk about these challenges. So here in this slide, you can see a multi-terminal system, which is used for the connection of renewables, mainly offshore, to the power system. And there are a number of controllers within each one of these converters. And there might be some internal interactions between the controllers within each converter, or there might be interactions between the converters that share a common DC system, or interactions between the converters that share a common AC system. And now it's time to address these challenges before integrating more and more renewables in the power system. So today I'm going to talk about 5 projects that we have been involved in, and each one of the projects focus on one type of these interactions that I talked about. So in the first project, we focus on the interactions of the internal loops. So for each converter, there are mainly 3 loops, the D-axis, Q-axis, and the PLL control loops. And these 3 loops interact with each other, and if the controllers if each one of these controllers is designed separately, when we connect them together, they may result in instability of the converter and the entire system. So what we did in the first project is that we basically reformulated the stability problem. We connected these 3 controllers together, and we reformulated the stability problem, and we came up with a sufficient stability condition, which basically tells us, in simple words, how to design the controllers individually while maintaining the stability of the interconnected system. So we also looked at the impact of the interactions between these control loops on the dynamic response of the system, the set point tracking capability of the system, and we were able to improve the dynamic response and the set point tracking capability by using the control method that we proposed. In the second project, we focused on the interactions that happen due to the connection on the DC side between the converters. This is very similar to the Zushan multi-terminal DC system, and there are other multi-terminal DC systems in the world, mainly in China. So these converters, they're connected together through the DC side, and because of that, they interact with each other. There are several ways for designing the controllers of these converters. One method that you can see here is, and we designed the controllers individually, so we don't have the model of the other converters. We designed the controllers individually, and then we apply them to the interconnected system. The problem is that because we didn't know the model of the other converters, there might be instabilities in the system or poorly damped oscillations. The other way to design the controllers is in case we know the model of all the converters and we design the controller simultaneously. This is not always possible because if we have a large system, it's not easy to have the detailed dynamic model of the entire system, and then some of the information are usually confidential, so it cannot be accessed by each one of the parties. So in this project, what we did is that we focused on the first method, and we tried to find the right model for modeling the adjacent converters when we were designing the controller for each one of the converters. So what we did is that we came up with a simple model of the adjacent converters when we were designing the controller for one particular converter. We didn't need the detailed model of the rest of the system, just a simple model for the adjacent converters, and then we designed the controller for each converter individually. We looked at the different control modes of the converters, the active power control mode, the DC voltage control mode, and the droop control mode. And for each one of these, we came up with a very simple model, like a current source model here or a power source model here with the dynamics of the DC side. And using these, we were able to find the proper controllers for each one of the converters individually such that the interconnected system remained stable and had the dynamic response which was intended by the individual controllers. In the next project, we looked at the interactions between the converters that share an AC system. So if you have parallel converters that are transferring power from the source to the load, then they may interact with each other. And because there will be coupling between these converters, again, if the controllers are designed individually, then there will be problems when they are interconnected to each other. So what we did is that we basically model this system, the interconnected system, and we designed the controllers just for the uncoupled system, but we came up with a stability condition such that the controller gains are determined individually, but at the same time, the entire system responds the way we want it to. The fourth project that we worked on was motivated by this real-world project. This is the Johannesburg oil and gas project where power is provided to this oil and gas field through HVDC lines. But the beauty of this, or the uniqueness, is that these HVDC lines that were built came from two manufacturers. One of them is ABB and the other one is Siemens. The problem with this project is that these manufacturers do not share their information with each other. So when each one of the manufacturers was designing the controller, they didn't have the model of the other converter, and this complicated the design. So we looked at this problem from two viewpoints. One is the designer viewpoint, and then the other one was a grid integrator viewpoint. With the first, in the first sub-project, basically, we modeled the coupling among the converters as uncertainty, and that way we designed the controllers for each one of the converters without actually having access to the model of the other converter. We just needed a reduced order transfer function of the coupling among the converters, and that simplified the design significantly, because that way the manufacturers didn't have to share proprietary information with each other or the unique design and model that they had. And in the second part of the project, we looked at this problem from the grid integrator viewpoint. So each one of the manufacturers, ABB and Siemens, they built their model and then they connected that together to form the two HVDC lines. But then the grid integrator were in charge of adding some filters to the system to reshape the transfer functions such that any poorly damped oscillations in the system or any instabilities were taken care of. The last project that I want to talk about is the one where we had different types of control philosophies for our converters, grid following and grid forming converters. And most of the 99.9% of the converters that we have in the power grid right now are grid following converters. But in the future, in the near future, we're going to transition to grid forming converters. And the control philosophy of these two converters is different. One of them operates as a current source, the other one operates as a voltage source. But there are many benefits with the grid forming converters, and that's, there's a push to integrate these type of converters in the power grid in near future. So in this project, what we did is that we looked at the various combination of grid forming and grid following converters. We studied the stability of these converters and how the grid forming converters can improve the stability of the power grid and also bring lots of advantages in terms of the dynamic response of the grid. Lastly, I should say that with all of these control designs that we came up with, we have tried them in our real time. I have a real-time simulator in my lab, and my research team worked on implementing these control schemes in physical controllers, and then these physical controllers were connected to the real-time simulator where the power grid was simulator, just to make sure that these control schemes will actually operate well in real-world applications where there is measurement noise or communication delays. So What I can say, or the message to take home from my today's presentation is that although there's going to be lots of advantages with the integration of all these renewable resources into the power grid, but we have to plan ahead for all these challenges that we're going to face in future because of the emergence of these converters into the power grid. Thank you.
Thank you, Sahar. Our next presentation is on power grid insulation integrity, and this will be presented by Professor Shesha Jairam, who is our expert on high voltage engineering. She is a professor and director of the high voltage engineering lab at the University of Waterloo Department of Electrical and Computer Engineering. Professor Jairam is an IEEE fellow, and she is also very highly decorated academic. She is recipient of the 2023 IEEE Industry Application Society Outstanding Achievement Award, 2021 Electrostatic Society of America Lifetime Achievement Award, 2020 ESA Distinguished Service Award, and Swedish Research Council Engineering Sciences Fellowship, and several others. Her expertise is in applications of high voltage engineering and the integrity of electrical insulation in power grids. Professor Jairam.
Thank you, Kankar, and thank you, everyone. And I also must thank all the presenters so far because they have given you already a bigger picture of what we are looking at. So in my talk, I'm going to focus on insulation integrity of the current and the future grid. We talked about sustainability, future sustainability, sustainability of the grid, reliability of the grid, and obviously they all depend on the insulation system of your any component, any electrical component. Okay. So what I'm going to focus here very briefly, give you another view of the power grid. Okay. So normally we assume that these things are working fine. So first of all, understanding the electrical insulation system of various power components. And then we are going to look at how the integration of the renewable energy resources and other resources to match with the renewable energy uncertainty are impacting on the grid. And also the big thing we are talking about now, electric transportation or electrifying everything possible. Okay. So now the answers we have to see how to look into these things. This is just a glimpse of our grid. Power components. So whether it need not have to be that large component, even the remote I'm holding, it operates with certain potential difference. To maintain that potential difference, you have to have the insulation in the system. So if you go clockwise there, the top one shows the power cables. I know in North America, we are not as advanced as that in the Europe, but we do have a lot of, at least in the distribution side, lots of newer extension, you see the cables are used. The cable insulation is, just to give you an idea about the cable insulation part. Oh, sorry. And the one next to that is actually a substation view showing one of the important power components, the transformers, and inside part of the transformer where materials used are pretty sensitive. And a transmission line here. Transmission line part, again, you need the insulation here. That's what, like most of the recent one, we go in for polymeric material. And the last one is Just a picture about rotating machineries, maybe a motor used in electric cars or large generators. So this is just to give you an idea about various power components we have in the grid. So what's the concern now? The concern is this design of these electrical insulation systems or any power component was meant to take conventional sinusoidal voltages from the generation, whether it is nuclear, fossil fuel-based, or hydro-based. But the things are not like that. We are trying to move to renewable energy integration into the existing power system. That's why I said I must thank all the previous presenters. They gave you already good picture about different types of renewable energies we are looking at and also adding microgrids. So one example, let's take about the renewable energy, that's the wind power. Okay. So what I'm trying to show here, once we, like both offshore, sorry, okay, both offshore and onshore, we have been trying to explore the energy as much as possible. Right? So, but at the same time, like looking at my view or at the electrical insulation engineer's view, that wind farm you have, whether it's offshore or onshore, but each of those turbines here we have, they generate electricity. We must accept here, the generation here is not what we have already established in power stations with such a clean one. So based on the wind speed and availability of the wind, the turbine will rotate and then we generate the electricity. The generated electricity will be converted into DC and then back into AC, and that feeds the transformer of each of those turbines. See, there's a bigger picture here. So every turbine has a transformer connected here. And if you are also looking at the view here, you can see that even here on the ocean or lakes you have, those are, sorry, oh, I have to go. Those have to be interconnected. Okay, oh, sorry. Those have to be interconnected. So how are we connecting them? There's under the ground is cable here, under the water there cable here. So we are bringing in a large impedance from the inductive side, impedance from transformers, and impedances from the cable, which is setting up the set by adding capacitance and inductance together into the grid when you form that big network here. Ready for resonance part. On top of that, we do have these converters. They produce these converters from the generator. You convert that into DC and invert back into AC. So now you can imagine a power station which is running on nuclear plant or fuel or hydro plant, where the generator has much well-defined environment to work in as opposed to this grid you are looking at. So that's what we are trying to understand, the integration of these units into the existing system, how to protect or how to understand even what we are initiating and how it is impacting on the grid insulation part. Okay, this also brings another thing, as I said. This is, of course, I know, alternatively, we are trying to reduce the emission. One of the things is, of course, the aeronautical industry. They're working very hard to bring it. So, but we're trying to make everything electrified. Right? Everything we want. But if you ask the question, where is the electricity coming? That's the question nobody has full answer yet. So I'm using one example here for the electric vehicle car. Okay? The battery pack should be ready. And we don't want to charge taking all night. We want faster charging. And also we want to have enough charge so that we can drive longer distances. So more of the power has to get in here into that unit. That's all there, but where is that electricity coming from? The answer is always given, the renewable energy sources or hydrogen energy or any of these will take care of it. Yes, so that's good, that we can make them more and more electrification here, especially with the aircraft. Already they are trying to use some of the motors which are electric one, more electric aircraft, and eventually they want to go all electric. So when we get there, even the propulsion will be of the ships, and aeroplanes will be using electric machineries. So that's the goal here. So now what we are looking at, if we are going to focus on renewable energy, whether it is wind or solar or alternative energies we are thinking of, then I already showed you wind energy, even the solar energy is not 100% guaranteed at any point of the time. Based on the wind speed, the turbines have to be turned off or turned on. Right? So when we do that turning on and off, what we are creating is a lot of high-frequency harmonics and the transients into the grid. So now existing grid has to be integrated with the newer renewable energy sources, or let's say newer energy sources. Now, the depth of penetration matters now. Right now, we are not so much worried. It's because into a big tank, if you add a little bit of contaminated water, probably you will not notice. But if we keep adding more and more of that other chemical, let's say then eventually the taste of water will change. You may notice now the pH has changed now. So like that, when we start integrating large amount of renewable energy resources, we should also think about how that is going to cause the problems onto the existing grid and also in the future itself, how we are going to manage this part. So just a simple example here. Actually, it's a true data. On 2 separate days, how the wind patterns were or availability of the solar energy, May 21st, May 12th and 2015, another date here. So this is just to give you an idea. Okay. At the moment, okay, we can do, install capacities are great, especially in Europe. In Germany, they can supply the entire country with the installed capacity. But do we have the energy always available is a question. So we have to have other resources. So on this day, you can see, if you look at this screen, maybe you can see it better. There was wind available, but solar not, but we have to add something else. Or another time, lots of solar power you have, there's not much of the wind, you have to add. So all of that are done using fast switching. So the fast switching has to be done here, which just to focus on only one wind farm as an option here. That's the load cycle, if you see, without adding any of these resources where switching is more than what normally we expect. And that only shows, this is actually data for Waterloo area, how the wind speed is going to be. But above certain speed, we have to turn off the turbine. Below certain speed, we have to turn off the turbine. You can imagine per day how many times you have to do it. And that means you are creating a lot of switching frequency components because you have to interrupt fast. So we are going to use fast one. Now we already created that network with inductances and capacitances added everywhere. And you're using the switching frequency, which has a wide range of components. So what's that going to change? Change the grid impedance here. At a moment, every moment it will be changed. So are we able to do it? Because all of those are going to impact on our electrical insulation part of the power component, whether it is the generator or the simply transmission line. And it's not just in this area, I'm sure in production area also it has impact here. How to even design your relay system to avoid this kind, because it's not expected what is next moment. There is quite a bit of uncertainty there. So this is just to show you how those high-frequency components are created when you operate the converters. So that's just a lab-simulated experimental work, much faster rate of switching. Obviously, we are in the run, we have to have faster switching because that helps with the efficiency of the converters. But at the same time, we are also going to inject a lot more of these or transients we call. This is actually an actually measured one in a back-to-back station, how the voltage looks like. That's not a clean sinusoidal waveform at all. Although you can see, like here I have shown, there's a sine function which we can use, but the reality, that's what the voltages you are seeing. And FFT analysis shows there are large number of higher harmonics content, and somewhere here about can see the numbers, it's the 207th harmonic. So you can't design everything. Oh, third harmonic I can take, 11th harmonic I can take, but there are so many more transient. In fact, the cable terminations failed were related to these kinds of transients. So, so this is just a simple comparison. Existing system with a sine function, and when you add a lot of switching, how it differs with the reliability of the power components. Okay. So this is just not to scare you, that's a reality. With that kind of energization of the component, you may end up having a lot of gases generated. It may blow up the transformers. That's just more details we can talk if anybody is interested. So I like to thank you everyone to pay attention to the grid sustainability first. So that means we can also have the nice supply of the power, and how to integrate we cannot say we don't want renewable energy, we want, but how to integrate it, what are the problems, how to address those problems, is what I wanted to convey. Thank you.
Thank you, Shesha. The last presentation for this session, for this panel session, and then we start the question answer. So this will be presented by Dr. Mehrdad Pirnia. The title of the presentation is Microgrid Planning Models for Canadian Remote Communities. Dr. Pirnia is a faculty member in the Department of Management Sciences. He obtained his PhD from ISI department, University of Waterloo, and then he was with California ISO in US. He also worked with Alstom Grid, and he also has spent time with Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, in USA. Dr. Pirnia's main focus of research is application of artificial intelligence, optimization and stochastic techniques to enhance the operation and planning of energy systems. Mehrdad.
Thank you very much, Shankar. Thanks for inviting me for this panel talk today. This work that I'm presenting, it's one of the application side of my work, which I've been doing with Dr. Claudio Canizares and one of our previous PhD students, Enrique Vera. So this work is about how we can plan microgrids for Canadian remote communities. And so one of the major challenges that we have is 42% of the emissions right now are attributed to heating and electric systems. And in order to electrify our grid and electrify our needs and get to the net zero goals that we have, we definitely need to electrify the grid first and then get into the other sectors, which are transportation systems and heating capacities and so on. And one of the major ideas is how we can integrate renewable energy sources and also energy storage systems together in the form of microgrids to reduce the energy prices and also increase the network reliability. And one of the major challenges is the interactions between the DERs is kind of difficult because they are having a high level of uncertainties, so we have to account for those uncertainties as well. However, the talk that I'm going to present today is mainly on deterministic planning models for the microgrids, and we are only focusing on remote communities. So what is the main problem for remote communities? The main problem for remote community is the electrification is very expensive, and it is currently very polluting at the moment because of the reliance on diesel generators. And there are inherent characteristics with remote communities as well that makes the problem more challenging. So they are distantly located from the ballpark power systems, and their energy consumption patterns are different. Also, they are suffering from extreme weather conditions, and also they're already having a huge diesel dependency. So the solution is that we are proposing in development of microgrids and using renewable energy sources and battery systems or energy storage systems, which include batteries and also hydrogen systems, which is one of the contribution of this work. We want to see if hydrogen systems are going to be impactful for remote communities or not. And also, the hydrogen systems are relatively new with high market potentials. They can be used for also heat production as well. And they are going to become economically viable as well. So therefore, based on this motivation, the outline of my talk today would be on, I'm giving a background on microgrids and remote communities, planning models for microgrids, and we go over the case study that we try to implement our models. And we end with some conclusions here. So the background here is, for microgrid is, as I mentioned before, it's a cluster of renewable energy sources or different types of generators. So for this work, we are focusing on renewable sources such as solar and wind, and we are considering diesel in our models too. Also, for the storage systems, we have batteries and hydrogen. And we need communication systems for microgrid to communicate with demand back and forth. And also, we need control systems to manage the dispatch of the generations and making sure we are going to satisfy demand at all time. So just a side note here that that's another work that we've been doing. We're also working on multi-microgrid systems, which are clusters of microgrids connected together through the point of common coupling. And they are going to be useful because we can have them as part of the active distribution networks as well. If you sectionalize the active distribution networks, we can consider different microgrids and connect them through the active distribution networks that way. But this is not part of the work that we are doing for microgrids, for remote communities. So the general planning models that we are including for microgrid, we like to use optimization models. And here is one of the optimization models that we considered. So for here we have the optimization problem. I cannot see the screen here much. So the objective functions of our optimization problem is cost minimization. We are considering the cost of the capital cost, the investment cost, and also the operations and maintenance costs, all sorts of costs that are happening. And in case the microgrid is connected to other microgrids or connected to the distribution network, we're considering the energy transactions as well, which is not the part for the remote communities. So we have a set of constraints here to make sure the operations of the system is feasible and we are able to supply demand at all time. So we have operational reserve constraints, the DR constraints, and also the different things which are related to state of charge of the storage systems and their lifetime, so that we make sure we consider the degradations in the batteries as well. Let's talk about the case study that we went over and we applied this model on. The model is a huge model. It is a difficult planning model to solve, so we are going through some theoretical work as well, which I'm not presenting here, to reduce the model to make it more possible to solve in a timely manner. So the remote community that we studied was the Senikolik in Nunavut, part of the remote communities in northern Canada. And so that's the map of the community. And as you see here, there are storages for diesel generators right by the sea. And the power authority over there, which is a utility, Kulik Energy Corporations, they are the power utility, and they are transferring the diesel fuel to diesel generators, and they are going to, that's how the community is basically electrified. So the community has about 800 residents, and the predominant load is the residential loads plus the government buildings and also some education centers here. So the funny story is that I just realized that 2 months ago, the community came up with an agreement with Kulik Energy Corporation so that they can implement one of the renewable projects that they had since 2015. The project started in 2015. It was a wind project, 1 megawatt wind capacity plus 1 megawatt hour of the energy storage. And just 2 months ago, after like so many years of back and forth and disagreement with the utility, they were able to implement this. And I think it's about a month that is operational. So maybe we can hear more from you later on, Harnit, about this. So that shows that we have the technology, we have all the modeling and all the things that we need to implement these things, but one of the major challenges is the policy challenges that the existing utilities, they don't want to consider renewable capacities and start communications with remote communities or those private renewable energy holders, basically. So for this work, we had several assumptions. We are considering representative days. We have considered 1 representative day for each month, and that would be giving us 288 hours for considerations of the operational constraints that we have, because these operational constraints are happening hourly. And we have some economical parameters like discount rates of 8%. The cost of diesel back then was $2.391 per liter, which is lower right now. And the planning model that we considered is for 20 years. But we are going to consider the renewable energy and energy storage systems in the first 5 years. And we are limiting the new diesel generation capacities for the 3rd year and 10 year. So again, the mathematical model, the parts that we took from that large mathematical model that I showed you first, this one is a mixed integer linear programming model, which has the objective functions of minimizing the net present worth of all costs. So the variables that we are trying to solve for is basically the model will be responding to us at what time the generators are on and off, how would be the status of the charging or discharging of the batteries. And also based on that, we are getting some investment decisions on when to build the capacities, how to build them, and what size they should have. So for this, we implemented the model, and we considered a whole bunch of parameters which were reasonable for this community that we are considering. So we have the parameters. I'm not sure if you can see all these things here, but we have different parameters for gas generators, for hydrogen systems, for batteries, which we are using batteries of 100 kilowatt hours, 2 kilowatt peak power, and the hydrogen system also has different types of capacities as shown there. The most important part is the scenarios and the results of this model. For the scenarios, we had the base case, which is all diesel generation, as business as usual. And we have a set of scenarios, which we call them A and B. So in total, we have 5 scenarios. The first scenario, as I said, was the base case. The other one, which are the alternative one that we are proposing, are including all sources of generations, including diesel, solar, wind, batteries, and hydrogen. And the second scenario only considers all these generators with no batteries, and the third one considers no hydrogen. And the fourth scenario is the scenario which is all renewables, basically. So it doesn't have diesel. So we have both sources of storage systems and also both renewable capacities. And the B scenarios here are the ones with no solar, because one of the arguments with the remote communities is a lack of solar irradiation. So what if we don't even consider solar generation and we stick with the wind generations, as we have the B scenarios here. So the results were very interesting. Here we are seeing that in all the scenarios we have to use the storage capacities one way or another. So there are two situations that the diesel generators are going to be part of the energy mix. And that would be scenario 1B, which we are not having solar generation, and also 3B, which again, there is no solar generation. So one of the output is, if we don't have solar, then the models are recommending to use diesel generation. The other thing is the trade-off between the hydrogen systems and also the battery systems. So in most cases, we see that the models are leaning towards the hydrogen systems here, as you see. For example, if there is a case that we don't have no solar capacity, like case 1B, we have diesel, and we have, then the preference of the model would be going towards the hydrogen, and there is a little bit of battery capacity is recommended here. And the last part is the only case where batteries are winning over the fuel cells when solar generation is not available in the case of the all renewable capacities that we have wind capacity. And the second graph here on the right side is showing us the amount of emission reductions and also the cost reductions. The fourth scenarios are showing we can get to 100% of emission reductions. But the reductions that we have when it comes to scenario 3 is much less than the other scenarios. So when we are focusing on batteries comparing to hydrogen systems, we see that the cost of the system would be much higher. So the mixture of them or only hydrogen system will be more cost efficient as part of these models. And here are the operational results, which are showing us that it is possible to get to that net zero capacity mixtures. On the right side, you see that we have all the generations. This is the representative of a 10th year of the operation of this microgrid. And as we see here, the 100% of renewable is achievable. There is no diesel generators, but of course the peak demand is increasing because of the hydrogen system and their need for hydrogen production. So overall, we are showing that there are different types of models that have different levels of sophistications, but it is possible to achieve the net zero goals that remote communities are having by 2030. Technology is there. The main problem here is the lack of policy. If the policies would be there too, I would say it is possible to get into the net zero goals for, or diesel free electricity generations for remote communities. And we showed that the inclusions of such technologies reduce the use of fossil fuels pretty much up to 100%. And also wind resources along with solar and storage technologies can be great combinations to play a good part in GHG reductions. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mehrdad. So I will request all the panelists to please step up on the stage here. All right, so the panel is here, and we will welcome questions from you. So we already have the first question, so please introduce yourself. Yeah. And
Okay, hello everyone, and well done to all speakers. I'm Ali, I'm a PhD student from Mechanical Engineering Department. And I had a question from Dr. Purnia. So I actually had two questions. First of all, I wanted to see in your model for hydrogen, did you see the transportation of hydrogen to those rural areas? Because okay, of course, like we can use them by fuel cells or hydrogen combustion engines, but how can we take this hydrogen to such areas? Like, it's very hard. Should we use pipelines or, I don't know, trucks? What is the method? And also, is there such a model for urban areas? Like, is it still a good idea if we use hydrogen for urbans like Toronto or Waterloo? Because I saw a study that said if we mix methane with hydrogen for urban areas for combustion, we can like reduce emissions with and increase the efficiencies actually. But is it really applicable and usable or not? Thank you.
This one is on. Yeah, thank you very much for your question, Ali, right? Ali. So to answer your question for remote communities, the way we modeled the hydrogen system, we also considered the electrolyzers and hydrogen tanks over there too. So that's one of the reasons that you saw the demand was peaking when we have all renewable energy with hydrogen systems. So the production of hydrogen is happening in remote communities, and it is reliant on other sources of generation as well. So that's why, but yeah, definitely if you wanted to transfer the hydrogen using tanks to remote communities, it would have been very difficult and expensive to be done. As far as urban situations, I think there would be higher chance of implementing these hydrogen capacities in urban area. I don't see any reason they would be more expensive or the technology would be infeasible. If anything, I believe it would be much easier for the implementation. And we can benefit from the transportation system as well. We can create hydrogen and then transfer that from one location to another location.
Yes?
Yeah. I just wanted to comment some of these issues. The reason hydrogen works for remote communities as storage medium is because of seasonal storage. And in that case, it can be used in the context of electrical system. It's much more difficult to justify these for urban areas because batteries are much more efficient and play a better role. So in other words, it's a different problem altogether. Hydrogen in more urban areas may play a role in transportation, in other issues. However, another vector of hydrogen now is ammonia. And we have colleagues here working on that in industry, in which can play different roles, for example, fertilizers, or also for which is being looked at for transportation applications, as long as the issue of emissions is addressed, because burning ammonia generates CO2. So that's issues that need to be addressed. However, in the context of not remote communities, the challenges are different. So these are two different problems that you have to look at them in different ways.
So do you see hydrogen getting into from the generation or supply side into markets, or what is there?
I personally don't, in remote communities I see an application. We have demonstrated that. What I don't see is hydrogen playing a role in replacing batteries, let me put it that way. So I think that's a major challenge, unless you have a very particular, it's a niche application. And however, hydrogen must play a role in which is what Richard was mentioning, in the issue of industrial applications, because it's a chemical that is needed, right?
So I have a follow-up question for Claudio. So you mentioned in the last slide, you presented it's a very helpful, very commendable thing. You presented that data about how you have implemented, and it cost $86,000. Now, so that is something which is not affordable for the community, and $86,000 is a lot of money. So there comes the first question from the first session today about energy equity and affordability, and how does it reach the community? So what do you have to say about that? What is what kind of incentives and mechanisms can be introduced to bring it? Because you encourage everyone to do it. But
That's a good question. This is not cheap. Even though I got some funding from the federal government, it would have been better if I had extra funding from the Ontario government, but that is gone away. So that's a challenge. It's not cheap. And actually, I'm now considering including a battery in my system, and just the battery, 5 kilowatt, 10 kilowatt hour batteries, production in the whole system, because of the way it has to be implemented, is $20,000. So that will increase those prices to over $100,000. However, my point with that is that those of us who can afford it, I think we must see it as an investment. An investment not in, oh, I'm going to save money in 10 years or whatever, I'm going to pay for this. I hardly don't see that happening. However, I see an investment in
we have
in terms of,
Ontario Energy Board here, so that
yeah,
message
there are
goes to-
policy issues, regulation issues that are going to have to play a role. But it's early in the game. It's relatively early in the game. My point was okay. Those of us who can afford it must do it in terms of investing in the future of our kids, of our grandkids, of our.
Okay,
of our
thank you.
families.
Other question, yes.
Can I add something, Kankar?
Yes.
So one thing is, I believe if Claudio is able to afford such type of systems, then he should still pay for his energy bill. At the same time, you're paying for this, and then the government will be reducing the energy bills for you. You are capable of shifting your load, and then you're not. But those people who are not able to afford paying for these types of storage capacities in their households, then they're still paying high prices during the peak load and so. So there should be definitely incentives from the government to make this uniform across all levels of society. That's how I feel like about it.
Thank you, Mayor. Yes, Alan.
Yeah, Alan Chen from Innova Power. I guess this is a question for both Dr. JRM and Dr. Assad. So you mentioned about the power quality issues, right? Like you're going to get harmonics as a result of, increasing renewable generation, inverter-based generation. We're seeing an increased penetration of DERs, right? It's getting more popular. We're also encouraging more DERs as a way to help us decarbonize, as well as increase resiliency, as well as a path to help us achieve electrification because of the capacity issue. What would you say for the distribution utilities and also, I guess, the transmitters, the transmission company to address this issue, right? Because you're going to have aggregated levels of harmonics, transients, whatnot, that is going to be present in our grid, right? So is this something where, is it more of a mandate that utilities put on generators to have, I don't know, like higher pulse inverters? Or is this something where distribution utilities now have to actively play a role in putting isolation transformers or something like that to cut out those transients and harmonics that we're going to expect to see on the grid?
Thank you. I do have hearing problem. I think I understood your question. I guess there are high frequency component entering into the grid. So what has been done, particularly with the wind farms, I was focusing more on wind farms. The wind farm connected transformers are failing at a much faster rate than the other transformers in the grid. So that's because of the reasons I explained, the transients that enter. And it's not just the transient, it's also, we want the switching to be very fast. So the technology, and if you look at the wind farm, the converters are only on the low voltage side, 600 volts. Right? It's not difficult for power electronics technology that has gone so far ahead at 600 volts to go for 10 kilohertz as the switching frequency. And when that is the conversion we are doing. So faster we go, that means that switch on time, that IGBTs or even wide band gap, so switches are coming now, they can operate in 20 to 100 nanosecond. So if that's what we are doing, currently we don't have the existing system that can take care of this, right? So one approach is to know what could be happening first and try to mitigate as much as possible because there are also adaptive type of filters being used. Because it's not easy to expect, okay, on this grid, these are 5 harmonics, I can put a filter. Because when one of the turbines is not working, another turbine turns on, the network impedance changes. That's one approach. The other approach is to develop materials that can sustain this kind of stresses. The high frequency component, not only the transient, it also has the thermal effect. There's not much time for relaxation, so the materials will hold the charge, and that is thermal effect. So there's constant growth in the material science as well to address these parts, and also redesigning the insulation system is possible.
If I can add a few points, another thing that can be done, and this is actually being considered, is that we can upgrade the technology that we use for the converters. So we have been using like voltage source converters, for example, in the past, and now these days there are newer topologies and technologies. We have MMCs, modular multi-level converters, which introduce less harmonics to the power grid. So there should be a transition if we want to have more and more of these inverter-based resources added to the power system.
Thank you. There's a question from here, Anshul.
Hello everyone, I am Anshul, a PhD candidate in EC department. My question is, based on the talk from everyone, we realize that to achieve decarbonization, renewables are the resource. But what we have seen that because they are non-dispatchable due to their uncertain weather dependency, storage is the resource. So why even after realizing this, and there is a decarbonization pathway released by all the system operators, there is a big deployment seen in the US side but not in Canada side. So what are the bottlenecks and challenges we are seeing in the Canada, where the energy storage is not penetrating as aggressively as it's getting deployed in US and Europe market?
Yes, go ahead, Claudio.
If I may, I think that's a good point. I think it has to do also with regulation and policy, and I think that the Ontario Energy Board, ISO, are working precisely in these issues of how to create a regulatory framework and policy framework that facilitates the introduction of these renewables. Right? Now the other issue is what is motivating all of this, which is the penetration of renewables, wind and solar, is a much higher rate in the US and in certain areas in the US than it is in Canada in general, right?
In terms of money also, the injection of money which is in the US system.
Well, there's a lot of money too, but independent of the economic issues, there's also the issue of how much this is happening, because we have a very clean system to begin with, right? So the motivation to introduce renewables is a lot limited than what is happening in other areas, except Alberta, Saskatchewan, and some of the Maritimes. But basically, that's also another issue, right? That investments and motivation for this is somewhat limited in what you see in Canada and Ontario in particular, for example. You already have a very clean system, right? So all of those issues play a role. So is how much you are going to invest in all of these, how much you're going to make this happen, right? And in that context, where batteries have somewhat limited application in Ontario at this point, unless we start massively deploying renewables. In Alberta, it would be different. So those are things that you have to also consider, the economic incentives and the reasons for including that in your system. So I think that also plays a role, right?
So I have a question for Dr. Michael Fisher. So regarding this virtual power plants, you talked about the controllability, how simultaneously using linear control, you're controlling the, through the tuning of various, slight tuning, you can control both frequency and voltage simultaneously. So the question is, how can you integrate such a control into the electricity markets, and how can you, and particularly these virtual power plants, how can you factor in the locational aspects into the grid and then merge them with the markets?
Thank you very much for the question. I think it's a very natural question to be asking now. A lot of, as we heard even earlier in the discussions from the Ontario Energy Board, a lot of markets around the world are integrating renewable energies into ancillary service markets. So a lot of these markets are already starting to appear around the world, and we can start to take inspiration from that. But having said that, I think that one of the promising strategies, and that's essentially what we're trying to propose in our work, is the idea of aggregation. So having an aggregator who assumes the risk, right? Who assumes responsibility for ensuring the reliable operation of this collection of devices to provide these services, and then that aggregator can then bid into some markets for provision of these ancillary services, and maybe perhaps it could even be a more traditional setting in that sense.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
All right, thank you. There's an online question, so it will be read out.
Yep. So we have an online question, and I think it's directed to Shasha regarding transformers. The question is from Daniel Campos Ramos. Daniel is asking, if we improve transformers, is there any correlation, or could it help to achieve the net zero vision or the greenhouse gas emission targets by any chance?
Like, can you repeat the question? What can we do on the transformers?
So improving transformers in some capacity, is there any correlation when it comes to achieving greenhouse gas emission targets or the net zero vision of the Canadian government?
If I may, Shesha, I think that the question is saying, well, if we improve transformers, would that facilitate the... Oh, well, if that would improving the transformer isolation or the capacity of transformers, would that enhance or facilitate the introduction of renewables?
Sorry about that. Okay, so if I understood that clearly, so for example, this is specific to transformers. By improving the insulation system of this transformer, can we help to reduce the emission of the gases? Okay, yes, definitely. There are researches being done here because we rely on mineral oil a lot. Like majority of the transformers are liquid insulation is mainly the mineral oil, because of the history we have and also the cost benefit. But there are researches being done to eliminate fossil fuels, alternatively use esters or other synthetic liquids where we can kind of help the environment not using the mineral oils, so not to rely on the mineral oils. And also in terms of the emission, the transformers, they are completely sealed, they are not emitting. But once the transformer life is done, we have to get rid of the oil. So that's where the problem. On the other hand, if you're trying to work about not using fossil fuels, because the liquid insulation used is after petroleum products, we use that as a insulating liquid for the mineral oil. So if you're trying to eliminate that, definitely there will be less and less of mineral oil used for transformer insulation. So they are trying to find alternative things, synthetically developing esters or natural esters. They're also useful in wind farm connected transformer because the gassing effect is less, so that is also benefit. Okay. Can I take this moment to answer one other question earlier? For particularly distribution system, there are options now to install hydrogen monitoring system on transformers, so which will tell internally, due to all these extra stresses, if the gas is developing at a faster rate. Knowing that, you can shut down that transformer and do the maintenance as opposed to allowing the increased gas content internal to the transformer to lead to an explosion. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So I am under pressure to close the session because lunch is waiting. So with that, I will bring this session to an end. I'd like to thank all the panelists here for their excellent presentations and answering the questions. I want to thank you also for your inquisitive questions and thought-provoking comments. and participation in this session. So thank you very much, and thank you, Armugan and the WISE team for your support. Thank you.
Every time I go to one of these events, people tend to prefer talking to each other than moving on to the next session because the discussions end up being really great. But these discussions are based on having a great panel and great ideas coming out, so I'd like to introduce the next panel. Technologies for a net zero future, hydrogen and ammonia, CCS, geothermal, and SMR. My name is David Clausey. I'm the Associate Dean, Research and External Partnerships in the Faculty of Engineering here at the University of Waterloo, and I'm honored today to present this panel on this topic. So, introducing people from left to right. On my immediate left is Xin Zhang. Dr. Zhang is a postdoctoral fellow in mechanical and mechatronics engineering here at the University of Waterloo. She is here on behalf of Professor Zhanggu Li. Her research interests and activities mainly focus on green technologies for energy conversion and storage, things like fuel cells and water splitting systems. She is working on the development of non-precious metal catalysts for oxygen reduction reaction and hydrogen evolution reaction under the co-supervision of Professors Sushanta Mitra and Xingao Li. Where did she get her degrees? From the School of Mechatronical Engineering at Beijing Institute of Technology. Her PhD was completed in 2021. Afterwards, she joined the School of Chemistry and Chemical Engineering at Beijing Institute of Technology as a postdoctoral fellow in 2021. She finally saw the light. She came to University of Waterloo recently in 2023. Let's welcome Dr. Zhang. Beside Dr. Zhang is Ziyao Wu, who is an assistant professor in mechanical and mechatronics engineering. He has a research group called the Greener Production at Waterloo, which combines expertise in thermal science, materials engineering, and techno-economics to develop sustainable technologies for energy conversion and chemical production. Both experimental and numerical methods are part of his lab to develop a fundamental understanding of thermodynamics and kinetics. Thermoelectric chemical process is of interest to maximize system versatility. These findings will accelerate the material development and process optimization and facilitate commercialization as well. When I boil it all down, the way I look at it is a really good example of the technology that he champions is the use of hydrogen as an alternative fuel that will integrate directly in his work. Prior to joining UW, Professor Wu was a postdoctoral associate at MIT, where he also obtained his PhD. He has published papers in prestigious journals. He's also a guest editor in many journals as well. So I'd like to welcome Dr. Wu to the panel. I'd like to next introduce a world-class expert. Dr. Maurice Dussault is just that. He is in the Department of Earth and Environmental Sciences. He carries out research in petroleum geomechanics, so things like drilling, hydraulic fracturing, reservoir geomechanics, and he is the world expert on these new production methods, deep waste sequestrian and sedimentary basins, and reservoir geomechanics. Professor Dussault is a registered professional engineer in Alberta, Ontario, and he is frequently consulted by governments on industry with regards to his wide expertise in this area. I'd like everyone to welcome Dr. Dussault to the panel. Moving down, one more. Professor Eric Cossé is a chemical engineering professor at the University of Waterloo. His expertise in sustainable energy management, reaction engineering, exploration of alternative energy, optimization of CO2 capture processes. Dr. Cossé and his team have collaborated with CanMet Energy and NRC recently and for several years to understand and simulate and economically evaluate carbon capture processes, in particular oxy-fuel combustion. In addition, and Dr. Cossé has been at this for a long time, his interests encompass techno-economic evaluation of direct air capture and the development of advanced sorbent for direct air capture. He is, in addition to everything else, he's leading a program on the development of high-temperature solid oxide cell, both fuel cell and electrolyzer, with a current focus on carbon dioxide reduction for production of chemicals and fuels. Finally, he has recently embarked in the recovery of some critical minerals, most notably nickel, using vapometallurgy. I'd like to welcome Dr. Kwase to the panel. And moving one more down, Dipanjan Basu is a professor in civil and environmental engineering here at the University of Waterloo. Before coming here, he was the assistant professor at the University of Connecticut. He has served on editorial boards of many different journals and has multiple committees of learned societies. He has won multiple awards in the USA, UK, and India. Fundamentally, he is a geotechnical engineer with diverse interests in mechanics, mathematics, numerical methods, renewable energy, and sustainability. He teaches courses in, rightfully so, geotechnical engineering and numerical analysis. He has focus in research, geothermal energy, soil structure interaction, life cycle assessment, and pile foundations. His phrase is from fundamentals to applications. He likes developing theories based on principles of physics and mechanics, and finally produces results that are useful in practice. I'd like to welcome Dr. Basu to the panel. And last, we have Conrad Jires Tetsatsu Figmo. Dr. Figmo has an international wealth of academic experience and comes recently to the University of Waterloo. He's currently an assistant professor in chemistry. He holds both bachelor's and master's degrees in chemistry from University of Yaoundé in Cameroon. Continuing his academic journey, he pursued further studies in Belgium, where he achieved a specialized master's degree in nanotechnologies from the Louvain School of Engineering, followed then by a PhD in computational chemistry from the University of Namur. You can tell Dr. Fugmo really likes to move around and get lots of experience. It's wonderful to have him here. After completing his PhD, Dr. Fugmo gained valuable experience as a postdoctoral associate at the University of Western Ontario. Then prior to joining Waterloo, he was a research officer at NRC, Advanced Materials Facility in Mississauga, and utilized his experience in material science, nanotechnologies, machine learning to develop materials acceleration platform focused on sustainability-related domains. Professor Fugmo, research interests span diverse areas. Design process of high entropy alloy heat and mixed metal oxides using computational approaches such as density functional theory, molecular dynamics, phase field crystal, and machine learning. His applications are in what we desperately need: better fuel cells, batteries, hydrogen technology, and capacitors. The tools that he develops empower to fine-tune material properties and functionality, ultimately contributing to the advancement of energy storage and conversion systems. I'd like to welcome Dr. Fugmo to the panel. Everyone. So we'd like to introduce the first presenter. Dr. Zhang, would you like to go ahead? You can use that or the microphone. You have to turn it on.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction, and good afternoon, everyone. I'm Xin Zheng, currently doing a postdoc in Professor Xiangguo Li's group. It's my great honor to have the opportunity to present here on behalf of Dr. Li. Today I'm going to talk about the development of green energy technologies, especially for the hydrogen production and utilization. My presentation gonna start with a brief introduction of the hydrogen green energy, and then goes to the hydrogen production and utilization. At the end, I will provide some objectives and perspectives. So first of all, carbon dioxide emissions as a primary driver of the global climate change. In order to avoid the worst impact of climate change, the world needs to urgently reduce the emissions. So in this chart, we can see the growth of the carbon dioxide emissions from mid-18th century to today. So generally, before the Industrial Revolution, the carbon dioxide emissions were really low, and the growth of emissions was still relatively low until the mid-20th century. So in 1950, the whole world emitted around 6 billion tons of carbon dioxide per year. And by 1990, this number has reached over 22 billion tons. However, the emission keeps increasing really fast. So currently, we emit over 34 billion tons of carbon dioxide per year. So we can see recently, the growth of carbon dioxide emissions has slowed down a little bit. However, the whole curve didn't reach its peak yet. On the other hand, in 1900, more than 90% of the emissions were produced from US and Europe. And even by 1950, they still account for more than 85% of the emissions. However, recently we can see a significant rise in the emissions from the rest of the world, especially across Asia. This is not sensitive. Yeah, so from the mapping, we can see currently most of the emissions were produced from US, China, India, and Europe, and other countries. Okay. Thank you. So the continued growth of carbon dioxide emissions urges the switch from the fossil-based fuels to the cleaner options. Among them, hydrogen is the most abundant element in the universe, and it doesn't emit any carbon dioxide when burnt, only react chemically with oxygen to produce pure water. So the study of hydrogen generally include its production, storage, transport, and utilization. So for its production, I think currently there are more than 100 hydrogen production methods were reported, but however, more than 80% of them were still based on the steam conversion of fossil fuel. So cleaner options, for example, like water electrolyzers, seawater electrolyzers needs to be further studied. And for its transportation, for its storage, the most common way is make it converted to the compressed gas and store it in the underground cave or in the compressed tank. And also we can also consider convert it to the liquid or solid state. And for its transport, so the most common way is still using the pipeline or the tube trailers transfer the compressed hydrogen. And now we can also use a truck to carry the liquefied hydrogen, and there is also some special high energy density carrier to methane to carry the solid hydrogen. And for its utilization, it can be used in the transportation, in the power system, as well as like ammonia or chemical productions. So the global hydrogen demand is projected to increase from 70 billion tons in 2019 to 120 billion tons by 2024. Therefore, the energy source to produce hydrogen is very important. So this source, accompanied with the whole production process, determines the degree of cleanness of the final product. So generally, it can be divided into gray hydrogen, blue hydrogen, and green hydrogen. So both of the gray and the blue hydrogen were produced from the natural gas. And the green hydrogen is a cleaner option. So it's produced from by the renewable energy source, for example, like wind or solar power, and generated through an electrolyzer. And for the green hydrogen, for this method, the only byproduct is water. And it almost doesn't emit any carbon dioxide, therefore, this method attracts the most attention. So as we talk about water electrolyzer or seawater electrolyzer, probably is the ideal way to produce hydrogen. So water electrolyzer generally include two half cell reactions, the hydrogen evolution reaction, we call HER, or oxygen evolution reaction, we call OER. And each reaction also requires their own catalyst layer to speed up the process. So for my research, I'm mainly focusing on the development of OER, HER, or like oxygen reduction reaction catalyst. So platinum is the most active catalyst for HER, while uridium, ruthenium dioxide are the most ideal catalyst for OER. However, both of those metals, they are noble metals, so they're high cost and low reserve limits is their further industrial application. So we need to develop new electrocatalysts with higher activity as well as lower noble metal loading. So there are a few methods. So generally, we can consider shape controlled. So we can try to synthesize some catalysts with special morphology, for example, to make those zero-dimensional cold shell structure, one-dimensional nanotube to increase the surface area so we can achieve like higher activity. And we can also consider to, based on the noble metal catalyst, and make it island with other transition metals to lower the platinum loading or iridium ruthenium loading. And also we can consider just a pure transition metal system. For HER, the most common catalyst we use is transition metal sulfides, carbides, nitrates, phosphines. And for OER, it's gonna be oxide, hydroxide. And we can also consider some bifactional electrocatalyst, means it's gonna work for both HER and OER. And there are also metal-free systems, but so far they don't really give certified activity and durability, in my opinion. And I want to mention some of my projects. So those are the two projects I did during my PhD, and I continue in Dr. Lee group. So I was using electrochemistry method to make some self-supported catalysts for HER and OER. So by using this method, I can adjust the morphology and the composition of the catalyst easily. And also the whole synthesis process only takes up to 2 hours, normally like around 1 to 1.5. So later I achieved this special, like unique morphologies. They gave me like a microflower or nanosheet morphologies, which they have really high surface area, and they also gave me the good activity and durability for the water splitting system. I also compare my results with the recent published results. So its activity is really good in terms of both HER and OER. And for the hydrogen utilization, the utilization of hydrogen in the fuel cell come around 219 years after its discovery, and it has evolved from its first use in the US Apollo space program in 1950s to the first fuel cell vehicles in 2000. For its further utilization, power is probably the most controversial use of hydrogen because of all the other traditional and efficient options. For example, like batteries and hydropowers. And for the transport, This one is gonna be the second largest use of hydrogen, and it seems to have the greatest number of startup work. For example, the fuel cell vehicles, fuel cell plane, and fuel cell ships. And for the heavy industries, we are considering replacing the heat source during the material synthesis, like steel material synthesis process, by using the hydrogen-based fuel or a mix of hydrogen-based fuel and other like a low carbon fuel. This way we can reduce the emission by a lot. And for the building, we can consider to use hydrogen-based electric power system. And we can also consider using hydrogen as a feedstock and the heat source for the ammonia and other chemical production. And our group is mainly working on the projects related to the fuel cell. And for me, I was working on the catalyst layer for the fuel cell as well. Fuel cell is an electrochemistry energy device. Well, reactant was oxidized in the fuel cell to generate electrical power and pure water. And so they also require their own catalyst to speed up the reaction, mainly from the oxidation reduction reaction, and similar with the OER and HER catalyst. So there is shift-controlled material, and there is platinum-based catalyst. But for ORR, I think both platinum-free or metal-free system don't give the good results. And we can also consider optimize the carbon supporting material. Yeah, seems like I'm running out of time. So I have one related project. I just want to mention, like our group, we are using this kind of one-point synthesis method. So we put all the reactant together and get the product through like one synthesis process. In this way, the reaction time is short, as well as the whole reaction is easier to be scaled up to meet the industry requirement. And for the objectives and the perspectives, so for hydrogen production, we are trying to replacement of the gray and the blue hydrogen by the green hydrogen and increase the efficiency of hydrogen production, mainly from the electrolysis and the renewables, and reduce the cost and try to scale up the whole system. And for its utilization, we are trying to increase the fuel cell efficiency and lifetime, and also, as we talked about before, fuel cell vehicle is still very expensive, so we are trying to lower the cost, and we are trying to increase the renewable energy generation and consumption. And for hydrogen is a little bit, it's still like a tricky element, so sometimes it's still dangerous. So we want to advance the deployment of hydrogen technologies. And I would like to thank my supervisor, Dr. Lee, and all the group members in the Fuel Cell and the Green Energy Lab. And thank you for your attention.
Hello. Hello, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Xiao Yu Wu. I am an assistant professor at Mechanical and Mechatronic Engineering. So today we'll talk about some of our group's research on using hydrogen as well as ammonia for a net zero future. So Dr. Zhang already have told you many things about why we need hydrogen, how hydrogen is produced. So far, if you can look at this, this is the current hydrogen market. So it's not current, it's the historic hydrogen market is 2013. But if you look at the hydrogen market these days, it hasn't changed much, right? Most of the hydrogen is used for the chemical industry to produce ammonia, produce methanol, and then some of them is, 1/3 of them is used for refinery, so that to upgrade the fossil fuel that we have. And if you look at the projection of the hydrogen in the future, right, we can see that a lot of applications that Dr. Zhen mentioned that hydrogen can be utilized, right? To summarize that, if we look at the 2050 bar, right, you can see that hydrogen can be utilized, for example, for power generation, for transportation, which is a huge part, and also for industry, for building, for different new feedstocks, right? But the traditional hydrogen, right, the traditional hydrogen is still very similar, right? So it hasn't changed much. So the first example that I want to highlight that we did is to look at how we can use hydrogen for power generation, for buffering, for basically for energy storage. So the reason that we want to look at it is because, so this is done by my students, Mike. So what we are interested in is that if we have 100% renewable, right, we know that the renewable will change over time. Sometimes we have wind, sometimes we don't, right? So these renewables can go directly to the grid or go to the energy storage, right? We need to store the energy when we have a lot of them and then utilize them when we don't. So we are looking, in this project, we are looking at whether we can combine hydrogen and battery to understand how how hydrogen actually can be playing a big role in the net zero future to complement battery. So the advantages are shown here. So for lithium-ion battery, where we know that it's very fast response, and then it has it's very good for short-term energy storage. And then for power to hydrogen, which means that we convert the excess electricity to hydrogen, and then convert hydrogen back into electricity when we need it. It's very good for long-term storage and large scale. So to show the cases here, you can see that, for example, this is the wind production is the very dark green color, right? But our load is very stable, right? We need electricity all the time. So that means if we don't have wind, right, for some of the days we don't have wind, we can either use the battery or we can use the fuel cell to convert the hydrogen into electricity so that we can feed our load, right? But then when we have a lot of electricity, when we don't have a lot of wind electricity, right, we can charge the battery or we can run the electrolyzer to convert the electricity to hydrogen so that we can store the electricity in different modes, right? Either in hydrogen or in lithium-ion battery. So the reason that we are thinking this is great is because we did the analysis and showing that, so this is showing you the system cost, right? If you look at just the lithium-ion battery, you can see that a lot of it is to invest on lithium-ion battery, right? But then if we just use hydrogen, you can see the hydrogen system is also very large. However, when you combine both of them, so this is the current scenario, and we also project in the future, right? We can see that both hydrogen and lithium-ion battery actually are playing very similar amount of roles in a 100% renewable future, right? So that is why what we are looking at here is that wind energy storage, that battery is very expensive, right, if we only use battery, and also if we only use hydrogen, it's also very expensive, right? But if we combine both of them, we can actually reduce the system cost. And then also we can look at, we predict in the future, well, with the development of the technology, then you can see that the overall system cost actually reduce a significant amount, right? But however, if you look at these hydrogen systems as well as the battery system, they're still playing a very significant role, right? So we cannot eliminate each one of them, right? They both have to play a significant role. And then one thing that I want to highlight here is that, right, in the future, if you're still looking at in the future, which is 2050, you can still see the hydrogen storage, which is this light blue color, right? It's still very significant amounts comparing to the entire overall system cost. So that is why we see that the reduction of hydrogen storage cost is actually very important, right? So because it's, even though the technology developed, but it's not very obvious in this case. So that is why in the group we are looking at how we can store hydrogen in a better way. And we seek help with ammonia because we know that ammonia can store energy in a much efficient way, right? So here we compare the energy density of ammonia with liquefied hydrogen as well as compressed hydrogen, right? You can see that ammonia actually have double the energy density compared with liquid hydrogen and compressed hydrogen. So that is why we are proposing that maybe using ammonia to store hydrogen can make it cheaper, right? And another interesting thing is that ammonia can be utilized in different industry, right? It can be utilized in the food industry for fertilizer, right? For refrigerant, and also it can be utilized for the energy sector for energy storage medium. And also, because Canada wants to become a hydrogen exporter, right? When we export hydrogen across the ocean, ammonia can play a very big role how we can carry this hydrogen from Canada to other countries that buys them, right? So that's why the first thing that we analyze is whether we can produce ammonia in using renewable energy, right? So the first thing that Carlo did is to design this power to ammonia plants. So what we are saying power to ammonia is to convert the electricity to ammonia, right? So he designed this power to ammonia plants utilizing, for example, use seawater. So in this case, we want to use offshore wind and then combine with the grid electricity so that we can make our plants run all the time. So because we use seawater, so we have electrolysis, we have nitrogen generator, and then we have this ammonia converter so that we can convert the hydrogen and nitrogen together into ammonia. And then the ammonia can be stored, right? So we develop this type of energy system to see how we can use offshore wind to produce ammonia. And we compare the emission because the goal is to reduce emission, right? So we compare the emission of these power to ammonia with the current ammonia production. And you can see that very unfortunately, both the scenarios that we analyzed, you can find that we actually emit more CO2 to produce 1 kilogram of ammonia in both our scenarios. Although we use wind, right? Although we use wind, but we also use grid electricity, right? So the problem here now is because we connected our reactor to the grid. And then this is using the Nova Scotia case, and you can see that in Nova Scotia, a lot of the electricity is produced by fossil fuel, so that is why actually we emit a lot of CO2 by utilizing some of the grid electricity. So this is not the best case, right? So we know that if we need to use power to ammonia, we have to use clean electricity, like in Ontario's, right? So that is why the next study that we did by Milan and Richu is that how about we use Ontario electricity, right? Ontario electricity, we know that it's very clean. We have a lot of nuclear, so we don't have a lot of CO2 emissions. So in this case, we combine the same ammonia, power to ammonia plants, right? But we want to utilize ammonia in different sectors. We want to use ammonia in the agriculture, energy storage, as well as for the trade sector. So in this case, as I mentioned, that we want to convert the excess electricity in Ontario to ammonia to see whether actually we can make good sense of it, right? So we compare the revenues that they get from exporting the electricity to other provinces and countries with the ammonia sales if we produce ammonia and sales in different sectors. So here's what we found, right? We found that for our base case, right, the solid bars means that we are making money, but this gray bar here means that we are losing money, right? So using the current technology, we see that for energy storage, we are actually losing a lot of money. And overall speaking, if you are doing this technology, combining all these sectors, you're not really making money, right? So that is unfortunate. But we see that if technology improve, if we can improve the efficiency for producing ammonia, and then we actually can make a lot more money than the electricity exports that we are having at this moment, right? So that's also emphasized that technology development, right, putting money on developing this more efficient ammonia technology actually would be very helpful for our economy. And then the last thing that I want to emphasize this, because the goal is to reduce carbon, right, emissions. So what we want to analyze here is to see how much it costs to reduce 1 kilogram of carbon dioxide, right? So that is why, again, we use ammonia as our example here, that we want to analyze this, we call it levelized cost of carbon abatement. So what it means is that we divided the cost of producing ammonia by replacing some of the existing infrastructures with the CO2 avoided, right? Using new technology, we can avoid CO2, but we also have to retire some of our old technologies, right? So that's why using this LCCA, actually we have a more holistic way of understanding how we can use these new technologies to reduce carbon dioxide emissions. So we first have to predict what is the ammonia demand for the future, right? As I mentioned, the ammonia can be utilized in different sectors. So that is why we say that ammonia demand in the fertilizer, in the domestic using ammonia as a hydrogen carrier for domestic use, as well as the hydrogen exports, right? We expect Canada to become a hydrogen exporter. So we developed this holistic understanding of what is the future of ammonia demand. And the reason is because this demand actually can play a role in our cost, right? If you look at here is the domestic hydrogen demand, right? So the solid line here, very dark line here is our demand, right? So we know that it increases yearly. But then the cumulative capacity here is because at the very beginning when we have a new technology, right, the technology adoption rate is very small, but then it ramps up when people see that we have lots of demand here, and then people will start building all these technologies, right? Then we have a very rapid increase of the cumulative capacity. But you can see that because of this two different curves, right, we have the demand and supply imbalance. And because of the demand and supply imbalance, actually costs us a lot of money at the very beginning if we do not have this technology to be adopted as quickly as possible. So here we show you an example why we say that, right? So you can see that at the very beginning, we always have a very high cost of carbon abatement. So the reason is because on one hand is because we need to do a lot of investment at the very beginning, but also because we have this demand and supply imbalance. So we have to look for other means to meet our demand, and that costs us our money, right? And then when the technology improves and when the more and more technology that is implemented in the industry, you can see that there's a rapid drop, and then the levelized carbon abatement is actually lower than the carbon cost for some scenarios, right? So this highlighted that the change of the technology adoption rates and how actually now we are looking at how we can use policies, how we can use taxes, subsidies to encourage the adoption of technology at the very beginning so that we can lower these very high barriers for CO2 abatement at the very beginning of the new technology adoption. So these are all the topics that I want to emphasize, but we also have a lot of students in my group that is doing a student poster presentation. So please look for these faces and look at their posters. So we have Amir is looking at how we can use hydrogen as energy storage in municipalities. I see that some of you asked this question, how we can use hydrogen in cities. So talk to Amir. Then we have Daniel is looking at connecting fuel cell vehicles to the grid, right? Because fuel cell vehicles can be an electric generator, so we want to see whether we can use this to generate electricity for the grid. And then Peng Cheng is talking about ammonia conversion and hydrogen separation using a membrane reactor, so talk to him. And then Zhen is talking about hydrogen infrastructures in aerospace industry. And then last but not least, Jinhe is talking about nanomaterials for thermal energy storage, right? So you can, if you find these faces and talk to them and learn more about our research. And thank you very much. Yes.
All right. I guess I have to press something to get my slide on. Armagon will solve my problems before I solve all of your problems, of course. Point over here. Okay, I'm here to solve your problems today, just like any politician or any lawyer, except the problems here are not unitary, nor are they binary. They're extremely complicated. We have a number of energy sources, we have a number of energy storage systems, and we have a number of variable energy uses. And there is no single answer to a system that will solve all problems. I think that Professor Canizares said that earlier today, is that he can't tell you what the best answer is until he understands the nature of your problem. So I'm going to discuss energy storage, if I can get my slides up. Yes. Subsurface energy storage. We're standing on top of a potentially highly valuable resource to store energy for intermediate to long periods of time. I'll explain more. But I think it's becoming obvious that the key to getting up to 80 or 90% renewable energy in our grids is to implement storage at a vast scale. And I want to point out that it's a non-linear function. I can implement 15% renewable energy into my grid with a minimum of storage. But when I get up to 70 or 80%, I have to have a lot of storage, and it's a non-linear function. Okay? In order to remain robust and reliable as an operating grid. Our two major sources of renewable energy in the world, leaving aside hydro, of course, are wind and solar, and we all know their disadvantages. And batteries have acquired an almost iconic position in today's grids, somewhat unjustified, I will argue, because we have alternatives that I believe are better for intermediate to long-term energy storage, which the grid desperately needs if we're going to stop curtailing renewable power inputs and have reliable power over periods of days and weeks. So I pose the question, are they the best solution? They are one of the important solutions. We don't want to live without batteries. They provide the response from a half a second to, say, a minute, 5 minutes. They can be distributed over wide areas. They don't have to be one unitary site. They are extremely valuable, but there are other solutions. Most of these solutions that I'm listing here qualify as long duration energy storage, or LDES. We can store energy as compressed air, mechanical energy. We can store it by modifying our current existing hydro energy systems by pumping water back up into the reservoirs when we have an excess of energy that we do not want to curtail. In other words, we will dispatch that energy to pumps and pump water back up into the reservoir. So wherever you have an existing hydroelectric facility, it is potentially also a pumped hydro facility. Or we can build our own pumped hydro facility, just like TC Energy wishes to do on the Bruce Peninsula and Camp Meaford, a project that is attracting, of course, a lot of interest and, naturally, a lot of opposition. We can store energy as heat, either in molten salts or even in water or in the rock mass. We can convert electricity to hydrogen. We can use large falling weights, and there are some other possibilities. In terms of large falling weights, that's the physics right there. When you've got electricity in excess, you raise the weight, and then you lower the weight running a turbine, running a generator when you need the electrical power. So here's my critique of batteries. They have some wonderful advantages, which I list in the first bullet here: excellent response time, local use, scalable, all kinds of good things. But we have the cobalt, nickel, lithium, copper, and zinc supply line problems, which are getting more serious. In the news today, of course, one mine that has been supplying approximately 1.6% of the world's copper is being shut down in Panama because of a disagreement between a Canadian company and the Panamanian government. Lithium, we all know that there's a worldwide search for lithium, and there is a lithium rush going on in Ontario right now, up in the area of Red Lake, where very large deposits of pegmatites, which have on the order of 2 to 3% lithium by mass, are being touted as future lithium mines. This lithium is found in a crystal material called spodumene. Graphite supply lines. Canada is a producer also of graphite. And when we talk about these minerals, there have been articles recently in the Globe and Mail that I suggest you read about how we are almost paralyzed in terms of developing the minerals that we need to foster the energy transition. Instead, we're putting the responsibility for developing those minerals that we need into the hands of actors who are not exactly supporters of the Organization of Economically Developed Nations, and there's a lot of political turmoil arising because of that. Environmental factors arise at all stages, from mining to the recycling of batteries. There's a freezing risk. If you put batteries up north, you better keep the batteries at a temperature at which they don't self-destruct through freezing. And their lifespan, safety. Batteries are going to be stored at the surface, where they are susceptible to sabotage and vandalism. And if you don't think that's an issue, think about the current attack that is going on in Ukraine by the Russian military using drones and missiles to try to destroy the electrical infrastructure of Ukraine. And if you've got 100 batteries sitting in a battery park somewhere in Ukraine, good luck with that. It's a target. So that's why I think we need subsurface energy storage methods for safety, for cost, and for a number of other reasons. So you may have all understood this diagram by now. It's a very famous diagram by someone who plotted the energy density by volume on the vertical axis and the energy density by mass on the horizontal axis, in megajoules per kilograms and megajoules per liter. And there's diesel and gasoline for reference. Where do I point this, Armagon? Okay, there's a liquefied natural gas. It seems to work by pointing over there to that computer. Is that right? And you'll see a problem there with liquefied natural gas and even compressed natural gas, is that they occupy very large volumes. That's ethanol, which you have in your gasoline. And by the way, you're paying the same price for a liter of ethanol as you pay for gasoline, and it only has about 70% of the energy value. All right, so you're paying a high price for ethanol. That's methanol, a good hydrogen carrier. And of course, ammonia, which is also a hydrogen carrier. Now, there we go. Pumped hydro, compressed air, batteries, and heat storage are all very low energy density storage methods. They are so low that they are at the axis of this plot, and that is our problem. There is one, and that's hydrogen over here on the lower right, that happens to have a remarkably high energy density by mass, but a remarkably low energy density by volume. So storing hydrogen is automatically a huge problem, as our two previous speakers emphasized. So we're looking at salt cavern energy storage for compressed air, hydrogen, or other hydrogen carriers. And the nice thing about salt cavern energy storage is that I can store gigawatts, gigawatt hours, many gigawatt hours of energy. And sometimes the energy is quite dense. For example, compressed air is very low energy density, but methane from green sources or hydrogen from green sources has a very high energy density, even volumetrically, because it's a very powerful fuel, providing that I can compress it to, say, 15 megapascals or 10 megapascals. In a hydrogen economy, we're going to need storage at all kinds of scales. If we go to hydrogen or other energy storage methods, we have to address the issues of the size of storage that you need locally. You might only need one battery, although putting your money into the risk associated with one battery only is high. You probably want to have two for backup. Just like in the north of Canada, no community has one diesel generator. They all have two or more, because you can't run the risk of having no electricity when it's minus 50 degrees Celsius in the winter. Only 15 minutes left? Thank you. So a solution to this is actually to create a pressure vessel in the subsurface using standard, off-the-shelf, well-known 50-year-old oil field technology. A steel-cased well, constrained by the earth and the rock around it, is a remarkably resilient and useful pressure vessel that you can pressurize up to 70 megapascals off-the-shelf technology. This is nothing new. We've been using 70 megapascal as a standard for very deep offshore natural gas for a generation or more. You can store volumes anywhere from 50 to 150 cubic meters in a single well, depending upon the diameter and the depth of the well. And this converts to, for example, hydrogen storage from 1 to 6 tons per well, and compressed air from 3 to 15 megawatt hours per well. This is interesting because 15 megawatt hours in one large well gives a community of 1,000 people energy for 15 hours. So that's not trivial. And the amount of energy in one hydrogen storage well is enough to fill 1,000 vehicles. So it's ideal for service station scale. Rock mass heat storage is going to be talked about maybe a little bit more by my colleague, Dr. Basu, who will talk about geothermal. But the important thing to remember is that we have many different storage options. Some are fully commercialized, others are emerging. We have many different energy sources, and we have many different energy uses. And there is no single answer to all your needs. Every need has to be addressed. For example, if I want to reduce iron ore to iron, I have to get rid of the oxygen. So I want to use the hydrogen not only as a heat source, I want to use the oxygen to reduce the ore to iron. That technology exists, commercialized a year and a half ago in Sweden. Compressed air energy storage, very briefly, we store the compressed air in a salt gallery, and we produce the compressed air through turbines, either natural gas turbines or air expanding turbines. If we recover the heat, we can achieve efficiencies in full cycle more than 70%, but at a cost much, much less per kilowatt hours than batteries, and almost no environmental impacts. As it turns out, Southwest Ontario has remarkably favorable conditions for large-scale storage of energy. The salt caverns that can be located at depths from 400 to 700 meters in the Salina Formation, which is circled in red, will allow you to build repositories at the 10 to 20 gigawatt hour scale for energy storage within 1 square kilometer. Okay? This is a huge amount of energy storage. Why are we giving away energy to Michigan at a very low price when we have excess energy rather than storing it? Why have governments focused on energy from wind and energy from solar and energy from wind and energy from solar rather than focusing on energy storage? We've got to get off of the wagon we're on and get onto a series of horses that are more rapid, more easily deployed, and more useful. So this is just an example of a shallow one, 500 megawatts, 2 gigawatt hours, absolutely off-the-shelf technology. Storage of hydrogen, I mentioned this already, we need storage at many scales. Cryogenic is complicated. Many of the technologies are complicated. We heard from our previous speaker the need to create ammonia and then to convert ammonia or to use it directly as a fuel. These are good options, but remember that all of these are issues of scale and need. So here we're talking huge energy needs that can be satisfied by salt cavern scale. This is the world's largest cryogenic hydrogen tank, imaged in that at 27 degrees Kelvin, I want to remind you. Here is a well bore storing maybe a couple of hundred megajoules, megawatt hours of energy, and local hydrogen tanks. And I could have put on another image of the hydrogen tank in a Toyota hydrogen vehicle, but the key thing is scale. My final slide shows you an option for generating electrical power using hydrogen, an option that doesn't seem to have been widely addressed yet. Here we see on the far left the creation of compressed air and storing it as an energy storage system. On the upper right, hydrogen has been generated by some technology and stored under pressure. The two are brought together in the following way. The first turbine and the second turbine that you see in the turbine train extract the stored energy from the compressed air, which enters into the combustion chamber of your last turbine, which is a hydrogen air turbine, off-the-shelf technology as of last year and this year. The nice thing about this is that you do not have to have all of those blades to compress the air. The air is already compressed. So it goes into the turbine combustion chamber at 4 megapascals. The hydrogen goes into the combustion chamber at 4 megapascals, and it generates a wad of power, 2.5 times on a mass flux basis as a methane natural gas turbine. So you see the importance of combining your energy storage methods into one electrical system. My conclusions is that storage is absolutely necessary. It's not just the key, it's absolutely vital if we're going to go to a very high percentage of renewables. And subsurface storage has advantages, safety, low surface footprint, etc. Compressed air and hydrogen seem to be a very, very good marriage to be used at many scales. And we have to integrate all these sources, and I want to point out that Ontario is very favorably located for many of these technologies to service clients of all scales, from the many gigawatt hours down to the kilowatt hour scale that we need to service in the emerging grids that are arising from the energy transition period. Thank you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. So I'm Eric Croiset from the chemical engineering. So I think I point here. No. Or I point here. Oh, so maybe I point toward. Oh, okay. So I shoot you. Okay, so I'm going to talk about carbon capture and a little bit of utilization. So it's somewhat related to what you have heard so far, except maybe a little less what Maurice said. So that will be the focus. Oh. I need to get better skilled at this one. Yeah. So first, what is carbon capture, utilization, and storage? I mean, it's pretty much it's written in it. You've got a capture. So you can capture from large point sources, power plants, cement, steel, or from air. Now, something called direct air capture, that's, you might hear more and more in the news. So that's usually depicted by big fan. Then, well, you have to transport your CO2 in one way, and either you store it underground. So I was thinking Maurice will talk a bit about that, but that talk was something different. And, or you can use the CO2 to produce some chemicals or fuel, that's, or plastics, or you can do a bunch of stuff with CO2. So my part is focusing mostly on the capture and on the utilizations. So what does it matter, CCUS? So we can debate, there's a lot of debate, but why people are talking more and more about CCUS. It can play a key role in reaching net zero emissions. First things, it can tackle emission from existing infrastructure. I mean, we have a lot of billions of dollars already installed, so that could help. It's also a possible solution for hard-to-abate sector like steel, cement, or aeronautics. It could produce low carbon in hydrogen, so we talk about hydrogen. But if like the normal way of producing, the current normal way of producing hydrogen being from natural gas, if you capture CO2, you could have a low cost with low emissions associated with it. And also, more and more, you can hear about negative emission technology, like direct air capture with storage, or bioenergy with capture and storage. Maybe I'm going to, so maybe the main point of a graph like this one, so you will have a lot of papers where they look at different possible scenarios. And the important part here would be the orange one for my talk. This is basically the one dealing with CCUS. So, I mean, not much going on right now, but expected to grow quite a bit in importance, at least according to this scenario, and many scenarios are going to show a growing importance of CCUS. But I think you want to look at the number. In that particular scenario, by 2070, globally, 9.5 gigaton of CO2 stored. I mean, those are crazy big number, and 0.9 utilized. To put this into perspective, Canada, the whole greenhouse gas emission of Canada, I believe, was about maybe 0.6, 0.7. So those numbers are gigantic. So this is a picture that shows you different projects related to carbon capture and storage. So two main comments over the years. So two main comments. So we are over there. So you see you have an acceleration in a number of projects dealing with CCS. That's the first comment. The second comment, it's not completely new. People have been working on this kind of, I've been doing it commercially for quite a while. Oh, granted, this was for natural gas processing. Most of those are for enhanced oil recovery. But people know how to capture and store and manage a large amount of CO2. Now the cost, of course, this is why we don't have this already, because it's expensive. This graph will show you essentially for different industry, the cost associated with CO2 capture, from relatively low cost, where you have very high concentration of CO2 already produced during that process, to, so that will be the dark blue. The light blue will be the one where CO2 is more dilute, and the cost increase quite a bit. I mean, some numbers you may want to keep in mind, maybe from power plant, about 50 to 100 US dollar per ton of CO2. And the top one, that's huge, and it could be actually keep going higher. It's for direct air capture, the ultimate diluted CO2 stream, I would say. But okay, I'm going to skip this one. So let's talk about direct air capture a little bit. So this is capturing CO2 directly from the air. So we are talking about 400 to 500 ppm. It's small. So the cost here, I mean, I give you a range. It goes from 100 to 1,500, and it's probably more around the $500–600 range right now, compared to the cost I mentioned before from large point sources. So the challenge is obviously the low concentration of CO2, and also you basically have to move a huge amount of air for this tiny bit of CO2. But there are some benefits. Technically, you could think CO2 is everywhere, so it could be located anywhere, in particular near a storage site. So you could save a lot in pipelining the CO2. But nonetheless, these DAC still need some energy to run. So that might be a criteria that might limit also where you can put it. And it can be used to offset CO2 emitted by hard-to-abate industry. I know that's, people are freaking up when they see these kind of things. But now, for the technology itself, you have two main suites of technologies when it comes to DAC. One based on liquid solvent and one based on solid sorbent. So one is liquid, one is solid. The liquid one, okay, I have to. You can make a continuous process. I have a quick schematic, but it's relatively complex, and it's also quite energy intensive. I didn't write it here. For solid sorbent, it has less energy input. It will have a lower operating cost, a wide range of scalability, although we have to be a little careful with that. But it's a cyclical system. So basically you have a bed of particles, of something, of sorbent. You need to adsorb, and you need to desorb, and it's a little cumbersome to manipulate. But it's great for research. You can spend your life working on different sorbent, and you can write a lot of paper doing this kind of thing. Whether it's going to be useful or not, I don't know, but it's good for that at least. So this is the liquid solvent technology. CEE stands for Carbon Engineering. This is the main company. It's a Canadian company. I mean, it was a Canadian company based out in British Columbia, but recently bought by an oil company. So that doesn't put a good taste sometimes for DAC, these kind of things. Essentially, the way it works, you've got the air. The air reacts with, let's say, potassium hydroxide here. So the CO2 reacts so you have two loops, essentially. One is with potassium, the other one is with calcium. And you keep basically hopping the CO2 from one loop to another loop. So the CO2 reacts with the potassium hydroxide to form potassium carbonate. Then the potassium carbonate is going to react with the calcium hydroxide to form, and then the CO2 hop here. And in this one, in the calciner, you heat it up. So that's why you need like 8 or 900 degrees Celsius. So that requires a lot of energy where the CO2 is separated. And then that's the way it works. So those is another famous company in the DAC world. The number of companies is increasing on a monthly basis almost in this field. But this one has been in the news, especially 2 years ago with the Orca project in Iceland. That's something at a decent size for DAC, 4,000 tons per year. Swanty, I mentioned Swanty. Swanty is a company also out of British Columbia who is working on DAC. So they do a bunch of stuff, and they're using MOF, Metal Organic Framework, kind of a fancy adsorbent that you can tailor. Although they are working on DAC, but if it works for DAC, it can work for any stream. Possibly that contains CO2, and as a matter of fact, they are working, let's say, with a cement company here, the picture that shows here. So here is one of the projects I have been working, a couple of projects I have been working on in the area of DAC. One is a techno-economic assessment of DAC, which is actually part of an, which is part of an interdisciplinary project, essentially with folks at in the Faculty of Environment. So some have expertise in policy, others in legal aspect, just came in, and another one in economics, and my part will be on the technical part of it. So basically, here, that picture is a simulation of that carbon engineering process I was talking before. I've got a couple of Monica and Vahid who are working on these things. Also, I'm looking at DAC integration with renewable energy. I mean, here it's mostly working on the system where energy is so this will be more for solid sorbent, that part. And what it costs energy is to bring heat. So we are looking at a system where we can use Joule heating to provide heat just where you need. And so there's a lot of things going on. So Monica is involved in this, and I'm working with Milad, a new relatively new faculty member in our department. And this one is supported, especially the top one, by ECCC. Now, I'm looking also at hydrogen and CCS in hard-to-abate industry, essentially chemical, steel, and cement industry. Here, essentially in the chemical, and I guess in the other industry, electrification is what those industries are looking after. You could have direct electrical heating, which is good. It doesn't change too much the process itself, but yeah, still you have to change a lot of things. Hydrogen, we heard a lot about hydrogen. Hydrogen used as a fuel or used as a reactant or used as a reducing agent, as it was mentioned before. And then you have some things that comes more and more, maybe some electrochemical processes. That could happen. Okay, so I think we have seen, okay, so the hydrogen, since I talk about carbon capture, if you have hydrogen and carbon dioxide that you can convert in carbon monoxide, you can make what we call a syn fuel, which is a mixture of CO and H2. And when you have a mixture of CO and H2, you can combine them in a famous process called Fischer-Tropsch to make essentially fuels and chemicals, fuels. So here is an example of a project I'm involved. So it's basically looking at capture CO2 to aviation fuel. So we have a direct, so we basically simulate all those processes. Here in the middle of it, I've got a solid oxide electrolyzer, which is a high temperature electrolysis. So we heard from the first speaker about hydrogen production. It's kind of the similar here, except it's a high temperature and you put CO2 and you reduce to CO. You can also have water that reduces to hydrogen. And so essentially here you start with CO2 and water and you can make essentially CO and H2, which you can put in these Fischer-Tropsch to make some synthetic fuel, aviation fuel. So that's one project. So we have Fernando, Vahid, Mohammed involved in this, supported by WISA with an A, not with an E, this one, and NSERC and a Buitrago scholarship. This one is also in terms of CO2 reduction, but this one is more experimental, where Mohammed is involved. So here it's experimentally, we are looking at different material to improve the electrolysis of CO2 to CO. Now, in the steel sector, so maybe this message is essentially the message here. We want to go from the Paris Agreement, this is a 1 million ton, and we want to go down. but at the same time, the demand for steel is going to go up. So that means we need a very dramatic reduction in emissions. And that's really not easy to achieve. I'm going to skip this one. So this is example of project I'm involved with. So I have Adetola and Ophélie. So this is an integrated steel plant shown here. And you have, so this is basically where you will have some emissions. So a little everywhere you will have some emission in those kind of steel plant. So, so this one we are working on the NCERC Alliance, and also the Faculty of Engineering is supporting this through scholarship. One of the projects is to look, so if we don't change the plant, their current plant, and we are working with a steel company, basically to do CO2 capture. So CO2 capture, when you talk about CO2 capture, the most, I would say, normal technology is called amine scrubbing. That's what basically all what I showed you like back in the 70s and the 80s, that's what they are using. And still the same now, as a matter of fact. So everything you always want to compare to amine scrubbing, essentially. So that's what the student is doing, Tola is doing, and she's looking at something else. Maybe I should show a point here, which is basically kind of a hybrid version where you could have something called pressure swing adsorptions to increase the CO2 concentration, and then after to have a low temperature. And that might have some benefits. And when you talk about all of these, you always need energy and heat, especially for the amine. So it depends a lot on the plant itself. If you have, I mean, you have a lot of hot things in a steel. So we try to optimize the system, try to recover heat from there and there. Now, another thing, so this one is more about hydrogen. It's still decarbonization. In one of the furnace, before you roll, you have something called a reheat furnace. So the reheat furnace is basically this big, long thing. So you see, like it's like 30-meter long. So what we're trying to do, so that's one. So those are the slabs that go through, and they're being heated up, and at the end, they will be rolled. So we are doing, so Ophélie is working on doing a computational fluid dynamics simulation of these big things, and this is done in collaboration with Cécile Deveau from MME. And the main point here, we want to look, and then you have a bunch of burner. You have lots of burner everywhere, and we want to see here if we start replacing part of the fuel partially by hydrogen, how is going to affect basically the temperature distribution of the slab, which is very important, up to if we were to replace completely by hydrogen. So that's basically using hydrogen as a fuel in this case. That's what we are looking at. And this is it. Thank you for your attention.
So I need to point here, right? Okay. Good afternoon, everybody. My topic is geothermal energy and energy geostorage. How many of you love driving? Want to go to Florida? While driving on the highways, have you come across those signs just before a bridge where it says that the bridge might be slippery while it is not written anywhere else? What's going on? Let's focus our attention to Mother Earth, where there is a lot of heat available, and then we can use that heat for beneficial purposes. So that is what, in a sense, geothermal energy is, and the earth can be also used for storage purposes, which Professor Dussault also pointed out today, earlier. So I'm going to mainly focus a little bit on, mainly talk about the geothermal energy part, and a little bit maybe on the storage aspect in the underground. I was not sure of the audience, so my slides are not very technical. Just to give you an overview of what this geothermal energy is all about. So let's see how we can move forward. I must acknowledge that there is a group of professors who are working here on this area of underground energy storage and geothermal energy. And obviously the first one is sitting in the panel. And then there is several other professors from civil engineering, earth sciences, mechanical engineering, and even from finance. I also must acknowledge Armugan, who is sitting right here, who did his master's with me and Professor Natwani on geothermal energy, and a couple of my other students who I believe are sitting somewhere there, who have worked on, who has been working on geothermal energy, different aspects, and of course, NSERC in terms of funding. Okay, so when it comes to geothermal, we need to understand that there are primarily 4 groups that we can categorize geothermal into. One is the high-grade geothermal, where steam is generated to drive turbines, which is like the temperature we are talking of is like 150 degrees Celsius. This is conventional. This has been going on for quite some time, and particularly the western part of Canada has high-grade geothermal. And then there is geothermal that can be extracted from sedimentary deposits where warm fluids can be passed through porous and permeable strata. Here the temperature range is lower, and this is called sed heat. And the third one, perhaps the most interesting of all of them, is the EGS, the Enhanced Geothermal Systems, which is essentially looking into low permeability, hard, dense rocks and passing a fluid through it to extract heat from these rocks. And the temperature range here is again the same as sed heat, 80 to 150 degrees Celsius. And then finally, the shallow heat pump-based geothermal, including storage, which is in the upper 500 meters, or even even in the soil layers of like the top 100 meters or so. And this is essentially less than 70 degrees, can be used for district heating and cooling of buildings and so on and so forth, including greenhouses and so on. So if you think about it, we are all familiar with hot springs and warm water from hot springs. This is also, the source is geothermal, and this has been used for several years. And then steam-based technologies, which is essentially this one, the high-grade geothermal that I'm talking of, has been there for about 100 years. Approximately from 1960 onwards. The ground source heat pump geothermal, which is the low-grade geothermal, has also been there for 30 to 40 years, but a lot of development has happened in the recent past. EGS and sed heat, it's kind of emerging right now, and a lot of research and work needs to be done here. And in the future, we believe that these will be hybrid systems, mix and match of low-grade and high-grade geothermals, along with solar, waste heat energy, and so on, all coming together to give an optimal solution for multiple problems in the society. And that also would include storage of energy underground, both heat and cold storage. So the steam-based high-grade geothermal energy research and development has been going on for a long time, and its applicability depends on the geological profile. And therefore, for Canada, this can only be done in the western part of Canada. Whereas the enhanced geothermal system, which is let me show you a schematic is shown here, where you're passing a cold fluid into hot dry rock, and then you're fracking the rock and let the fluid pass through, and then you're collecting the heat up here for a variety of uses, for heating, cooling, and even electricity if possible. So this is what the enhanced geothermal system is. A lot of developments still needs to be done, but the good news is that it is possible anywhere in Canada. Because of the geology, we have a lot of hard, dry rocks all over Canada, and Professor Dussault can, give more details on the geology than I can. And the advantage is that this is possible everywhere in Canada, including the north. And this is one of the research focus of our group in Waterloo. Said heat is also possible in certain places in Canada, and in said heat, what happens is you're passing a fluid down to a permeable layer where there is sufficient amount of flow that is occurring, and then through that fluid that is passed through that sedimentary deposit, you can extract heat. So in principle, like AGSN said, it is similar, but then obviously the geological deposits are different, and said it is possible in certain places, particularly in the east of Canada. And there are some collaborations going on with Dalhousie University with our group here. And this is obviously an interesting aspect, and we'll talk about the collaboration a little more at the end. And then shallow geothermal is of course possible everywhere, including the north, and this is also a research focus in Waterloo. Let's talk about energy in the north, and those indigenous communities and the northern communities. Energy is very important. When the sun does not shine, solar potential practically doesn't exist. Chances of hydro, tidal waves, nuclear biomass doesn't exist. Wind velocities can also be very low when the sun doesn't shine. So what is left? Geothermal, and maybe a little bit of wind. So naturally, geothermal is extremely, extremely important for the Canadian North, and our research definitely focus on this area. And I think this is also of great importance to the politics of Canada as well. I already showed you this picture of the enhanced geothermal systems. Let me now show you a schematic of the shallow geothermal. So there can be open loop systems where you, pass a cold fluid and get the heat back from a reservoir or a lake, or they can be closed loop systems. Now understand that this is not just for heat extraction or rejection for heating and cooling purposes, but these boreholes can be used for storing heat as well. Okay. So there are many issues with the enhanced geothermal system that I talked about. Cost of drilling, well stimulation, related, then fluids that needs to be passed, and so on. From a geomechanics point of view, which is what we are interested primarily here, you have to look into induced seismicity and so on, and stress distribution in those hard dry rocks. And some of the research activities that are going on in Waterloo includes those. I believe, significant amount of research is happening on the topic of EGS in Waterloo right now. And these are the professors who are involved with the EGS research particularly. And when it comes to shallow geothermal, for energy extractions, GSHPs build energy piles. So these energy piles are nothing but building foundations through which you can extract heat, so that you don't need additional footprint. And this is an area that I particularly work in. And then all the retaining walls and tunnels, all the infrastructure that you have underground can be used to extract shallow geothermal energy. And then energy storage in terms of soil borehole thermal energy storage, where you use multiple boreholes to inject heat collected from solar and other sources, and that can be stored and used in the future. And then, of course, district heating using the above is very important. And some of the faculty members involved in this research is myself and Jatin Natwani and Ranjini Jha. And there are multiple issues here with groundwater flow, hydrothermal interaction, thermomechanical interaction, large-scale implementation, optimization, and so on and so forth. Cost, carbon footprint, all of them come together. How much time do I have? 2 minutes. So I really don't have time to talk about my research particularly, but I just wanted to point out that underground thermal energy storage is a huge area, as Professor Dusso pointed out, and one of my students sitting there has been working on the shallow borehole thermal energy storage, which is called soil borehole thermal energy storage. Not that I wanted to show this slide, but this is one of my most favorite slides. I enjoy math, and I know most don't. And there is a lot of, heat transfer, mass transfer, unsaturated soil mechanics, and a lot of things are involved, thermal, thermohydraulics, and so on and so forth. So we ran COMSOL analysis based on, I think it's based on finite elements, multiphysics, and we have developed, we have developed models to analyze how much heat can be stored. And here is some of the research results. It all depends on the subsurface moisture content. So can we control moisture content in the ground to enhance the storage? These are some of the questions that we are looking into. And groundwater flow influences flow. That has not been taken into account, and we looked into the groundwater flow and how it impacts thermal storage. And finally, I think the most innovative part of it is that we came up with a design of a barrier, a thermohydraulic barrier, using which we have shown that irrespective of the groundwater flow, we have been able to optimize this barrier and has been able to show that this can be a very successful technology anywhere in Canada, or for that matter, anywhere in the world, irrespective of the subsurface soil conditions. Looking forward, I think we need to talk about hybrid integrated systems combining enhanced geothermal, which is deep geothermal, and shallow geothermal. We need to focus on the northern communities as well as large communities. There are technical challenges and as well as social issues that we need to look into. And Waterloo has solution and will produce future solutions as well. One good news, we recently got funded for a $6 million facility from CFI and Ontario Research Foundations. It's a collaboration between Waterloo, York University, and Dalhousie, with the main facility that will be in Waterloo. I must thank WISE, Armugan, Professor Canizares for helping us with this proposal. And I absolutely must thank our Engineering Research Office, Professor David Closey and his colleagues, who helped tremendously while going through this enormous amount of work that has to we put in together, and Professor Maurice Dusso also helped a lot with that. So we are going to get an elemental testing facility for soils and rocks with thermal flow. We are going to get lab scale testing facility as well as field installation. And this is a collaboration across multiple universities from the west to the east. Thank you very much. Unfortunately, I will not be available to answer any question because I have to go and pick up my 9-year-old from school. But I believe Professor Dusso can handle all the questions related to the topic I covered. Thank you.
Is it good? Okay. Thank you very much, and I would like to thank the organizer for this invitation. It's never been an easy task to be the last presenter, especially when you're talking about competition. So I will try to go to general aspect of my research, avoiding any equation. So the project that I'm going to present today is a project that was recently founded by NSERC and the Natural Resources Canada. I'm working on designing a small modular reactor. So what is a small modular reactor? It's a reactor, nuclear reactor that can be built in a location and be shipped to another location. They generally generate about 300 megawatts. And currently, there are many design or many projects going on the world that goes from conceptual design, basic, and also operation. And there are different technologies that can be used, including boiling water and also molten salt. And the question that you could ask me is that if we are talking about renewable energy, is nuclear really renewable energy? At least we know something that is carbon-free energy. But if you think in mind that there is about 10 off-grid mines in Canada, and how do we get energy to those off-grid mines? They are currently operating with some diesel generator. So compared to this diesel generator, small modular reactor is green compared to those. So the idea of the Canada plan is to bring energy to remote communities. So it would be to build a small modular reactor and then ship to those communities so that they can have energy close to the place. If you compare to different technologies, this is, for example, the large conventional reactor that is about 700 megawatt, and the small modular reactor is about 300 megawatt. So now, the technology is growing very fast, and recently Ontario was decided to build about 3 small modular reactors, and their plan is that by 2028 they will have the first modular reactor operating in Ontario. And they're part with Econ to build the technology, and it's quite difficult to have the information about the nuclear technology, but I think the system that they are trying to build is the BW, the boiling water, built by Hitachi, also designed by Rolls-Royce. So this is one of the small modular reactors that they're trying to build currently. And one of the biggest challenges when working with small modular reactor is the operation condition is quite hard in terms of temperature and pressure. And the big challenge is how do we design the material for small modular reactor? Because the technology is quite difficult. And we need a material to be able to withstand about 1 to 2 megapascal, but the temperature is about 1,000 degrees Celsius. So we are needing to a material that could go to high temperature mechanical behavior property, radiation resistant, and also corrosion resistant. So designing this material is quite a challenge, and in our research, we are using computation to design new material and also to understand the mechanical property at high temperature. And about this material, high entropy alloys appear as one of the new material that could withstand all this property, especially high entropy alloys is alloys made by at least 5 elements. And they favor the formation of a single phase that could be an FCC of BCC, and they also have high temperature behavior, high pressure, high corrosion resistant, and irradiation resistant. So it's a new class of material that will be able to withstand all the difficult conditions that we have in small modular reactor. And because the design is quite expensive experimentally, we are using a computation in order to design this new material and test what would be the property at high temperature. So if you would like to understand better high entropy alloys, this is how a high entropy alloys looks like. As you can see, it's a kind of stochastic distribution, but it's still an alloys, BCC and FCC. Just think in mind that every color represents an element, and each element could occupy any position is the crystalline structure. So if we go from a single phase crystal, this is a nanocrystal, this is a little bit how a high entropy alloys look like. And by combining a civil lattice distortion, a sluggish diffusion, and high entropy, we have what we call the cocktail effect. We just increase the mechanical property of the new material. And different approach could be used to design the high entropy alloys. Especially, we are interested on refractory high entropy alloys that are made by refractory element. And this is some alloys that have been reported in the literature also with high temperature behavior. So now the idea is to understand how we can relate the composition or the microstructure disease with the behavior that we observe experimentally. How can we understand this high property? So we are using computational method to understand all this behavior. And among the computational method, we designed different new methods to understand the irradiation damage and also the mechanical property at high temperature. And especially, we are interested into deformation mechanism at atomic scale. So if you know a little bit about the computational method, you have, for example, the molecular dynamic, and you have the phase field. But molecular dynamic is the type of the system that we can design is too small. With phase field, we lose the information about the atomic scale. So we would like to understand what really happened at atomic scale. So our project is first understanding the mechanical properties, especially the degradation mechanism, then design new material, and finally inform different operator on all the synthesis team about how to behave. And finally, we are using AI to derive some different approach for decision making. And we are particularly focused on what we call the phase-free crystal simulation. So if you look into all this modeling picture, you will see that molecular dynamic has, for example, the strain rate we are about 10 power 4. And if you compare to experiment, this is the strain rate that we are looking. So this is why phase-free crystal is well aligned. We also have to be able to understand the properties at nanoscale. So it's a quite new approach that we are trying to develop to really understand the microstructure and be able to compare with some experiment. And dive a little bit further into what we do is that if you go into the atomic scale, this is all the engineering design, this is the material science, this is the bio. So if we are probably interested in the nano and the mesoscale, so this is atomic scale, where the dislocation dynamic appear and the nanocraft. So this is what we are trying to investigate. And our approach is to be able to first understand the high temperature behavior using different DFT, molecular dynamic, and PFT, but we also investigate the corrosion mechanism. And then based on that, we will build a model and use AI for the decision making to provide feedback to different researchers. And diving a little bit into phase-free crystal, I won't go into too much detail, but it's the phase-free crystal approach is in between molecular dynamic and phase-free simulation. And the most advantage of phase-free crystal is that we keep having the atomic description of the material, but we also include all the elasticity and the orientation of the defect. So this is the advantage of using phase-free crystal. And in terms of molecular dynamic, we are study different grain boundary and different dislocation dynamic to understand what would be the mechanical behavior at high temperature. And finally, if you ask me what is the connection also between the nuclear power and different electrolysis, is that people keep asking where will come the energy for electrolysis. It would definitely come from small modular reactor, that we can use small modular reactor as energy to generate hydrogen, but also to generate ammonia. As some of my colleagues was talking about solid oxide electrolyzer, we could definitely use heat from nuclear power and electricity to be able to generate ammonia in different principles. And finally, I just want to share this last slide. So this is currently the project that we are working on. We are currently designing different processes to understand the corrosion on molten salt reactor, and also using AI in order to design new alloys and make some recommendations. Thank you.
Thanks to all our speakers. Unfortunately, Professor Clausi had to leave at a meeting at 3. So I'm going to be running the shortened Q&A session panel because we are running out of time. So I welcome questions from the audience.
I have a question for the panel. There's been evolution in the battery technology utilizing solid state batteries, right? Still new, right? I think they're still testing out some of the kinks with it. Have you? I'm just curious. What's the panel's opinion on solid state, right? Because you're starting to see it more with BESS systems. You're starting to see it more with EVs now, and some of them are promised very long range with very quick charging time.
The question is for me? For whoever. Well, anyway, I happen to know a little bit about solid-state batteries because my son was working in a company doing this, developing these batteries. I know from him, I know that the technology is still not quite at the commercial level. They're working very hard on producing that, but if it is, once it becomes commercial, at this point it's very costly, but when it becomes a commercial product at reasonable prices, it'll be a leap forward in terms of storage and in terms of weight as well. So that might be a game changer, and that's what they're looking at. Volkswagen is involved in this. Many car manufacturers are looking at this, mostly from the point of view of the EV applications. From the point of view of stationary batteries, I think lithium does the job, especially if you consider that you can use reuse batteries from vehicles that still retain certain qualities that are good enough for power applications. I don't know whether anybody wants to add to this.
Thank you, Claudio. I'd just like to say that there's not just one issue with batteries, there's many issues. Recycling, for example. When we have all EVs and a grid that is massively powered by batteries for storage, recycling will be a huge issue, environmental issues. Surface footprint. Sodium batteries, if I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, please, Claudio, have a lower energy storage capacity per kilogram than lithium ion and a higher volume per kilogram. So, I mean, we have footprint issues. So, solving one of the problems is great. We have other problems to address in battery storage as well. Short lifespan, for example. We don't know the lifespan yet of commercial scale sodium-based batteries. Is it more than 7 or 8 years, like for a lithium ion? We don't know that yet, right? Remember that some of those other energy storage methods mentioned, you know, essentially they have lifetimes of 50 or 100 years. So all of these things have to be taken into consideration. So, sodium, great. It helps solve one of the problems. It solves the problem in part of the critical minerals, like lithium, for example. But we still need copper, cobalt, and graphite, as far as I understand, for sodium batteries. So, that's research. It's going to solve one problem at a time.
But however, there's a couple of other issues that you got to consider in all of these issues with batteries, which is mining is not keeping up with the demand. There is materials out there, but they need to be mined, so that's one of the challenges. And also the issue that you also need to consider recycling, right? There's already a lot of work done in recycling lithium from batteries. So there's a whole bunch of issues that need to be addressed. But one of the major challenges we need to face is that we have a climate change, a CO2 emission problem, and that's sort of like the priority. And besides, there's no free lunch, right? Anything that we produce, any way of producing energy is going to produce waste, and it's not going to be, it's going to have challenges, right? The issue is, well, what is it that we need to address urgently? Go ahead.
Yes, so can I add a comment? So I think the solid-state battery is mainly to address the issue of safety of the lithium-ion battery for flammability and then combustion. So actually, if we look at that, I didn't present that, but we have a new project with Professor Ivry Ragon in Cambridge Chemical Engineering. We're looking at the thermal management of batteries, which is very important. We are trying to look at how we can cool down and then heat up the battery fast enough for different applications. So I think, and for solid-state battery, that is also very different, but the conductivity of the ceramics will be very different from the lithium-ion battery. So I think these are the things that we can certainly look into. Thank you.
Any other questions from the audience? Yes?
I have two quick questions from Professor Wu and one question from...
Please don't forget to identify yourselves, please. Thank you.
And one quick question from Professor Maurice Dussault. And just I want to add, I think the sodium batteries are more sluggish compared to the lithium batteries because of the bigger radius of the sodium ion. Professor Wu, I have a quick question. When it comes to short-term and long-term of storage of the batteries, energy storage of the batteries and fuel cells, which can define different application of the batteries and fuel cells, do we have a rough criteria what duration defines short-term and what duration define long-term energy storage? And the second question, maybe it's better to just ask all of the questions. And the second question is that we are using the electrolyzers, creating the hydrogen, and then combine it with nitrogen to create ammonia. And again, for exporting, we are changing it to hydrogen to export hydrogen. It's somehow weird. So why don't we create ammonia directly? And I think in terms of export, ammonia is more safe compared to the hydrogen. So I was wondering why everything is like that.
Sounds good. So I think the first question is how do we so what do we mean by short-term and what do we by long-term energy storage? So I didn't have the space to present the operation of the hybrid system. So if you look at the paper, you can see clearly that the battery is running all the time. It's basically hourly running, charging, discharging, charging, discharging. And then if you look at the hydrogen and hydrogen electrolyzer system, it runs. It doesn't run like that frequent. So it's mainly for overcoming some of the seasonal energy storage challenge. So that is how we define that. So we need a very mature technology that can run daily and then very reliable, but we also need something that can store energy in a large quantity, right? In hydrogen, maybe in underground salt cavern for the compressed air as well. So we need these large-scale energy storage to overcome the seasonal shortage. So I hope that answers your first question. And then the second question is why, it's about why we don't convert ammonia directly from water and nitrogen, right? So there is research looking at that, that we want to convert water and nitrogen directly to ammonia. And the reason that all our analysis is based on producing hydrogen first and then nitrogen and then produce ammonia. The reason is because the Haber-Bosch process which combine hydrogen and nitrogen is a very mature technology. So that if you're looking at the early adoption of technology, those will be the first adopters that producing hydrogen first and then nitrogen first and then combine them, right? But with technology development, certainly that there are a lot of research of looking at how we can directly have water and nitrogen into ammonia, and that's still on a research scale, and there's some startups that are looking at that, but I think for large-scale application, especially if we're looking at 1 million tons of hydrogen per year to Germany, then we do need these large-scale and implementable technology. So I hope that answers your question. Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yep. Follow-up questions later. We have an online question, please. We can discuss this offline.
Yeah, I have just only one question from Professor
We need
Maurice.
to move on, please.
Okay.
If there's time at the end, you can ask your question.
Hello, everyone. So to the panel, the question is again from Daniel Campos Ramos. He's asking, is using solid materials like some alloys feasible to conduct heat and instead of using liquids? I will repeat the question again. Is using solid materials like some alloys feasible to conduct heat instead of using liquids? It's about feasibility. And Maurice, go ahead.
Yeah, the reason we use liquids, and by the way, it's not just water, it could be supercritical carbon dioxide, for example, which is being studied extensively for geothermal applications. It's a matter of mass flux, is what it is. You can move many, many tons of water in a short time. But if you're using a solid thermal conductor, especially one of any significant thickness, it's static, so the amount of heat that can move through that conductor by diffusion in a certain amount of time is extremely limited. So metals have applications in things like heat exchangers, where we can have the thickness of the metal being 0.5 millimeter to facilitate diffusive heat transfer. But for distant transport of heat, the answer is no.
Thank you.
Okay,
I can also add a comment on that. So when we compare solid, this mainly conduction, and when we have liquid, is conduction plus convection. So because we have one more mechanism for heat transfer, so I think if you're using the same material, liquids will be preferred for heat, or for enhancing heat transfer. Even phase change as well, right? So we have boiling and condensation, which is actually the highest heat transfer coefficient that we utilize in the industry, like a heat pump, unlike heat pipe that utilize phase change in the liquid. So I think that's hopefully answered the question.
Yep, I have a question for you. Oh, you want to add to that? Maurice, you want to ask to that? Okay. All right, so I just wanted to ask a question to Xiao.
What we started for that, what is our object? So actually we're looking at 10,000 residents in the Greater Toronto area, and then it's 100% wind power system, so only have wind power to supply all the electricity needs for the consumers. And then for the battery, we're currently using lithium-ion battery, and then for the analysis, we use lithium-ion battery, and the power to energy ratio, we vary that because we have different chemistry, so the charging rate and discharging rate will be different. So we vary that to have our optimized battery system. And then for the hydrogen, we have an PEM electrolyzer cylinder, hydrogen cylinders for energy storage, plus a PEM fuel cell, yes.
The problem with power, hydrogen power, is efficiency, right?
Exactly.
So that's a major challenge when you're talking about batteries, 90% versus 40%.
Yeah, so I didn't have time to show that. We did do a Sankey diagram on how this energy actually traveling from the wind to the residence, and you can see that the battery system is very efficient. So that's why most of the electricity goes to the battery and then go to for the residents. But for the hydrogen system, actually we lost a lot. But although we lost a lot, we also curtail a lot of wind energy actually. So I think that combination of that makes the hydrogen system very important in this hybrid system. It's for the long term, yes.
Thank you. Any further questions from the audience? If not, I have a question for Conrad regarding SMRs. We've started to do some work with the ISO in the use of heat byproducts, which you mentioned there's significant SMRs for district heating. But you mentioned that the heat would be such a high quality that you can also use it for hydrogen production. Could you elaborate on that?
Yeah, so in order to produce hydrogen or ammonia, there's different technology. So you can use a different type of electrolyzer, and one of the electrolyzer is the high temperature solid oxide electrolyzer. So in order to generate heat, because the process happens at high temperature, you can use electricity to convert into heat in order to go to the high temperature, but you can directly use steam coming from heat coming from the nuclear power in order to feed into your system. So that will be the main benefit. Like you have a small modular reactor generating a part of the electricity, but you also need the heat generated from your SMR to feed into your system. But the electrolyzer need to be a solid oxide electrolyte. And recent studies have been showing that solid oxide electrolyte in terms of ammonia generation have a better efficiency like compared to traditional electrolyzer.
Okay, thank you. Any further questions? Yes.
A quick question. Also, all the energy, underground energy storage or the carbon capture, what can we anticipate in terms of the environmental impacts? All the compressed energy storage as well as the carbon capture techniques, what will be the environmental impacts on a longer run? what can we anticipate on that?
You're asking about the environmental issues associated with the compressed air energy storage?
Yes. The underground energy storage as well as the carbon capture.
Well,
what are the negative impacts that it might have on a longer run?
there is work going on the possibility of storing carbon dioxide under pressure, but that's a tough one because you want to pass your carbon dioxide under pressure through air turbines, right? But then you want to capture it again and recompress it. So you're not really doing sequestration, you're just doing cycling of the carbon dioxide, right? So we don't think that carbon dioxide and compressed air energy storage can really fit well together. Now, on the environmental side, compressed air energy storage has no serious quantity of metals required, there's no poison. The worst that one might imagine happening is losing control of your well by, let's say, a crack, and then it's air. It's not natural gas or ammonia. It's very non-toxic. So the environmental consequences of the environmental burdens of compressed air energy storage are viewed as being extremely low compared to alternatives. That's how much value are you going to place on that? Right now in our society, we don't place very much on it, and you know that. But if environmental issues are really important, well, make your choice. It comes down to, money.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, regarding the compressed air energy storage, when we are talking about the discharging process, in discharging process you said that 1,000 people, 15 hours, we can discharge the compressed air energy storage. How about the charging process versus that?
Yeah, good question. There's a whole bunch of design factors involved. It depends upon the scale of it depends upon what you want as a consumer. Suppose that you're a community and that you want to look at compressed air, and you've got some wind and maybe some solar. You're going to have to store enough air for, 48 hours of electricity maybe? 24 hours? But, on the other hand, suppose that you're a utility and you just want compressed air for peaking. Whoa, you only have to store it to give you enough power for, say, 3 or 4 hours during the peaking periods. So those elements affect the design on how big the compressor is, how big your air engine is, your air train, how big your storage is, and how much heat you're going to store. And I cannot answer your question until you give me a lot more details about your particular needs. And that's what I was saying earlier, is that there is no single design approach. You've got to look at the whole demand curve. A company, for example, like Toyota, where many of the machines work on compressed air, they can be using electricity during the night at a very low rate to compress air and store it in tanks that they then can use during the day in the factory to run their equipment, because a lot of their equipment is run on compressed air. That's a form of energy storage. Is Toyota using that right now? Not yet. Maybe next week.
Okay, thank you. But we need to move on. I appreciate all your questions and the participation of the panelists. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. And I think we're going to start the final panel of the afternoon, which is on sustainable, just energy transitions, policy, economics, community, and equity. And so I think they were leaving the social scientists till the end, social scientists and friends, I guess, till the end, because they know that we're good at holding an audience towards the end of end of a long day, and I'm quite confident looking at my colleagues who are going to be speaking to you that will be the case. And so we've heard a lot about different technologies and towards a low carbon transition. And it's probably, and I'm assuming someone has mentioned this earlier today, but on the start of COP28, where we're starting the global stock take for the first time, and the message clearly to the international community is we have to get back on track in a serious way. And so we have to think seriously about what we mean by a transition and what it takes to actually perform a transition. And so while technology is certainly a key part of any transition, transitions are systemic and require a range of other elements: social change, behavioral change, institutional change, financial change, energy policy, and supporting systems. And so I think what you'll hear in this panel this afternoon is a bit more information and discussion around the structure of transitions and the different elements of transitions and how they're working across different disciplines. And so to lead off the discussion is someone who is well known to most of us in the room, Professor Jatin Nathwani, who is a professor in management science and engineering. He was the Ontario Research Chair in Public Policy for Sustainable Energy for many, many years here at the university. He was the founding executive director of the Waterloo Institute for Sustainable Energy and remains appointed in the Faculty of Engineering. I think has an appointment in my faculty, in the Faculty of Environment, and we are colleagues at the Balsillie School of International Affairs, where he's very involved in the STEM governance research cluster. Jatin's current work is focusing on a sort of global energy, affordable energy project and projects really looking at how to enhance access and sustainability at the same time. And he's been involved in many significant global collaborations involving multiple universities around the world that are aimed at driving both the scientific, technological, as well as the social change involved in large-scale energy transition. So I'll invite Jatin to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you, Neil and Claudio. Thank you for inviting me to share my perspective on this larger-than-life subject of global energy transitions. Am I going in the right direction? Yes. It will be about 15 minutes or so, I'm told, and I would like to, I've termed this slide Shadows and Lights of Energy Transition, and I shared this with some macroeconomic policy in Kingston recently, including the Deputy Governor Bank of Canada, and picking some slides from that presentation. But let me give you a perspective on why this notion of shadows, there is darkness around the challenges of how we can actually effect a transition, but there are lights as well. So the first part of my observations will kind of lead you a little bit depressed. I do move on to solutions, and I have some policy levers to talk about that may have some impact in where we want to go. So my goals really are briefly to refresh your memory. We all know this subject well: climate risk, global energy transition. Climate risk is really driving the desire to get to something that is no focus on carbon, let's say. I've always argued the climate risk is not an environmental problem, it's an energy transition, energy technology transition problem, and I'll speak to that. But you take an ecosystem view in terms of the choices and solutions, and it is not a straightforward linear give me one answer to the question. And then what are the levers of policy drivers that will change us to get us to where they are? So let me go quickly then. This is well known. Climate change is the driving force. There's no longer any debate around the warming of the planet. And really, if you wanted to talk to those who say, well, you know, this is a hoax and so on, I would say that discussion is in room B, not here. So this is well established. Climate science has told us that, and even the policymakers are on side now in terms of since Paris Accord. Bending the curve, which is really reducing greenhouse gas emissions so that there is some way we can get to some scenario in the next 30 to 50 years to meeting the 1.5 degrees, 2 degrees target. But bending the curve is central to the climate change narrative. Again, you are familiar with these sorts of pictures. The notion of trying to stabilize the Earth's climate is very much dependent on how we control and limit greenhouse gas emissions and the impacts that follow. So therefore, mitigation strategy is actually the same with different time constants. You do something now to reduce emissions, perhaps it will cost less and cost less amount of damage. You wait, and the consequences get worse. But the magnitude of reductions in the order of 9 gigatons of carbon is actually quite massive, and there are all manner of economic and social implications that are tied to that. This is borrowed from a slightly earlier IPCC synthesis report, and subsequent reports now just simply confirm that the time for action is now. We really got to move on getting carbon out of the system. Apart from carbon, I think this is a picture familiar to those who, in the environmental sciences, we have challenged the global planetary boundaries on many other fronts beyond climate and greenhouse gases, whether it's ocean acidification, land use, and so on. So we really are playing havoc with the ecosystem boundaries, and that is true. I'll spend a moment or two on, this is my curve. This is something I've generated, and there's a lot of information underneath, so let me take a minute or two to clarify. What's the challenge? In simple terms, 85-15 I call it. So there's only two numbers you need to remember. I'll give you a test later. 85% of the current global share of fossil fuels in the primary energy demand of the global system, 85% fossil fuels, 15% other. Wind, solar, nuclear, hydro, anything else, bioenergy, and so on. That's primary energy demand globally. 85% share, 15% non-carbon, essentially. So, what else is going on? I'll switch numbers on you now. 15, actually it's 17, but 15 is the number. 15 terawatts is the actual amount of primary energy demand on an annual basis. 500 exajoules, 550 if you want to go 7. So that's the other number to remember. What's going to happen? Well, any forecast you look at in the next 30 years, 20, 30 years, global energy demand will double or triple, and I'll show you why. Okay, so you're looking at going from 15 to 30, 35 terawatts of energy, new energy required, and so all that says is, if we stick to the same ratio, you got nothing but trouble, and all new energy sources, equivalent to the entire global energy infrastructure today, has to be non-carbon sources of energy, otherwise nothing but trouble. And so, if you want to get an idea of what is 1 terawatt year of energy, it's 1,000 megawatt equivalent of Darlington size or core power plants. That gives you 1 terawatt. So that's a massive amount of energy. You've got to generate all this from non-carbon sources of energy, such that you can actually shift this ratio the other way, going to 15% perhaps fossil by the end of the century, and maybe the larger part non-carbon. So there's a massive, massive challenge in front of you. That's the depressing part. If you dispute my argument that the energy demand is going to double, there you go. That gives you the idea. What is it? Of course, the global population will increase a bit, but the demographic shifts and income shifts within the next generation of global population, we want a world that is going to be a little less poverty, little middle income, let's say, and any range of it, and you can go into these predictions and you're looking at doubling or tripling of primary energy demand by the 2050, 2060, give or take. So that's related to population growth, energy, and income. So others have said this, transition is a wicked problem, and what we have seen since 1988, what was the first COP, UNFCCC COP, what was the share of global energy demand in terms of primaries? It was 85% fossil, 15% something else. After 30 COP, we're at the 28th, 29th COP meeting now. 30 years later, UNFCCC reports all the agreements that were Rio and on and on and on. What's the share of the demand? 85-15. We haven't changed it by one bit. Of course, the energy demand has increased, so we've done some good, otherwise it would have been higher, but you get the point. And so the depressing part is that the curve on the greenhouse gas emissions just continues to go up and up and up. 85 equals 85. That's the heartbreaking story. This is what we need to do. The 37, 38 is actually 40, and that needs to be about half that in terms of the action required to fix this problem. I pointed another side. The notion of social cost of carbon, again, a well-established concept, quite well rigorously calculated. There's a large literature on it. The most recent evaluation, University of Sussex, by well-known Toll and others, analysis indicate cost of carbon is 4 times higher than the best estimates we've been working with since 2010. And you may begin to say, what's this all about? Well, think of the fires that you're seeing, think of the floods, think of the insurance companies actually wanting to get out of the business because they simply cannot underwrite the risks because it's of the unpredictability of the frequency and consequences of climate change. So it's working on many different fronts, and the cost is quite high. So that is one point to recognize. All very interesting, and what we are caught in a narrative which is, I win only if you lose proposition, and that is the real trouble. Starting at COP today, let's hope they'll come out with some good things, but more fossil fuels is not what you need. So let me now point to a few hopeful solutions, and this will have to be a very 2-3 minute, if you wish, but we need to understand timescales. What's going on in the transport sector disruption is actually quite promising, and the notion of risk of stranded assets, I'll point to it as a, we had done this about 10 or 12 years ago, the major summit on energy 2030. The notion of an ecosystem view, the sets of solutions, innovation at the heart of it. And this is where I begin a 6-hour lecture. You're going to get 3 minutes of it to point to one or two things in terms of the potential solutions that will see ourselves to the end of it. But it comprises, of course, large-scale solar and wind and batteries, smart urbanization, the issue of off-grid, all sorts of base load generation that's non-carbon, and in particular nuclear and geothermal, and a whole host of other advanced concepts that, so I'll point to two, just as an illustration, if you wish. Enhanced geothermal power. Now this is an infinite amount of non-carbon source of energy that exists. There's no Saudi Arabia of geothermal power. You dig a hole deep enough, 7 kilometers or so, and we can actually extract an amount of heat that is available, non-carbon base load, and so on. And countries are actually starting going down that path as well, so that's promising. Another, to challenge your assumption, nuclear waste is actually fuel. There is more fuel, there's more energy embedded in the current generation of nuclear waste that is sitting at Bruce and Darlington power stations than the entire resource of oil sands in Alberta. And so why not convert that? That's a full recycling of the waste. And There are technologies I can get into detail here if you want to, but full recycling of nuclear waste is an enormous amount of energy there, both in Canada and globally. And so that's another potential solution through the next generation reactors. And I saw people were talking SMRs and so on. That's all promising pathways. There's one that rarely gets talked about. This is the notion of continent-wide large-scale electricity trade as a way of optimizing, in fact, a strategy for decarbonization. What do I mean by that? How do we do it? In essence, you simply look at the regional disparity of cleaner energy sources that are already there and ones that are not. And if you have a power grid that can actually arbitrate across the high carbon, low carbon resources, and here is Canada, advantage of Ontario and Manitoba and others to be able to actually trade electricity on a continent-wide basis, and you can do decarbonization cost effectively. So that's another idea that we worked on. Here is one that is not talked about, study in the Canadian Academy of Engineering, not done by me, Pierre Gingras, the Chief Geotechnical Engineer of Hydro-Quebec. And there's the Mackenzie River Hydroelectric Complex, massive. There will be very little environmental impacts in terms of if you build these hydro plants because of the natural geography of the steep banks and so on. And you can actually generate, I believe it's 13,000 megawatts of energy that would decarbonize Alberta and Saskatchewan at one go without any further debate in terms of. Okay, so there are interesting solutions. I pointed out to Mackenzie River Complex, hydro as one, but hydro potential in Africa and other places being studied fairly closely as well. Carbon capture, sequestration, and storage, I am very, very skittish about this. This is a fool's errand, if you wish. CCS makes some sense in some limited situations, but CCS as a strategy for enhanced oil recovery is a complete fraud. And that is something we should not allow governments to spend money on trying to get CCS in terms of trying to extract more oil. That's just a complete, and this is the most significant project in Norway that was considered, and it's now going on for 20 years. You lead the latest results of it, is not going to be an answer, and the International Energy Agency has pointed this out as well. Last point or two, so I'll be finished in my time. The notion of carbon budgets and fossil fuels as stranded assets, I think is now also well established and recognized. We have plenty of fossil fuels. We could just burn the planet before you know it. Oil, gas, and coal, we got massive amounts. If you burn all that, the emissions that you would release is in the order of 3,100 gigatons. And if you look at the climate science, there are the budgets kind of put you at different temperature levels in terms of how much carbon you can actually emit, and you're looking at 1,000 gigatons, and so much of it has already been used up. So these are your carbon budgets. What does that then tell you? Okay, so the energy transitions will also cost money, and this is in the order of $90 to $100 trillion, $3.5 trillion per year over the next 30 years is actually quite a manageable amount, and one can get down these various scenarios to be able to do that. Come to my final point. Of course, climate remains the disruptive force. Energy transition to a cleaner economy is actually possible, and $3.5 trillion investment on an annual basis is actually fairly trivial when it comes to the global picture. And the notion of innovation and new solutions are also quite credible. But here is our national challenge, and I think this has ramifications beyond energy transitions into, and you're already seeing it, Alberta and its constitutional desires and so on, that we rely on today on oil and gas, fossil fuel resources to drive the Canadian economy in a way. And there is emerging a world where the stuff that is being produced in Alberta, not because of Mr. Trudeau's tax or any of that, but the marketplace will give it a signal. And when you have enough EVs, which are now taking off, that the demand for oil collapses, there is an enormous ramification here in terms of what will happen to both Alberta and the Canadian economy. So let's watch out for that and begin a transition in a more sensible way. Time scales, can fast things happen? This is last picture or two just so. Columbus Circle, New York, Fifth Avenue looking down, year 1900, all you got are horses, not a car in there, and 10, 12 years later, not a horse in there. So you think the EVs might just about do that to the ICEs? Maybe, maybe not, but I think we're on that path where we're beginning to see a massive uptick of the electric vehicles, and therefore perhaps no more need for Alberta oil. Anyway, that's a provocative statement, but there is much going on here in terms of what I have to say. I ran over 2 minutes, I'm sorry. Okay.
We'll come back. So I think how we'll run this is I'll introduce each of the speakers who will give a presentation, then I'll invite all the speakers up to the stage, and we can hopefully have some discussion and some questions. But lots of food for thought from Jatin and his usual tour de raison of energy and sustainability. Our next speaker is a colleague of mine at the School of Environment, Enterprise, and Development, Professor Jennifer Lines. Jennifer's work focuses at the intersection of sustainability and marketing. She does work on consumer behavior, on different kinds of marketing around sustainability and green marketing, as well as working with a variety of different end users around sustainability in both the energy but also in the arts sector. So when Jennifer does research, she gets to hang out with musicians. When I do research, I get to hang out with lawyers. So her life is much more interesting than mine. So Jennifer, I invite you up to the stage. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you. Thanks for the introduction, Neil. And I'm happy to be sort of sandwiched in terms of speakers between Jatin and then at the end, Royden. Jatin because he was such a foundational part of WISE for so many years. And then Royden and I go way back to my early days at Waterloo when I was teaching our capstone course in environment business, and we worked with the Waterloo Alternative Fuels team on the eco-car competition, and that was a great partnership. So today I'm going to talk to you about encouraging behavior change in energy marketing, in energy transitions, and what I call marketing for sustainability. So it's a term that I've coined, and I'll tell you a little bit more about that as we go through it. So basically, you know, we've got lots of changes to make, and we're kind of at the beginning. We need to get over that hump and try to diffuse innovation in energy transition so that we can stop climate change, basically. Okay, just to quickly go over my background to see where I'm coming from. I worked with a lot of energy-related organizations such as Reap Green Solutions, a project called Reduce the Juice, which focused on empowering teenagers, high school students to try to get their communities on board with energy conservation. Efficient Brisbane, which is a project way back in the early 2000s in Brisbane that I worked on with Brisbane City Council. And the Ontario Power Authority, used to do a lot of work with them when they had the Conservation Bureau, and I kind of missed that because they were doing a lot of great work related to developing electric personalities and marketing segmentation and so forth. Yeah, and also currently working with the Program of Applied Research on Climate Action, which is part of the Privy Council, and we've got a lot of exciting behavior-based projects there. So as Neil mentioned, I do some work with the arts, with music, but also transportation, electric vehicles, housing and construction, local government, and retail. But all of this is focused on marketing and behavior change. Okay. So I'm going to start with my takeaways of what I want you to come away with in this presentation. And the first one is behavior change is embedded in the IEA's scenario for net zero emissions by 2030. So it's an important component of it, and we really need to look at how behavior change can be used more effectively as a tool in this energy transition. Number two, behavior change initiatives need to be paired with product offerings and services that resonate with consumers and businesses. Number three, there are many barriers to adoption of low carbon behaviors, and we need to figure out how to work around those. Number four, young people in Ontario are less knowledgeable about energy issues than before. Number five, social norms can be a powerful tool to create systemic change. And then finally, if we use this lens of marketing for sustainability as a foundation, we can really push the energy agenda forward in terms of transitions. So just quickly, I pulled up the 3 different charts from the IEA's scenario of how we get to net zero emissions energy by 2030. And this is the behavior-based component of how we can work towards that. And phasing out internal combustion engines, as Jatine mentioned, to reducing space cooling, which is surprisingly such an important issue, especially with the amount of energy that's needed, the energy demand for Ontario. If we could work on getting people to reduce their air conditioning use during the day in the summer months, it would really have an impact on our load. So important component. All right. So behavior change initiatives need to be paired with product offerings and services that resonate with consumers and businesses. So I've got a few examples of what not to do. Houses and housing designs can be aesthetically pleasing and functional and energy efficient. It's rare that we actually have these 3 things come together. If you look at design shows, they've got the aesthetically pleasing, but usually not environmentally friendly. A lot of the new developments that we're seeing, they're focusing on design features over energy efficiency. Electric vehicles, not a lot of us probably want to drive a vehicle that looks like that. Not just for the look, but for the practicality of if you've got 3 kids and a dog, things like that. So we need to design things that are going to resonate with consumers. And part of the issue right now is that, say with electric vehicles, if I want to have an electric vehicle as my primary vehicle, it's really hard to get one that doesn't cost $100,000 and is able to fit my family of 5 and the dog. So we need to make sure that what we're offering is also what the consumers are demanding. And the products need to work at least as well as their conventional counterparts. So I've got this picture of the low-flow shower head that's kind of trickling out water, which is sort of an example from the 90s of when they had low-flow toilets and low-flow shower heads. They didn't work as well. Contractors hated them. They still think that they don't work well, so they won't install a lot of them. So these are things that we need to really focus on the design aspect, and that's where all engineers come in making sure that the design aspect is resonating with what the consumers want and having those conversations that cross over. Okay. There are many barriers to low carbon behaviors. And I'm going to talk about one of them related to electric vehicles, which I've done a lot of work on what we call mystery shopping. So mystery shopping is basically acting as a consumer who wants to buy something in a store or in a retail environment or a car dealership. And the focus of this was trying to figure out what are consumers being told in different scenarios if they're trying to purchase something that's green. So for electric vehicles, we looked at 70 dealers around Ontario. And we were looking at the interaction with the market intermediaries, so the sales associates, and what kind of information were they providing to the consumers that were potentially buying an electric vehicle. And we found a few things. First of all, in 70% of the dealers that we went to, there was no car to be seen, so they couldn't look at an electric vehicle or they couldn't test drive it, which is kind of difficult if you're going to spend like $50,000+ on technology that you might not be familiar with. That could be a big barrier. So there was that, and then we also found out that from the salesperson's perspective, it took them 2 to 2.5 times longer to sell an electric vehicle. People had more questions. They wanted to know about charging. They wanted to know about, battery life and so forth. But they're not getting any more commission for selling an electric vehicle over a regular ICE. So there were a lot of deterrents, and we presented these findings to Plug and Drive, which is an advocacy group for electric vehicles in Ontario. Cara Clareman took those findings and ran with them and created the Electric Vehicle Discovery Center. Has anybody been to that in Toronto? Okay, one person. Okay, if you ever want to test drive an electric vehicle, this is the spot to do it, because I think they have like 40 different types of electric vehicles that you can test drive. Unfortunately, they don't have Teslas. They have Teslas you can look at, but you can't drive them for some reason. And they also have an electric vehicle from 1908 or something like that. What was the percentage of electric vehicles on the road in 1914? So Jatine, you mentioned that there were vehicles on the road, but in New York City, which is interesting, how many of those do you think were electric? 1914, yeah. Not quite, it was a third of electric vehicles, which is a lot higher than what we have today. The technology's been around for a long time, and so we have to look at some of the other barriers that are preventing us from, getting to that mainstream adoption. Starting with things like the charging infrastructure being the same. So it's not like the Apple Android scenario where you've got different charging infrastructure for different vehicles. But anyway, there's this Electric Vehicle Discovery Center in Toronto, and it was a great example of how you can take barriers to behavior change and try to develop some strategies for overcoming it. So you can go into the Discovery Center, talk to somebody for 2 hours about electric vehicles. You have advisors on site who aren't trying to sell you anything other than answer your questions. So it provides a sort of neutral ground to talk about it as well. Okay. Number 4, young people in Ontario are less knowledgeable about energy issues than before. So as I mentioned, we've been doing work with the Ontario Power Authority, or we had been, and we started that in 2007. So we did a survey with teenagers, but their attitudes, awareness of, and behavior related to electricity consumption in Ontario. We repeated it 2017, and we repeated it again last year. And one of the things we're finding is that they're actually less knowledgeable than they were before. And I think in part that is related to, at the time when we started, in 2007, there were a lot of conservation programs, and they were aimed at younger people as well, specifically in Ontario I'm talking about, because that's where the survey was done. And that's kind of gone by the wayside a bit over the years. But particularly with this example here of the energy mix, there's a lot of misinformation. You'd be amazed at how many teenagers think that coal is still a major source of energy in Ontario. They think that nuclear is a small part or maybe a medium part. Hydro, it's sort of hydro and renewables and coal. So there's some information that we need to get straight. And these young people, and these are the people that are making future decisions regarding energy. Right? So we have to start, not at the bottom, because they're not at the bottom, but in early years. Okay, and social norms can be a powerful tool. So 2 pictures here. One on the left is, the pre-COVID, everybody walking together in a crowd. You would never imagine that you could get millions of people in a very short period of time to be walking with masks on, but in certain scenarios that will work. And that was sort of an emergency scenario, but there's other examples as well. This is a music festival. I often ask my students, what do you think this is a picture of? On the left, and they usually say some sort of landfill, but is actually the end of the Glastonbury Music Festival in the UK. And that's what the waste that was left behind. The example on the right is another music festival in Australia. And what he has on the table is all of the waste that they found on the ground afterwards. So two of the same types of events, very different outcomes, social norms, and infrastructure played a large role in that. We also saw before the pandemic, I was excited to see, I'm not going to pronounce this properly, but Fligscam and Tagskriet, which is Swedish for flight shaming and train bragging. So in Europe, they actually saw numbers decrease in the amount of people that were flying and increasing in the number of people that were taking the trains. And a lot of that was sort of the Greta phenomenon of how she was trying to influence people because she never flew and she would sort of like shame people for flying unnecessarily. So it was making a difference. COVID sort of changed that, where we had nobody flying, but then everybody wants to get back to flying and seeing people again. But another example of how social norms can be impactful. So there's lots of ways that we can feed the change from an individual level, which can feed a social movement, feeds systemic change. It can also go the other way around. There's lots of different tools, shifts in social norms, policy, and technological innovations, and they have to be used together. So if we're looking at, consuming less, downshifting, minimizing, or buying, using smart, ethical, low-carbon stuff, so to speak, we kind of need to put those things together, and that's what I call marketing for sustainability, which is green marketing on one hand, of looking at mindful consumption and greener products, and then social marketing, which is behavior change. And if we put those two things together, we can create environmental change. If we just had one or the other, if we just have products, but we don't have the desired behavior to adopt those products, or if we have the behavior but the products aren't there, sort of like we're seeing with EVs, when it's really hard to get an EV right now, especially in your price range, then it's harder to create that change. So if you liked this, I have another sort of 6 things that I'd like to talk about, which I'm not going to get into today, but it's 6 things that we need to get right to take action on climate change, and I'd be happy to talk more about that with you at some points. And yeah, that's it. Great, thank you.
Thanks so much, Jennifer. I feel better that we have 6 speakers, knowing that 6 seems to be the magic number. And our third speaker of 6 is Professor Olaf Weber. Professor Weber is a professor at the Schulich School of Business at York University, where he holds a CIBC chair in sustainable finance. He may be a familiar face to many of you because he was a longtime professor here at the University of Waterloo in the Faculty of Environment. Olaf is one of the world's leading experts on sustainable finance, where his work looks broadly at the financial sector and its interrelationship with sustainability, looking at banks, financial performance, and the role of different voluntary and regulatory mechanisms in promoting the financial sector to become more sustainable. I'll just invite Olaf up to take the podium. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Neil, for the introduction. Thanks a lot for having me, though I'm not at Waterloo anymore. So I want to talk about sustainable finance for a just and equitable energy transition. I don't talk only about energy, but some kind of broader sustainability issues there. And I think it's important, listening to the earlier panels, a lot of great ideas, but who has the money to finance all these things, and finally we have to implement it. It's nice to have some kind of research projects, but at the end we have to have the money to implement all these things. So I start maybe with good news. So this graph shows global financial assets and GDP. So you see there's a lot more money around than we earn by working. So it might not be a good story for those that are working, but it's a good story for us. So we have a lot of finance available. And the right one, the other graph shows a similar one. That's just for Germany over time. So we see since the 1970s, and that's the same for the global picture, we have an increase in financial assets. And so that means, in a way, we have an abundance of finance, if you want to see it like that. So we have a lot of money that's available to invest in good stuff. It's not always done, but might be in the future. So there's a lot of money available. So, but generally, what is the connection? We discuss about sustainability, energy, and all these things, and finance. So if you look just at the small portfolio, so that's the university pension fund. So most of you have some money in there, or hope to get some money out of that in some years. I do as well. And so what we see there, so we have a good amount of oil sand exposure there in investments. We have about 2%, nearly 2% in total percentage exposure, 3.25% in equity exposure, so not all the pension is invested in equity. We have a lot of money even in the top 200 GHG emitters, so a lot of investments in these companies as well. And that's not only Waterloo, that's all the pension funds, more or less. You can analyze, and in fact, Waterloo got much better. So again, we have more than 2.6% exposure there and 5% of equity exposure. And this is kind of a general, picture. So that's not particularly bad or good. So that's kind of the general distribution. Usually, you can kind of think about it's the same amount of the GDP contribution of a certain industry that we are invested in. And that's all of you. You are invested, you have a pension, you might have RESP, whatever else. So you contribute a lot to things that probably you don't like if you do research. So if you work for clean energy, for renewable energy, but still a lot of your money goes into fossil fuels and non-clean energy. And so just another picture of that, and it might readable. So you see a lot. There's a nice list of banks and how much they invest in fossil fuels. Of course, a lot of our Canadians are in the top 29, 30 rank as well. But what I think is kind of interesting is that in 2015 we had COP21. Everybody subscribed to that and signed that off. And still, what you see there, not all of them, but many of the banks increased, in fact, the investments in the fossil fuel industry. So you think about, okay, 2015, that's a signal. They said we contribute to, mitigating climate change, and now we change the way of what we finance. And what you see is kind of sobering. It's not really happening. And there's a little of that, but not a lot. And so again, a lot of money goes into types of energy that we not really want, at least those that are in the room. But how are you affected by climate change, and what is the financial impact of that? I got that from a recent conference I have been. So by 2025, the Canadian economy will be slowed down by 25 billion per year because of climate change. What is that? We had this year the biggest fires in BC, huge amount of money that has to be spent there. So, and these are examples for that. So we have impacts on insurance contracts. If you want to have home insurance in some regions, you have issues there. So that was half of the GDP growth gone because of climate change. So if you don't do anything, this will continue. So BC alone spent $1 billion because of the wildfires this year. If you calculate that per person, then it's about 700 worse off because of climate damages. Think about one example, and it's probably not that dramatic in Canada, but in Florida, the average insurance for homes went from $3,500 to $12,000 in 1 year. So that's the 700, so that's one part of that money that you have to pay. Interestingly, Canadians will spend 12% less for energy if they move away from fossil fuels for homes, vehicles, and businesses in the future. So that's a good news. We know that if you have install a heat pump, you have costs now, but you have less costs later. And so we are affected by a transition in a positive way as well. And a lot of money, 1.7 trillion, I think that's IEA prediction, is invested in clean energy. So great great opportunity, great economic opportunity that we have there. So climate finance is, there are a lot of risks, but there are a lot of opportunities as well. But what must happen is, and we have that for the Sustainable Development Goals, we have seen we have a lot of money, we have a lot of things to do, we have to change, because it looks like it doesn't really happen so far. And so from a United Nations report, we see that multilateral institutions need to adapt and reform. They have to collaborate to finance sustainable development and also an energy transition. We have to think about, how we rearrange sovereign debt of countries, and I think today there was a good news that finally they came up with $200 million for the, for the fund for developing countries. And so, but we have to think about how can we address that in the future, and think about 200 million, I'm right, it's million, not billion, right? It's 200 million is great news globally. Think about it, and that's nothing. 200 million globally, it's financially, and that's the start for this fund. And I think only in Canada, only the funding for heat pumps and house insulation is 2.5 billion. So think about how long we need to structure things. So we definitely have to work on that, work on these things. We have to work on national frameworks to support development plans and also the transition plans. So is there an idea in Canada, for instance, how exactly we want to finance that transition to a low-carbon economy? Rather not. But we have to work on that stuff, so we have to figure out how we do that. We have to shift to a more long-term way of thinking, of course, also by the private sector. We have to come up with regulatory frameworks as well. The big thing now is, for instance, in the financial industry, is standards and regulations for climate-related financial risks. If you go to banks, to managers there, ask them, what is the big thing you're working on? That's what they do now. There's some legislation, the EU started, some others as well started to put in regulation on how to manage financial energy risk in the financial industry. And so that's a big thing, and we have to continue with that. And so, of course, and that has been mentioned before as well, not to do something, of course, will impact the financial industry as well. So stranded assets, Jatin is still, he mentioned the stranded assets, and that's a big thing. And so we have to work there. So, however, there's a financing gap, and I've mentioned before, we need 2.5 trillion for developing countries. That's for the Sustainable Development Goals. There's something now discussed with the first 200 million. We need trillions annually until 2030 to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. However, governments might be able to provide half of them, maybe 80%, I guess rather half, given all the things that happen currently. But we have 290 trillion. So if you work in a field that is helping the energy transition or sustainability transition, try and convince those that have the money. Compared to that, official development help is 142 billion. We're talking about billion and trillions here. Private sector financial development, financial investments, global investments is 500 billion, but we have a very low amount of money flowing into least developing countries, and I think that's something, and I think Jatin, Professor Nadwani started this Energy for All initiative, and that's something very important. If we want to have an energy transition or sustainable development, we need to address the needs of developing countries as well, and I think that's kind of under-researched, and there's not a lot in these fields. On the other hand, many countries have to create bankable projects and good governance, so it doesn't help only to have a good ideas. Let's plant some, let's build solar panels in the desert. It must be a project that someone is willing to invest in, because the risk is manageable in a way. So we have to figure out how to do that. So what can we do to support SDGs, or let's say energy transition? I think the first one is we have to reduce to finance what prevents achieving the goals. We pump a lot of money into into still conventional energy as subsidies and whatever, and I think we should just finish that. You know? Let's take that money and do something, something that makes more sense. You know, SDG 13, climate change, but still we invest a lot of money into fossil fuels. And then, of course, increase financing what helps to achieve the goals, sustainable innovation and infrastructure that helps with the energy problem as well, circular economy, low carbon energy transition as well. So I think that's important to see, okay, what can we do there? And I think there's a lot of things that can be done. So also you can maybe think about, yeah, that's all nice, but why should someone do that? The financial industry wants to make money. That's what they are there for. But for some studies with it, it's actually provides pretty good returns. So on the graph with the red and black, so what you see there, that's the share price development of the TSX 260, Canadian stock index. The red one is the conventional one, and all the black ones are those that have less of the fossil fuel company or related companies as investments. And what you see, you have a higher risk-adjusted return. You make more money. You know, that's a story you can tell someone, okay, if you divest or if you remove money from these high-emitting industries, you make more money at the end. And that's a 10-year period, and you can go, I have colleagues that I think started in 1929 or something, and it works. And the other graph as well, so we analyzed some of the biggest US pension funds as well, and again, we have cumulative returns over 10 years, and obviously the green one is with less emissions and less fossil fuel industry. And again, you see, you make more money. So even if, as a beneficiary of a pension fund, for instance, just if you, from a pure financial perspective, you can ask them, you know, do less fossil fuels, do more other types of energy or other investments. And even the last 3 years when we have this kind of return of the fossil fuel industry because of the Ukraine and other things, they didn't overperform. So still, you are fine if you are not that much invested in the field. And so based on that, there are tons of different sustainable financial practices, so, and most of them are either focusing on risks and others on opportunities. But let me assure you that many of them address the risk of stranded assets, that address the risk, the problem of fossil fuels, a phase out in the future, and that they try to do more in green investments and lending and investing in this field. And the good thing is, 5 years ago, you couldn't really discuss with the financial industry about that, but now, from a risk perspective, they are so afraid that something happens to them because we have the transition, that they really start addressing these things. So from a pure financial perspective, they are interested in investing more in green, reducing fossil fuel exposure, even if you see the figures in the beginning that really didn't show that, but there's a slow change, and they are, in the meantime, really interested in financing and supporting transition to clean energy and other sustainable projects. So I want to finish with that. So I think there's a really high impact on the financial sector on sustainable development. Don't underestimate that. So at the end, someone has to pay these things, and we have to ask, you know, we have to figure out where the money comes from. We have two things. So on the one hand, there might be good business cases of investments in clean energy. Usually a transition is a good sign for an economy. That's the best thing what happens, you know, because then you need investment. So that's usually a good thing. So there's a business case, but there's also a sustainability case. We know that the financial industry has to do more for sustainable development, to support sustainable development. We have a big diversity of sustainability activities in the financial sector. I think it's everywhere, lending, investing, risk management, everywhere. It's around everywhere. We have risks and opportunities. Interestingly, they are more open to address the risks because that's what really hits them at the end, but I think now it's a good time to address these things. And of course, we have an increasing connection between climate change, energy transition, and the financial sector. I just recently talked to one of the big Canadian banks, but that's everywhere. In the meantime, they have employees that are climate modelers. They don't know anything about banking, but they have about 3 to 5 people doing climate modeling because they want to know what happens in the future, because that might have an effect on their financial performance. And I want to finish with these conclusions, and thanks a lot.
That was great, Olaf. I'm always impressed with the clarity in which you can explain a really wide range of really important issues. So thank you. Our next speaker is Sarah Birch. Sarah is a professor in the Department of Geography and Environmental Management and is the Canada Research Chair in Sustainable Governance and Innovation. She's also the Executive Director of the Waterloo Climate Institute. She is a lead author of the United Nations Sixth Assessment Report of the IPCC, and she's also led input into the development of Canada's first national adaptation strategy. Sarah is also a member of the Royal Society's College of New Scholars and was named one of Canada's top 40 under 40 and one of Canada's Clean 50. So she's a busy person, but always an interesting and important speaker. So I'd like to invite Sarah up.
I'm very much no longer under 40. Just thought I'd throw that out there, but thanks for mentioning that, Neil. Thanks for having me, and thanks to those of you who are here. You know, I think you're kindred spirits if you're here through the full day and interested in digging into the human side of the energy transition. I really look forward to the discussion following the talks today. I heard some things that I really want to pick back up on. So let's see if this works for me. Hey, okay. So I have a very interdisciplinary background. Some days I'm a political scientist, some days I'm a human geographer. All of the time I'm a sustainability scientist. That's a field. But I work a lot on the design and implementation of climate change interventions, sustainability transitions policies from the global level on down to the very deeply local. And what I'd like to do today is to pick up on some threads that I heard from Jatine, a couple things that I heard from both Jen Lyons and Olaf so far, to set the stage in terms of where we find ourselves. As you heard, the 28th Conference of the Parties to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, that's COP28, starts today in Dubai. It goes on for the next 2 weeks, and this is kind of the global international negotiation on climate treaties, on climate progress. And it's always, I was at COP27 last year in Sharm el-Sheikh, Egypt. I'm thankfully not going this year because it's a bit of a circus, but it's a really important year because this is the first time since the international community signed up to the Paris Agreement on Climate Change that we're looking down the barrel of the first global stock take. So like, how far have we come? How much progress have various countries made towards the targets that they've set or failed to make? So it's a bit of a look in the mirror for the global community and for Canada in particular, and we're not looking so good. So I'm going to talk a little bit about how we're doing and where we need to go. And then I'm going to kind of flip the page to some work that I and my colleagues are doing to think more holistically about the transition or the transformation that is underway. Working on climate change and energy transitions is only one set of priorities and goals that I think collectively matter to us. There are many other challenges that are urgent and in dire need of innovation and collaboration. So we work a lot at the intersection between issues like biodiversity and the energy transition, and social justice, and clean air and water, and all sorts of things. So what does it mean to spark, to foster, to accelerate a transition towards fundamentally sustainable, low carbon, resilient development pathways that do all of those things? So that's kind of what I'm going to talk about today. Okay, so first off, what do we know? So I was a part of I really want this to be higher, but it's just not going to happen for me. I was a part of the 6th assessment report of the United Nations Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change. So this, as you all very well know, is this enormous global collaboration. It takes about 4 or 5 years for scientists nominated by every member nation of the United Nations to get together and assess the state of the science and social science on climate change. It's an incredibly onerous process, more rigorous than any other scientific process I'm a part of. In my working group, which was the one on reducing greenhouse gas emissions, I think 16,000 scientific papers were read. We had to respond line by line to 60,000 reviewer comments, rebutting or accepting every single one of them, passed through many, many drafts, all to make it onto the international stage and feed into global treaty making. What did it tell us? Number one, over the last 10 years, we've seen the highest emissions in human history. So back to Jacin's point, despite all of our talk and lots of technical progress, we remain in a world in which emissions are higher than they have ever been. We are not on track to limiting warming as we promised under the Paris Agreement to less than 2 degrees, or even in an ideal, it's not ideal, still really sucks, but anyway, better than nothing, 1.5 degree world. We are not on track. However, there's a whole lot of howevers in the messaging from, thank goodness, from this last assessment report. 10 or 15 years ago, if you were looking at projected levels of warming, we were collectively talking about what does a 4 degree world look like? What does a 5 degree world look like? Unbridled climate change. Those high-end scenarios are increasingly looking much less likely, and globally we're on track for about a 2.7 degree world. Not great, calamitous impacts. We have seen the hottest summer on record, as we heard, fires, heat, all sorts of stuff happening here in Canada and around the world at about just over 1 degree of warming is what we've already experienced. So, that progress is enormous. It should be celebrated. It's not sufficient, but that's been a heavy lift, and it needs to continue. So the other flip side of the coin that I am heartened by is that over the last 10 years, the IPCC finds that there is now real evidence of sustained greenhouse gas reductions in some countries. We didn't have this before. We didn't have evidence over many years that aren't associated with like a financial crisis or a global pandemic of seeing greenhouse gas emissions steadily tick down. What that means is that there's a couple dozen countries that offer a pathway forward to the highly industrialized, wealthy, high emitters. There are other countries in the world that have always had low emissions for various reasons, many of which should have higher emissions, in fact, right, in order to offer the citizens of those countries a reasonable quality of life and stable food supply and heating and cooling and such. But nonetheless, we have this evidence, so there's a roadmap to follow. We also now have many of the solutions, most of the solutions in every sector that we need to at least get to our 2030 targets of reducing greenhouse gas emissions by half. I say this because there's no excuse for like waiting for some, technological innovation or dramatic invention to change the game. The conversation for the last 20 years has been that the technologies we need to at least get the first chunk of the way already exist. So this brings it back to Jennifer Lyon's points about shifting behavior and the infrastructure that support the use of those technologies. The IPCC finds that lifestyle change this is the worst phrase ever because it kind of brings to mind like herbal tea, I think, and yoga, but nonetheless, lifestyle change, which means the decisions you and I make, what we drive, what we eat, how we live, this kind of thing, can provide up to 70% of the emissions reductions that we need, but you and I, as individuals, are locked into high carbon pathways for a whole lot of reasons, like the building codes to which all of our homes are built are not set stringently enough so that we move into homes that are efficient and off fossil fuels. Like, in order to afford a home, you have to live really far from where you work or where you play, and then you have to drive if there's no mass transit or safe, active transportation infrastructure available to you. So in some ways, you are locked into these, we're not equally locked into these high carbon pathways, but there are forces of inertia behind our current emissions pathway. So the solution to that, the IPCC says, is policies, improved infrastructure, and technologies that enable the behavior change that is required to reach our targets. Okay, so this is kind of the state of affairs globally when it comes to what is needed and whether or not we are on track. So let's bring it home a little bit. We just had a report come out a couple of weeks ago from the Environment Commissioner reflecting on Canada's own progress and saying the findings are that Canada is dead last among the G7, among our wealthy counterparts, the US, the UK, Japan, Germany, France, etc. I'm missing one or two. We are dead last among the G7 in terms of our progress to reduce greenhouse gas emissions. We are the only one among the G7 whose emissions have gone up since 1990, not come down. They have gone down since 2005. But if you go back further, our emissions have gone up about 13%. 1990 being significant because that was the baseline greenhouse gas reduction year for the Kyoto Protocol, which is the treaty that preceded Paris. This report expects that we'll get about a 34% reduction in our greenhouse gas emissions here in Canada by 2030. We promised a 40 to 45% emissions reduction here in Canada. So we're not going to meet our target, quite likely. 34% ain't bad, though. I would say that, I mean, it's not enough, but it is significant progress, and a lot of policies, federally on down, take time to bear fruit. The carbon price, if it stays with us, is one such thing. We put in a price on carbon, it's at a relatively low amount, holy goodness, and then so that people don't totally freak out, and then each year it goes up slightly, and it has to reach a threshold, at which point it actually starts to trigger more behavior change. So a good example of a lag effect there. And we have a suite of policies nationally, some of which I've been involved in, like the National Adaptation Strategy, which is our national plan to protect communities and our economy from the impacts of climate change, that are geared towards addressing this. But we have had deeply mixed success in Canada and a long history of setting targets and failing to meet them. But nonetheless, my sense is here in Canada that the transition is well underway. It certainly is globally. And I would also just ask us all to pause and collectively challenge the notion that we are an oil and gas-based economy. I know that's the story we tell ourselves, and oil and gas extraction, production is worth about a little more than a quarter of our total greenhouse gas emissions. But the oil and gas production sector offers about 5–6% of our national GDP per year. It employs between 200,000 and 300,000 people. 10 times as many people work in healthcare, 5 times as many people work in restaurants and accommodation than work in the oil and gas sector. Like, yeah, we have an identity problem here in Canada. Okay, so this is where we are. This is roughly where we need to be, or some version of this: compact, complete communities, nature woven throughout our cities, access to mass, public, and active transportation, production of renewable energy replacing fossil fuel sources, etc. But how do we get there? There's so much behind an image like this that we need to sort of tease apart. I'm going to zoom in on a group of folks that we haven't talked about yet today, I don't think, probably earlier today, but not yet this afternoon, which is the contribution of small businesses. So there is enormous benefit from working with large, high-emitting companies and large value companies to shift their emissions pathways and direct investment the way it goes. But the majority of people who work in the private sector in this country and most countries actually work for small firms. There's thousands and thousands and thousands of them. And coordinating them and getting them, building capacity among them to transition towards a low carbon resilient economy is mighty tricky. So I'd just like to show you a way that I and my team are working with small firms on sustainability transformations. That's a bit of a divergence, I think, from the discussion so far, but I hope provide some food for thought when it comes back to your own research agendas or your own interests. So this is part of a project called Transform. It's a 7-year-long project, and we're actually in year 6. We have partners in Sweden, Germany, the UK, the US, Australia, and Canada. And we've been learning from small firms all around the world about what they've done to transform their operations, their practices, towards more deeply sustainable practices. And after we learned a lot from them, we then built a model where we sent out a call for teams of small firms and civil society folks to come to us with an idea for a sustainability experiment that they wanted to do, something new that they hadn't done before. And over the course of many days, and then ultimately many months, we took their idea and worked with them to flesh it out into a path, into a sort of pathway map that they could follow with each step in the process. Along the way, we've supported them in thinking more transformatively. So how might they scale up and out and deepen their idea? What other actors, like civil society groups, governments, competing or collaborating firms, might they partner with to make the idea more impactful? They fleshed out this plan, they built in costs and timelines, and then shared it with us and with each other. We gave them a tiny little bit of money to go and do the idea. And so now we have teams of small firms in all of those countries I just mentioned, and a whole bunch here in Ontario, that are doing something new. And we're supporting them as they do it, we're monitoring as they go, and we're learning about what it means to shift a small firm towards a more fundamentally sustainable development path. We have examples from the construction sector. We're sector agnostic. We work with all types of SMEs, small and medium-sized enterprises. For instance, construction firms that are working to build a circular economy so that the waste from demolition turns into streams of inputs to new builds. But then there's all sorts of supply chain issues. You have to have a place to hold the stuff. You have to have a market for the stuff. You have to have procedures to sort the stuff. So we're working on supporting a firm that's doing that, connecting them with another like-minded firm in Guatemala that wants to do the same thing, and they're doing peer-to-peer learning. We've worked with restaurants, all sorts of tourism-focused companies that work on coastline protection and nature-based solutions and all sorts of stuff to do these sustainability experiments. The takeaways that I want to leave you with from our experience working with these small firms is that sustainability transformation, so this deeper shift, not just doing less bad, reducing our emissions by 5% or improving our, water use efficiency by 20%, but actually shifting towards regenerating nature, building firms that are socially inclusive, that are resilient to change, because we know we're already in a time of change and that's just going to increase. This transition is a deeply social, deeply political, and behavioral process. Even the technical parts are actually social in my mind underneath. What kind of work gets funded? What kind of work gets investment? What ideas are thought to be too wacky or too, out of our frame of reference to pursue? Those are all, to me, very human questions. We have found transformations towards deeply sustainable, low carbon resilient practices to be multi-level processes. Every level of government has a role to play, has tools at its disposal, policies it can implement to support the process and build capacity. But this isn't a task of individual behavior change, I'm afraid. We've tended towards wagging the finger at you and I to fly less, to drive less, to change our individual behaviors. Those are drops in the ocean, in my view. Deeper policy shift changes the playing field for all of us and can trigger that sort of collective transformation. In Canada, we are not reaching our greenhouse gas reduction goals, but that's not all that matters to us. We're also living through climate change impacts right now and will continue to in the future. We're also facing a biodiversity crisis and lots of other things we want to deal with. We are very far from building interventions and policies that look at the connections between those issues. So in my view, the most exciting work is at the interconnection between looking for those synergies. How can we reduce carbon and improve biodiversity at the same time? How can we reduce carbon and enhance employee retention and social inclusion in our companies at the same time? So those synergies and trade-offs will be, in my view, key to a deeper sustainability transformation. So with that, thank you all for your attention. I look forward to the question and answer period.
Thank you so much, Sarah. There's so much there, and I think we can look forward to a really interesting discussion on such issues as scale and leverage points and how we shift. So I'm looking forward to that. Our next speaker is Kumaraswamy Poonambalam, who is a professor in the Department of Systems Design Engineering. He has had previous appointments in a number of other institutions in Chennai, India, at the University of Toronto, University of Ottawa, and in the Netherlands. His research interests include design optimization under uncertainty pertaining to issues in civil, chemical, and electrical engineering, and his work is very interdisciplinary, working in the application of intelligent systems across a variety of fields. And I welcome Kumaraswamy to address everyone. Thank you.
Hello. Well, the good news is Sarah was before me, setting up the stage for transformation. The bad news is that now I have to follow her exciting talk. I'm introduced as professor from System Design Engineering, which is still the place I work. But what I'm going to do today is probably, you would think, doesn't sound anything like from my department. But you're wrong. We always take pride in thinking far ahead of others. That's what we claim. Everything I say here is a current activity in my department. That is the thinking of our department. I'm just giving a little bit of what we are thinking. So, yeah, my title is We Need Transformational Changes to Transit to a State That Guarantees Sustainability. And in the bracket I wrote, and equity, even though sustainability includes the definition of equity, but I don't think many people actually recognize that well. So I just keep saying it to make sure that that is remembered. Well, I'm saying at least 50% here won't like my talk. In fact, I don't like either. But given the state of the world, I don't know what other choice we have. Also, this is the last number you're going to see in my talk. I'm usually a numbers person. I do want to advertise my colleague Priya Sivarajan at the back. She has a poster at the very corner with lots of numbers. You would love them. Please do visit her and ask her difficult questions. Now, I'm saying if you consider yourself an economist, I know there's some of my friends here, plug your ear for a minute. Or close your eyes as well, because we have slides these days. my daughter Kumari recently quipped. You might meet her in this meeting sometime. Dad, just like we laugh at alchemists now, in future, we'll be laughing at economists. I'm letting you think about it. And then my son, who's about 9 years younger than her, said, we laugh at them already. And I mean, they are obviously in their 20s and 30s, so they are a lot less impressed with economists, even though myself, my colleague there, and many other colleagues, we all teach economy to our classes. And we will talk more about it as the talk proceeds. Okay, it's simple definition. I mean, I know I'm in the panel as well as in the conference that's talking about transition, but of course, transition to where? And also, I mean, transformation is a much broader fundamental change that we want to actually transit to or transform to. So let's see, I think as you noticed in the previous talk and some other talks, you know, doing 10% increase here, 5% decrease there, 28% here is not going to change our life, unfortunately. Okay, what do we mean? What can we do about it? Well, we are going backwards in some sense or forwards in other sense because you did see Sarah saying we needed transformational changes to move to a better state, so that is going forward. But a lot of the things I'm going to talk about is actually I have gone through in my own life, in my, say, grandparents' village. So there's none of this that I'm going to tell you is actually something I have not gone through in my own life. So it's not totally utopian. So here I'm saying, so let us move away from societies whose wants are supplied. In fact, not only supplied, we are even generating these wants by all this stuff like advertisements and so on, to such societies whose needs are supplied in an equitable manner. Why? Why should we do that? What's in it? Well, I don't know if you can read from far. Needs are bounded, but wants are not. You know, if you're Bill Gates or me, like poor guy, generally we can only consume over 2,000 calories a day, okay? We probably need about a 6-foot tall or long bed. I don't know, I think Bill Gates and myself are not that tall. Probably we don't need that long either. There are a lot of basic needs. It doesn't matter who you are. You're a king, you're a queen, you're in the, you know, whatever job you're in. Generally your needs, personal needs are the same. Yes, there are certain things that needs to be a little bit different, you know, that we should be thinking about, but generally the needs are the same. And more important, needs can be met sustainably, but wants cannot be, because wants have no bounds. There's no way we can meet sustainably our wants. And of course, as I said before, yeah, people say, well, I live in this cold country, you can't tell me I should have the same energy per person as a demand as somebody in the tropics. Yeah, I understand those things. It's not a big deal, okay? There's some variation, but we can figure that out. We're not that dumb. We will do it. So we talk all the time when we talk about sustainability about more production, better production, and so on. I feel we are not going to do that well. I mean, you already saw that yields are coming down and so on, so on. That's not going to be able, we cannot do that without even more resources, which makes no sense because we are already hitting the resource availability. So stop talking about more production, but definitely talk about better distribution. Move away from production to more equitable distribution. So I'm not talking things that has been done. It's not like I'm talking things that somebody in this world hasn't done. I go to Netherlands often, so I have a much better sense of how that country is. It is a Western country, so it's not you know, highly utopian or in any sense you should think of, but it still can do things that we can't is like, for example, they have really good livable cities, which supports huge amount of population with a lot less resources that they consume than us, okay? So, and also very much more equitably than here. So there's equitability there, as well as comfort is there, and able to support huge amount of people in a lot less space and with a lot less resources. So I don't know how many of you know that Netherlands actually is second most food exporting country in the world, okay? I don't even know how they do it. I'm sure there's a lot of resources that they're using that probably we shouldn't be using. So Earth has enough food. I'm just talking from the point of view because food is, of course, is the most fundamental need. Of course, to produce food, you need water, energy, and so on. But there's enough food already. That's not the question. Surely there's, just by stopping the waste, there's a huge amount of savings there. But more important is that our distribution really is horrible. Within a country, within a city, within a region, between countries, it doesn't matter what scale you take, we don't have great distribution in a sense of equitable distribution. Well, in fact, just recently, one of my PhD students finished some work looking just at Newfoundland and Labrador, which is a province that is kind of always in flux, of course, highly dependent on natural resources and so on. We looked at it as a possible place to study things like degrowth, green growth, all these new terms that try to sort of go the other way from being growth dependent as we have been for the last, 100 years, let's say. So we can do degrowth and actually get better. Enough of this trickle-down economy. This is a horrible thing that's been sold to most poor population in the world who elect leaders who try to sell this to us. So it is not possible that everyone will get what they need by trickle-down economy. We really need to have a much better way of training people for whatever they like. Of course, nobody wants free things, or nobody should get free things. But if they don't have training, how are they going to even get their ability to earn the money or earn the food or earn the energy they need? So we have to target people in a much better way than we normally do. So there is no sustainability without equity. Why? Well, it's not hard to understand that one can make one region or group sustainable while dumping the problem on others. That's what we've been doing for a long time. Even today, we produce plastic waste and dump it on other countries. We have a clean environment while destroying others, but you thought that's where it stopped. You're wrong, because we do get it back with unclean ocean and unclean air, and of course, diseases. Because we are now Earth that it's very hard to separate one person from another. We have a lot of contact between various people on the Earth. So anything we do badly, it comes back to us. Which is, in some sense, is the decolonization idea that we have been proposing. But here, of course, we're saying decolonization helps the colonizer in the sense of pollution and dumping pollution on others. So let us stop this inhuman practice. I mean, Canada is, with their mining industry, they do a lot of these dumping problems on others, but we live happily here. So, of course, we already know from history, before colonization, there were conquests, but very rarely huge resource transfers from one place to another. That came only after colonization. So it was possible, of course, with colonization because you can have this cheap labor, which is slave labor, and then you can do transfers that was completely unreasonable. Because most of the time we used labor in the past to sort of feed its own community, but with the colonization, it completely changed the idea. And of course, that also led to much of the social degradation. I mean, I come from India where 200 years of British rule basically told us that we were nothing. We were kind of useless people. We didn't know how to take care of ourselves. But just before the British came, India had quarter of the economy of the world, and everyone went to India. Columbus tried to look for India. But then after British left, all Indians thought we were the dumbest people on earth. And that came purely from colonization. Well, I think we already heard about how we need biodiversity and cultural diversity. Of course, easily the first is accepted, but second is, the first is also destroyed by the growth-based economy because biodiversity doesn't seem to have immediate benefit. So the need for second is not well understood, not well studied, but I think we can kind of transform the same idea from biodiversity to cultural diversity, and we can see that there is a reason for this because more robust systems are from diverse systems, not from everybody think the same way, right? Then it doesn't work. So the cultural diversity gives us time to think differently because we are not always right at all time. Start teaching the young, of course, and provide new opportunities. Of course, we heard that from some survey, at least the young seem to be behind, which I'm kind of hard to believe, but anyway, if it is so, it's our mistake. We should be teaching them many things. Of course, many of these are things that we learned from old societies or societies that everyone had, even here, 100 years ago. A society that was built on need more than wants. And of course, economists often emphasize speed, and the speed, one of the tools for emphasizing speed is discount rate. And I think we saw some discount rates today with like 8%, for example. If it's 8%, people who get costs in about 50 years, their cost for us today is nothing, okay? So the discount rate easily can distort the future problems that we should be considering now. Well, we do have a proposal to do something called sustainability engineering. I don't want to read through it, but the idea is that it's putting together all this in an engineering setup. How are we going to do all this? That's a huge challenge. So we are looking at it. We can talk about it in any discussion that comes later. Well, I am going to end here. To be honest, I do like my current style. I love to be how I am now, but I know it's not a sustainable one. Also, there is no way my current lifestyle will be possible or feasible for my grandchild. In about, 20 to 30 years, she won't have the ability to support herself in the same way I'm doing. I'm already seeing that with our children. That's why they say we already laugh at economists, okay? So I leave here with this thing to think about your grandchildren, your neighbor, your other country person, none of whom we normally think about. Thank you.
Thank you so much. A lot of food for thought, and thank you for, I think, bringing a focus back onto some important ethical issues that I think all of the presentations have raised. And batting in the cleanup position today is Professor Royden Fraser. Professor Fraser is a professor in the Mechanical and Mechatronics department here at the University of Waterloo. He is a member of the Society of Automotive Engineers, the American Society of Mechanical Engineers, and a lifetime member of the Sanford Fleming Foundation, and is the current Professional Engineers of Ontario president. Professor Fraser supervises the University of Waterloo Alternative Fuels team, and I think in a way that represents the best of the University of Waterloo. Through that vehicle, provide students with a really rich, research-focused, hands-on, real-world experience in engineering. and those experiences that he passes on to his students are matched with his research, which also is very much focused on the automotive areas among other areas. And so I welcome Professor Fraser to the stage. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It's kind of interesting to be the last speaker speaking on more of the social side when I'm really an in-depth engineer. However, I started to put together the talk, and what I discovered was it was so easy to put 100 slides together, and I hadn't even delved into it. And so and what I heard today, I'm going to just recap a bit of what I've heard, very small amount. The previous session, the recap is this. There are so many questions I have, so many that we could spend another day here, but one I'll just pick on, batteries versus case, the efficiency. It's case specific, pun intended there. There's a lot of case specificity in the behavioral side, the engineering side. And I'm just going to go over the previous speakers and tell how I'm actually not going to say anything new. It's going to look new, but I'm not going to say anything new. When Jatin got up and presented, he presented stats, some of which I have here and are reflected. I'm going to state them in a little different way, but it's there. Sarah and Jennifer, awesome. When they talked about the behavior side of things, it is so key. And I'm going to talk about that. I'm going to use vehicles, by the way, as my platform, as you'll see in a moment. So maybe I should put the title up there so you know where I'm headed. Sustainable Energy Transition Viewed Through a Transportation Lens or a Vehicle Lens. But Sarah and Jennifer, and there's some great comments there about one of Jennifer's was focus on design, and I'll talk a bit about that. It's integrated into his talk, and you see the overlap. And then we had Panu at the end, I'm going to say, has a bit of the sort of engineering punchline, if I could say I have a punchline. It's not really, I have any jokes or anything here. And then Olaf, I have to say, is very encouraging. The economics is always difficult for the engineers to do. And it's very encouraging to know that there's a tool out there in the economic side investment. I will look at my portfolio tonight to see if I can make a change there to help with sustainability. All right, let's dig into this presentation though. And I'm going to just start with a bit of history and how it relates to the technological side of trying to reach sustainability. This is just a picture showing the various evolution of the alternative fuels team. There are basically different competitions. The first one was propane, second one was ethanol. Before that there was methanol, which is not shown. After that we went on to reformulated gasoline, and we went on to hydrogen, and then we went on to ethanol again. And now we're on to a pure electric vehicle where it says equity mobility at the top. What's the point? There's no magic bullet power-wise. That's one magic point. If I walk through this, ethanol, all these competitions, by the way, predate what you're going to see on the road or in the consumer market. So this is sort of a cross between competition and research. We have graduate students working on this at the same time. But we had propane and ethanol. That was the alternative fuels trend of the 90s and why it's called the alternative fuels team. I should call it the University of Waterloo Alternative and Autonomous Fuels and Autonomous Team, but we just haven't gotten around to changing the name because automation and is so important today. And then we had the fuel cell, 2005. We're working on fuel cells. You don't see those cars out there yet. They're going to be out there. They're out there in Japan some. They're part of the hydrogen economy, if that's the way we're going to go. And you've heard about hydrogen earlier today. That is a way to go. It's sitting there on the edge, right? It didn't take off at the speed it was expected. Nothing takes off at the speed of expected, if I want to actually put another sort of key message in all this. Then we get to the plug-in hybrids. The first hybrid I had a team built was in 1992. That's even predating all of this, all right? So the ideas are around, but they take time to be integrated. And I'll make a comment about hybrids. When you hear all these commitment to electric vehicles, I'll pick on California. Commitment to electric vehicles by 2035, that's all that's going to be sold. There's a little asterisk star at the bottom. Plug-in hybrid vehicles with large batteries count, right? So you still get the gasoline in there. And then the connected vehicles, and then the equity and mobility, and that goes to the behavior side. This is the first competition now that we have the Cadillac Lyric here, it's pure electric, where I have 2 PhDs from psychology actually working on equity, diversity, inclusivity, specifically with regard to the team, and I have projects related to that in engineering design projects. So it's really important to affect the behavior through your designs and that. So that's just a little bit of background. It's not really any of the key points. So now let's get into some of the points. So here's a brief history of the automobiles. First they're luxury items, then they become mass produced in the 20s. The war comes along and really puts a hold on automobile development, but the 50s and 60s, and you get all the stylish cars you could recognize from 2 blocks away is the year and model of a car. They're so distinctly different. You get into the 70s where you have the oil crisis and fuel economy comes in, and the 60s and worried about people growing up in the 60s, they'll start working about the environment, so emissions comes in the 70s. Through the 80s, again, efficiency is still there because of the oil crisis and that. We work through alternative fuels, as I say, which again is related to the environment. Lightweighting is a part of emissions fuel reduction. But now we have the solution of electrification. I'm going to say these are all solutions. Each of these decades, these were identified as solutions. But we kept changing the solutions, or they're being only part of the answer. And I'm going to focus now on electrification because we've heard a lot about that. It's like, yeah, let's do that. All right? So let's take a look at electrification. Again, I said this is just a different angle on a lot that's already been said. So 2020, Ford announces 2050 net zero target for all their vehicles. They're not going to have any vehicles. They're going to have a net zero for their vehicles. 2021, November 10th, all new cars will be net zero. This was agreed at COP26. We now have COP28 coming up, so let's see what happens. But this was by a declaration. So that's agreement by all the bosses on top, right? Now we've got the people who actually buy the vehicles. Same time, reaction from the automotive industry. These are just headlines from newspapers and articles. Top automakers won't commit to selling only zero-emission vehicles by 2040. A complete same day, right? Reaction to that. And then just this month, and I could have picked off other headlines, Ford hits the brakes on a $12 million in EV spending because EVs are too expensive and they're not selling the way they expected, et cetera. And Ford 150 electrical has cut off a shift and the like. Okay? So it's not all good news. It's reaction to the behavior of people and how they buy and what they buy and why they buy it. Right? And then you have this, again, this is from November 28th, so just yesterday. Again, you could pull these off. I could have done this talk last month and pulled off something similar. The point is, this is the new ultra-low emissions zones in London and how only the rich are going to be able to get into London now with their vehicles, and those who are poor and have older vehicles are not going to be allowed in. You have to own the more expensive vehicles, those $75,000, $50,000 to $100,000 electric vehicles. So I don't want you necessarily to stand up unless you're feeling exhausted. Let's not stand up because we're in a virtual environment here, but imagine you're standing up. And I've done this once before at WISE, and if you've seen it before, I've changed some of it, all right? So now, I want you to sit down if the following applies to you. You drive an SUV, van, or truck. I sat down. So just to realize this is nothing personal, I've already sat down, all right? You regularly exceed the speed limit by 10 kilometers an hour. Sit down. You own 2 or more cars in your family. Sit down. You use the drive-through at a restaurant. Sit down. Air conditioning was mentioned a little earlier. Air condition the entire house continuously. Sit down. Own more than one computer. Sit down. Trade cryptocurrency. Okay, I put that in there for the economic one. Okay. Sit down, and sit down big time with that one. And on the next one, you better sit down big time too. Have never thought about cloud computing energy use. It is enormous. So sit down and sit down fast. Now the point is, and I told you I sat down right away, we love our energy, and there's good reason for this. We love our energy, and we generally consider environment to be secondary impacts. And this goes to the behavior. How do you change behavior when you're loving your energy? It's priorities here. And just to give you an example of how much energy we use about 13,500 watts or 13.5 kilowatts. That's continuous power consumption, by the way, which is equivalent of going to Canadian Tire, getting 4 lawnmowers, running them in your backyard per person in your house, so 16 lawnmowers for a family of 4, filled up with gasoline, running 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, every hour of the day. And you do that for everyone in the country. And that's the energy consumption we have. It's huge. Right? You just don't see it because of the transportation and the construction and in the background. Now, why do we love our energy? Well, this is the simple connection. Energy connects to GDP or connects to standard of living. It's a simple graph. And the only time in recent history that we have changed our behavior is in 1973 with the oil crisis. And that was because conservation was a tool sitting in the background. You could say a bit of a solution. Didn't solve the problem. It actually made us more brittle to changes. It's actually worse in that sense, but it did reduce the energy. Now, I've got a list here, and I'm not able to go through all of this. I'm glad to answer questions on this, but let me just step through this a bit. Here are the barriers as an engineer working on transportation I saw to sustainable transportation. And this is not coming from any social science background. Our love for energy. The economics. Well, we know the cars are more expensive. I went back to 1979. The Ford Foundation had these energy realities. And if you look at number 1, we're not running out of energy, so there's no crisis on energy. And that's, right? And I go back again to 79. I use these old references because there's nothing new. And we need to change behavior, and we haven't really. Okay, we got Schnur's, and it's from paper by Schnur, H. Schnur. Anyway, if you take a look at that paper, it has to do with risk assessment. We're really bad at it. It has to do with ignorance. I could show you things, and I'm going to do by the end of my talk, I'm going to do those first 2 things very quickly for you from a vehicle perspective. Global warming, it's a barrier. It's a huge barrier. I listen to the radio all the time, and all our warm weather it's great. If I was listening to the radio and saying, is the weather bad or good, the warm October and November, they were great from everything I hear. We're sending out messages there, right? And the growth versus the environment, growth wins. We just have to look at the current immigration policy in the country and the housing and why that's there. Then I have something from the ecological side of my work. It's called the window of vitality in ecology. I call it the window of viability as in engineering terms. I didn't bring it with me. I should have. It would be a great thing to show. But if you go back in time, BlackBerry came out with something called the Playbook. It's essentially the iPad mini. But the problem was, it was before its time. Because if you read the articles, it was scoffed as the most silly sized item no one would ever want to buy it. But once Apple came out with it, it was wonderful, right? The timing and the marketing has a lot to do with things. And that's what the window of viability has to do, is timing of things and what your commitment to efficiencies and the like. Tragedy that comes, won't talk about, it's always talked about when it comes to these things. Significant use limitations, I am going to finish probably my talk on that one. And there's a bonus item. I'm not going to get to it, but I always ask the question, this is the design question. What is the biggest problem? Right now, well, I'm not going to give you an answer to that one. I'm going to leave that one. Okay, so I'm going to skip over a couple slides here and just do 2 things to end up the talk. I'm going to talk about our risk assessment. So I was designing fuel cell vehicles. When you talk about hydrogen in the car and you think about what's the hazards, Hindenburg usually pops to the mind, or burning hydrogen, right? So, as engineers, you do experiments. You see, what's safe and what's not safe. Gasoline car here on the right, hydrogen car on the left. Hydrogen disperses, hydrogen forms jets. You wait for some time. Which car would you rather be sitting in an accident, stuck in your seatbelt? Right? Risks are relative. You got to understand what's going on. I'm much more fearful of electric cars. much more fearful. And when I talk to my students, because with hydrogen, I can have an alarm, and when it goes off, I run away. With electricity, if there happens to be a ground fault or something, I touch it, I'm dead, and I don't even see it. So we're much happier with electricity because we can plug in the wall at 120 volts, but cars are running at 400 volts, and you can maybe get 120 amps through you, and you only need fractions of an amp to kill you. So, okay, the second thing, this is the last thing I'm going to present in terms of topic, is just to consider things when it comes to vehicles. Here is miles per gallon per year. This is the U.S. This is U.S. data. Okay, miles per gallon per year for the fleets in the U.S. And since 1980 to just before 2020, it's basically just continued on from here, going up a bit. It's got a slight increase or increasing dramatically. Now, why is it steeper after 2004? Does anyone know the answer? Electric cars. And they are, let's keep going. It's electric cars, but let's just keep going. Remember that. All right. 1988 to 2004, this kind of flat period, it's going up. Remember, engineers are doing a lot of work in the background. We're doing efficiency, lightweight. We're doing a lot here. You saw the history. We were making huge improvements here, I'm going to tell you. The engineers were not idle during this time. All right? But the real world fuel economy, right? So let's go back here. This is the miles per gallon per car sold. Something's holding back all that development by the engineers on just per car. And then when I look at the fleet, this is a fleet number, it's even worse. The fuel economy got worse. And it wasn't until 2017, I think it was, that we had the fuel economy that we had in 1980. Anytime between there, our fuel economy was worse. What's going on here, right? Okay, well, first off, bigger vehicles. We love big. Big is good, right? More trucks. 2000 is a key year because that's the year trucks outsold cars. And now today, how many sedans are on the road versus SUVs and trucks? Okay, so I'm going to just note this is increasing further. Here's the key point. It's not what you expect, right? It's not what you expect. You have flat fuel economies, but you have, you have real world fuel economy increasing per vehicle, and you have the total oil consumption remaining constant. This is called Jevons paradox, and this is where I'm going to end, is on Jevons paradox, which I said I'd just get through those first two items on the list. Jevons paradox is simply this. Technology is not going to save you. Behavior is going to defeat efficiency improvements, such that so usually it's neutral or it gets worse. And then we have to ask why and how can we design around that and make changes around that. All right, well, thank you very much. I have another 100 slides, but of course I don't have them here today, and thanks.
And it looks like Claudio has a, thank you.
My question, I'm Eric Stevens. I have a question here for Dr. Punenbaum, and maybe Dr. Weber might be able to give some input on this as well too. One of the things I notice is that economically speaking, we use gross domestic product is often the common metric for how to measure economic output. Do you feel that there's a better way that maybe takes into consideration human waste or human wastage that could do that? Because what's measured is what's acted upon. So is there a better economic output or better economic measure that we could use that could lead to more sustainable economic growth?
The short answer is yes, yeah, because as you said, it also has negative impact. So if you have an earthquake, it contributes to GDP, because if someone dies, it contributes to GDP. So yeah, and but we have these indicators now, carbon intensity, per income and stuff like that. So there are new models for that, and you can, yeah, but GDP is still, it's simple, and everybody understands what it is. So, but there are other ways to measure it, and probably GDP is not, from a sustainability perspective, not an ideal way.
It's on. It's on.
First of all, oh, okay, sorry.
Okay. Yeah, I kind of want to follow up Olaf's answer in the sense, because I do like numbers. So on the other hand, what economy in the economics most of the time was doing was trying to keep everything that is sort of bad news as externalities. So we didn't take those into consideration almost from the beginning. Like, so I don't know if that's one of the reasons why our emphasis was not taking a big picture view. It was taking much smaller picture view. Like, for example, you know, of course, engineers help the economists. You told me to not keep the pollution here, just dump it somewhere else. I put a big chimney, right? So now we know that because economists are happy because the pollution goes somewhere, it's not going to affect my profit, I'm fine with it. And engineers are happy because they got paid for building the biggest chimney. So we do have to think much bigger picture view than what we've been doing. So if you want to do it only quantitatively.
Can I just add a quick thought? I'm good, I'm all set, thanks. I also think GDP isn't the only problem. Even our desire to price everything is so misleading. And so the number that you gave, Olaf, not to pick on you, but you gave a number that climate damages cost each Canadian $700 a year. That to me is deeply misleading. So if I paid $700, is everything fine? Like, you know, I'm being facetious, obviously. That doesn't begin to cover the tipping points that are being crossed, irreversible losses that couldn't possibly be compensated for by those payments. So while I understand the instinct and the logic behind what is measured is managed, I think we have to be very cautious about this sort of broad brush of price and money being the single way that we estimate the value and communicate the value of something. Thanks.
Thank you. I had a question and comment for most of you brought up the issue of behavior. And fully agree, I think we need to all change our behavior. Very difficult to do, and it could be very costly too in some cases. In my case, for example, I totally changed my energy use to electrical. I decided to do that, and it was a very costly decision. However, I invested on it. At the same time, my behavior, I drive a smaller car, etc., but my behavior from what Roydon was saying hasn't changed much. I still drive fast, I still do many of the stuff that Roydon was mentioning there, right? So here comes the question. Sarah brought this up. I mean, well, okay, fine, I can convince myself that I have to change my behavior. I don't think it'll change. But nevertheless, if I have a motivation to do that, if I have a structured regulatory system policy, I think it will have an impact on my behavior. And let me give you an example of what is happening with electric vehicles. Right? Electric vehicles, if you are in a neighborhood in which people don't have an electric vehicle, you can double the size of your pan. I just got to pay for it. If we are in a neighborhood where everybody has an electric vehicle, I cannot put an electric pan. This is happening in Toronto. The utility come to me and say, no, if you want to do that, you have to pay for the transformer. And that will change my behavior. So I think that is the issue of the carrot and the stick. And I would like you to comment on this issue of how to induce these behaviors. What is the way to do it? Because if I do it by myself, I don't think it's going to happen. If somebody comes and tells me, well, you got to pay for this.
Can I say something? Hello? Yes. Hi, that's really an interesting question because we we're all kind of the same humans in the sense we like comfort, we don't want to let it go. So I tell you this little story that everyone probably knows, but I will ask you a solution for it. The story was that once a king asked, he wanted to check how honest his citizens were. So he told everyone in the middle of the midnight of, I don't know, new moon, everyone should come and drop a cup of milk in a big pot he put outside the door of his palace. So to see how, honest his citizens were. And of course, as you can imagine, the next day comes and it's mostly water. Because you can imagine that everyone thought that they would be the only one throwing water and the rest will be throwing the milk and they can escape from that. We're all like that, right? But I think, like Sarah said, it's good you have individual, wish to do changes, but that's not going to change anything. So now my question is, if you were the king and you want to make sure that people would actually drop a cup of milk and not try to cheat with water, what would you do? Remember, this is not like high-tech solution. Although there is definitely some need for something important that we try to do even today.
If I could add to that, there's a couple of things. First of all, in terms of what you're talking about, I think Royden called it the Jevons paradox. I refer to it as the rebound effect of you change the technology, but you might increase energy consumption, or you feel less guilty because you're all electric. So the way sometimes we can mitigate that is, if you want to get technical, it's with psychology. We have the injunctive norm and the subjective norm. So the injunctive norm is basically somebody saying to you that's a good behavior or bad behavior. So the example is O-Power. We all have energy bills, probably that you've seen, that says this is how much energy you use in relation to your neighbor. If you use less than your neighbor, you might actually start using more, and the solution for that is actually the injunctive norm, which is like if you put a happy face beside that, say you're using less energy than your neighbor, and you have a happy face, just going back to kindergarten, that might be enough to mitigate that behavior. So that's one solution, is how do we use that injunctive norm to get you to reduce your behavior. But there's a lot of other things at play, and when you talk about electric vehicles, I think we focus a lot on trying to get people to buy electric vehicles, but that's not actually the problem. There's problems with charging infrastructure, there's problems with the electricity grid, if you've got new condos coming in and being built and they don't have the infrastructure. There's so many things at play there that we have to address and sort of look at all those barriers and how they connect.
So just one other thing to add. So that's great that you're I've heard a little bit about the transition that you've been personally undergoing with your own energy system, and I think it needs to be dead easy and not require much in terms of heavy mental lifting for most people who have so many, either little interest, and also, the single mom with 3 kids and who's struggling to put food on the table it just doesn't have the bandwidth to do the math or the resources. So it has to, there has to be an equitable and inclusive approach to ensuring that everyone comes along with the transition. I would just say, a couple of you have used the word comfort. I don't think we love energy. I think there's this great sociologist, Elizabeth Shove. I encourage you to find her work. She says that humans want comfort, cleanliness, and convenience. They don't want energy per se, right? They want those things, and those are wants. There is unbounded levels, I guess. Maybe not unbounded cleanliness, but anyway, unbounded levels of convenience and comfort. And so how we supply those needs, is a bigger conversation about what the impacts of that supply is and who benefits and such. So I think it's just important to think about what we're actually demanding of the system and how we could find other more sustainable ways to meet those needs.
Okay, so I think we have time for just a couple quick questions. So maybe we'll take a couple questions in a row. So we'll go here, and then we'll give the panelists a last opportunity. So please go ahead.
Yeah, so my question, first of all, thanks for this presentation. It's great to see a non-technical aspect of the energy transition. My quick question is kind of the idea that one of the slides was mentioning not using scare tactics to push and change behaviors, and also a lot of younger crowds also don't see a point in changing their behaviors because they see these companies emitting way more greenhouse gases, than their individual contributions do. So how do we convince those people, those citizens, to change their behaviors and with a sense of urgency without scare tactics?
Thank you. And I think we'll just take one last question, and then we'll give the panel the last kick at the can. Yeah, let's hear both questions. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, well, I just want to say, first of all, I really enjoyed listening to the presentation about the human elements of it. I think that's a critical part of the success in terms of moving towards a more sustainable economy or supporting our decarbonization effort. So I'm part of the infrastructure part of this whole paradigm. And we have been making investments to support this energy transition, right? Like we've been modernizing our system, we've been enabling capacity to bring more load for electrification. But on the other side of the equation is there's a cost, right? There's a cost, and it comes in the rates that our ratepayers have to pay for that infrastructure. How would you position this to convince ratepayers who are currently already not the happiest about having to pay the rate that they have to pay for let's say, the cost of energy, to support paying a little bit more to get the infrastructure we need to support a sustainable economy and also our decarbonization effort? So that's sort of my question there.
Thank you. Jen, do you want to start, and we'll just go down the line?
Just in terms of abandoning scare tactics, like when you look at the news, it's all doom and gloom, and we're going to 3 degrees, or the scientists have just said this, and that is actually having the complete opposite effect, where it makes people like just paralyzed. We don't know what to do. It's such a big problem. So I think we need to reframe the messaging to what you can do. And even my own kids, who are very well versed in this, they come home, they hear something on climate change at school, and they're like, I have no idea what I can do as an individual. So we need to make it almost in bite-sized chunks that, okay, if you do this, then it will make a difference. I think with all these doom and gloom messages, it just seems too overwhelming, and that it's already too late. So I think we need to change the dialogue on that. And in terms of young people, yeah, I think it's empowering them, which is a lot of the work that we do, is like how that self-efficacy of like, you need to feel like you can make a difference. And so keeping going with that. And there's an interesting behavior change campaign that was the most effective like behavior campaign for smoking in the 90s, and it was called the Truth Campaign. And they focused on making youth understand that they're being manipulated by tobacco companies. As opposed to saying don't smoke, it says you're being manipulated by these companies, and so let's change your behavior from that. So I'm not going to go into depth, but it's a sort of an interesting example of how you can get youth involved by changing the dialogue.
Maybe I just can add, I don't know whether that's the right question, or the right way to address that. If we go back 20, 25 years ago, there was the big problem with the lead in the fuel, in the car fuel. Was a big problem, the forest or whatever. There was damages. Do you think we could have done a campaign for behavior change to solve that problem? What we had was regulation. You have a catalyst in the car, or you can't drive. That's it. So I don't know if we really think it's a dramatic situation now. We have climate change or climate crisis. We cannot think about what kind of campaigns, or how do we change or how do we do behavioral change? If you get up in the morning, the first half hour in the day, you make 20 decisions that have an impact on climate change. So you can't do that. And I think we just need stronger policies and to address that. address that problem. And then, of course, we need these investments in infrastructure, and I think I showed the negative effect of climate change. If we don't invest, we can just, then we need the money later to repair all this stuff, you know. So we can think about, do we do it now, or do we spend it later and have a worse outcome of that?
So generally, I would agree with Olaf that, and this is why I refer to like building codes and transportation plans, urban zoning, like these are big collective policy decisions that change the game for everyone. However, putting my political scientist hat on, you can only top-down command and control regulate so much before you lose your next election. So there does have to be some, you know, coming at this from both directions is really important. And the one thing I would just say that we haven't heard as much about today is that I don't think it's just young people. I think it's people, like, let's just say Canadians. I wouldn't speak for other countries, but we are, I think, collectively, like, hungry for a vision of what a sustainable, resilient Canada could look and feel and function like, and ways that addressing climate change would make our lives better in other ways, not just on the energy transition side, but our physical health better, our cities more beautiful, our kids healthier, whatever, like all of the things that we care about. So those are the solutions that are really exciting to me, and that's the story I think we're kind of missing a little bit.
This is going to be from a perspective that is not based in biology, but based in engineering design. And from what I view, and this is just me personally viewing this, so this is not any expertise speaking, there seems to be three things that influence my behavior. One is my human nature. If I'm hungry, I eat. Another one is my peer pressure in my family. So if there's certain cultural norms I'm expected, I tend to will go along with those. And the third ones are crises. If there's something that's critical and I have to deal with it, I deal with it and I adjust. And I'd use the oil crisis as just an example on the large-scale energy side. So I think those are the three main things that affect at least my behavior, right? And you know, and then from that, I start asking myself, so what's the underlying problem we have? And again, this is the design approach. What is the problem? And the answer that I currently rest on, and I'm not firmly here, but I've landed pretty solidly, is that we have within most of societies, most of the cultures, a belief in growth. And that itself, I called it a belief. And once it's a belief, you can't actually argue with it. And it's not easy to change. And people will actually resist peer pressure when they believe in something. And so I asked the question, are we actually fundamentally tackling the problem, or are we just tackling symptoms with all the solutions we hear? Again, I'm just taking an engineering approach to this. It's not my transportation side. And if I go back to the Brundtland report, which defines sustainable development, firstly, I won't say it defined it entirely, but it presented it to the world, right? Essentially, it's talking about what you want and what you can get and that. That report was bought in by everyone because it was everyone coming up to the same standard of living. Essentially, it's everyone coming up in this idea that growth is going to save us. Growth is going to reduce our population, right? Because we see in developed countries the population goes down. Growth, growth, growth. So I'm going to say at this point, my summary here is, are we tackling the problem? And once we can agree on the problem, then we can start finding maybe more direct, quicker, and permanent solutions. Otherwise, we're just dealing with symptoms, which is not bad. That's how medicine's worked for years and years, tackling symptoms without actually knowing what the problem underlying it is.
And I think you have a... I think we're running up against Claudio. So I think I'll just draw things to a close, and please join me in thanking the panelists for what I think was a really rich and interesting discussion.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Neil, for your help with managing this session. Thank you for all the presenters and all the speakers throughout the long day. I know that we're coming to a long day. There's some food on the back if you want to help yourself before we close this event this day with a presentation of our speech from our partner, Susan Kearns. She's an aviation academic with a focus on education and improving pilot performance. Her research explores how to optimize the next generation of aviation professionals by analyzing processes to attract people to the field of aviation. An accomplished educator both in the classroom and through electronic courseware, she has taught thousands of aviation professionals worldwide. She's a former airplane and helicopter pilot, and is internationally recognized within the aviation industry, as we have witnessed, in fact. Dr. Kearns is an author or co-author of 6 books, including the textbook Fundamentals of International Aviation, which is used around the world in multiple translations. In 2021, she founded the Waterloo Institute for Sustainable Aeronautics, our partner, by the way, with WISE. Very much happy to be part of this partnership. A research institute at the University of Waterloo, which he leads as its director. WISE includes more than 70 faculty members, including me, and has a mission to become the world's leading hub for sustainable aeronautical research, technology, and education. Please welcome Susan. Welcome to you. Looking forward to your presentation.
Thank you. So I have really good news for everybody. Good news is my keynote will probably be 15 minutes and not 30, so you're welcome. I think I'll get us back on time. Thank you so much to WISE for the invitation to be here today. I'm going to tell you a little bit about what we've been working on in WISA in partnership with WISE and a little bit of the background. So before we get started, I'm going to tell you who I am. So unlike, I think, so many of the experts that we've had the privilege of learning from today, I'm not an expert in energy. I was a kid who grew up with a passion for aviation and a passion for flying. I started flying airplanes when I was 15 and helicopters when I was 16 years old. And this newspaper clipping is from when I flew a helicopter to my grandparents' front lawn, and I landed in front of the lawn when I was 17 years old. And just in case you're curious, the reason why there's a black box in the corner is because that's not related to me, and it says that. So I've been told, cover that up because it's distracting. So that's not related to me, but just a little bit of the history. I don't know if you guys have had the chance to meet many aviation people, but aviation is something that they often describe. Actually, the description is that you smell the jet fuel and it gets into your veins and it becomes a part of who you are. And interestingly, and I guess that does sort of have energy implications, but people really do define themselves as aviation people, myself included. So I've been an aviation professor for 20 years. I started at the University of Western Ontario. I was there for 12 years, and I've been here for about 8. And my job at Waterloo for most of that time has been supporting what I consider to be the greatest group of students at the university. These are our student pilots. So I know Waterloo's famous for a lot of different things, but Waterloo actually has Canada's largest undergraduate pilot training program. So we take in about 120 aviators every year, and over the course of 4 years, they will graduate with the piloting credentials they will need to go into the airlines. And as you can imagine, I feel like I have a lot in common with these students, and I really do feel like it's a privilege to have the chance to teach them. But something happened that had never happened to me before, right before the pandemic, and it was these students. I was teaching my first year class, and at the end of the lecture, a group of them came down to the front of the classroom, and they said, other students on campus are giving us a hard time, and they're criticizing us, saying, why would you be passionate about aviation? And just as a side note, you'll always be able to tell my students, because they wear aviation shirts every single day by choice. Like I said, it becomes a part of who they are. And people were criticizing them and saying, you know, you're a part of the problem. The aviation industry is a dirty industry. And sort of like equating aviation to like alcohol, tobacco, or firearms, like one of those industries everybody's sort of embarrassed to be affiliated with. Now, at that time, I've been a part of aviation for more than 20 years. I had never heard that said to me from anybody else in the industry until it was the students. And the students really had one sort of resounding message, which is, can you love aviation and the planet at the same time? And the reality is that we didn't have a really good answer for that. So pre-pandemic, if I was to go to an aviation conference and talk about sustainability, I would literally be scared because I know that audience would not have any desire to talk to me about sustainability. It was counterculture to aviation. I studied at one of the biggest aeronautical universities in the world. It's called Embry-Riddle Aeronautical University. It's like a whole campus of pilots. There's like 30 guys to every girl in the entire campus. It's attached to the airport, so you can like literally walk between math class and flying. But I didn't have one class on the environmental impacts of aviation in all of my studies. I don't think it existed on the entire campus. And so I think it's created a whole generation of aviation experts who have very little understanding of the environmental impacts of the industry that they're in. And then the pandemic hit, and the reality is that the industry was hit incredibly hard, like many sectors of the world. Aviation was decimated, right? Like we all lived through 1 to 2 years where all of the aircraft were sort of parked and waiting for the world to start up again. And we started seeing that the rise of the flight shaming movement. And so when you think about these young student aviators that I teach, also on a side note, it's probably the most expensive program at the University of Waterloo because flying costed an additional $100,000 over those 4 years, so huge financial burden. And I started to see actually quite clever advertising that is associated with the flight shaming movement. And the reality is that while the general public has a point, aviation industry contributes negatively to the environmental impacts. It does have a serious impact. It's one of the probably the most impactful things an individual can do to increase your personal emissions in a given year. But that being said, a lot of people look at aviation and are inspired by aviation. It's a source of innovation and inspiration. And so we started seeing a lot of these ads with these flight shaming billboards. And when the pandemic hit, a lot of my time during the pandemic was on really questioning what the university like Waterloo could do to support and be in service to the air transport sector to create a more sustainable future. And when you look at sustainability and the definition, or a definition, the reality is that, like from my perspective, I looked at it from the opposite side. As I said, what did I think were the 3 biggest threats facing the long-term viability of air transportation? And I defined those as personnel shortages. Even today, we have widespread mass shortages of every professional group in aviation. The rapid evolution of new technologies that threaten air transportation systems, everything from cybersecurity implications to 5G technologies which threaten avionics systems. And then the third, of course, being the increasing emissions, the environmental impacts of the sector. When you look at those align with the 3 pillars of sustainability: social sustainability, economic sustainability, and environmental sustainability. So from that framework, I started talking to faculty across campus and was really grateful to receive support, and we put together a proposal for WISA. We didn't steal the name from WISE, it just great minds think alike, I think, so it's very similar. But it's the Waterloo Institute for Sustainable Aeronautics, aeronautics being aerospace, aviation, and space. So that was approved by the university in 2021, and we launched in October of 2021, so we've been operational for about 2 years. Since the very beginning of WISA, we've been really proud to have a strong partnership with WISE. It's really clear that the energy implications for the future of environmental sustainability and air transport are probably the biggest hurdle that we're going to have to figure out if we're ever going to achieve net zero. We also had a really strong champion, so Dr. Paul Parker, who I know has had a long history in WISE. He came on board with WISA very early on, and he was our associate director in our first year. Paul Parker as well, you may not know, even though he's known very well on campus as a sustainability researcher, he's also a champion glider pilot. And gliding is actually a very sustainable form of transportation. So interestingly, he already embodied these 2 passions coming together. So while we talk and we have sort of different research themes around social and economic sustainability, I think the one that's most relevant to this audience are sort of the different research areas that are under our environmental sustainability pillar. And recognizing that the reality every aircraft that's bought today will likely have a 20 to 25-year lifespan. And so that means that these airlines, as they acquire new equipment, even though those aircraft are more fuel efficient, they're locked into that technology for quite a long time. There is not a clean solution to eliminating emissions from air transportation today. It's kind of the situation where you have to recognize it is a hard to decarbonize sector. So some of the things that we can do, so sustainable fuels, I'll talk about that more in a second, but there are ways we can fly the aircraft of today more sustainably through what we call air traffic management. So a lot of flights, when you're going from point A to point B, they still follow a bit of a zigzag pattern. So through more efficient and optimized air transport management, you can have more direct routes, avoid things like holding patterns. You can do single engine taxi or avoid taxiing and use electric tugs to move aircraft on the ground. So you're not using these massive engines that are designed to hurl an aircraft at 30,000 feet for taxiing purposes. You can also have aircraft avoid certain atmospheric or weather conditions where that flight would cause contrails. Contrails being condensation trails, which are these long-lasting clouds. You may see them as clouds that extend behind aircraft. So all of those things are avoidable, and we can do them today. But when we look to the future, we're looking at net zero targets and the integration of things like sustainable fuels, new advanced airframes, more lightweighting, emissions reductions practices overall, and things like electric and hydrogen propulsion in the future. So an interesting thing happened. So Waterloo was really ahead of the game. So when we launched WISA, from my knowledge, we were the first institute of its kind, maybe internationally, at least the first that I've heard of, from a very multidisciplinary approach. But what we found is that the pandemic changed the aviation industry. Where before the pandemic, like I said, you would never see environmental considerations or sustainability at an aviation industry conference. There was no way it would be on the agenda. But through the pandemic, it was something about this collective suffering of all of the aviation industry all at the same time that everybody started to look further ahead in the future and realize we can't just solve today's problems, we need to have a focus on the future. And sustainability went from being like a topic you'd be like laughed out of the room if you brought up, to being a key industry priority. And today at aviation conferences, sustainability is usually the top line issue at every event. And what we saw just last year, so in 2022 in the fall, is we saw all of the major international aviation agencies synthesized behind a net zero by 2050 target. And that was a very new thing. And it was exciting for us because while it's a wonderful thing to have a target, I personally believe a target can be a bit of a distraction because I think that sustainability has to be fully integrated into every aviation job and just part of operational practice. It can't be like, we'll never have a mission accomplished sign and be like, we're done, we achieved sustainability, we don't have to think about it anymore. Like, it'll always be something that's front of mind. But it did give us a lot of insight into how the world thinks we will achieve net zero. So this pie graph is produced by IATA. IATA is the International Air Transport Association. It's the voice of airlines around the world. And they believe to get to net zero by 2050, it will be 65% achieved through the integration of SAF, or sustainable aviation fuels, 13% new technologies. This is where we see things like electric and hydrogen and hybrid propulsion. 3% infrastructure and operations, so both improved airport-based infrastructure as well as more optimized flight paths, like I mentioned. And 19% offsetting, meaning the emissions we can't reduce by changing the way we do business. So that's interesting, and I can share with you that I was in Madrid about a month ago. IATA held their first World Sustainability Summit, and it brought together a community where basically all of the sustainability officers from airlines around the world came together, and I gave the keynote at the end of the talk, or at the end of the 3-day session. And I can tell you every single session throughout the entire 3 days was focused on SAF. Like, SAF was like the primary target everybody was putting their time into. And they were calling for regulators to invest in SAF to make it more cost effective and increasing production and everything in between. And when I spoke, I talked about this 3-pillar model, but we have to think about the social implications and economic implications. And I had a gentleman come up to me at the end of the conference, and he said, thank you for having that broader perspective. I'm from Mauritius, which is a small island nation, and around 25% of our GDP is dependent on tourism. And he said, when I come to these conferences and I hear about SAF and I hear about demand management, and while we all want to support these environmental goals, this threatens our ability to survive. And frankly, as a small island nation, we haven't been contributing emissions at the same level as many parts of higher producing, more developed economies have in the past. So again, it's a complicated issue. There's balance there, but it was really interesting. CORSIA is ICAO's International Civil Aviation Organization. They're the special agency of the United Nations that oversees aviation. They do have an offsetting scheme, which is being introduced. And there's a big emphasis on looking into the future. So what comes next? So, if you monitor the news, you'll likely see announcements about, for example, Air Canada invested in Heart Aerospace, which is a manufacturer building electric aircraft, and looking at those in maybe 10 years in the future for short duration flights. And we may see hydrogen aircraft, so Airbus is really putting emphasis onto hydrogen as a path forward as well. But hydrogen, electric, or hybrid in mass operation, like we're looking at least 10, that's optimistic, probably 20 to 25 years in the future. So you can understand why a lot of the emphasis in air transportation right now is on sustainable aviation fuels, or SAF. So this graph is, you can see it's from a report from ICAO that we do have a path to produce SAF, and there are additional opportunities in the future of where we think it might come from. But there are also a huge amount of criticisms around SAF as well. So you can see, like, for the industry, it would be really attractive because it's drop-in, meaning you can take the existing fleet of today and you can drop it in. Like, there's no other changes needed, right? Like, all you have to do is put in a different fuel, and in that case, you can see from their perspective, they've checked the box on emissions. But the reality is that SAF today is 7 to 10 times as expensive as traditional fuel. Fuel being the #1 operating cost for airlines, it represents about 35% of operating costs for airlines. So ask yourself this: would you spend 5 to 7 times as much on your plane ticket if it meant that you were using SAF or a blend of SAF? Or do you think that most people would still choose the cheapest air ticket that they can find? And a lot of the research on consumer behavior in aviation is even the price difference of $1 or $2, and people will choose the lower fare that gets them where they want to go. So it's a big question. And actually just this morning, so you may have heard earlier this week, so this was on the 28th, so just 2 days ago, Virgin Atlantic flew the first transatlantic flight with 100% sustainable aviation fuel, which is very cool. It made international news headlines. But just this morning, I saw an article that said they're now getting sued because they had misrepresented the sustainability impacts of their airline. The reality is the airline as a whole has not met their emission reduction targets. They are exceeding their emission reduction targets, and they just flew this one flight as an example. So again, it's unfortunately has greenwashing implications. Delta Airlines as well, similarly, just recently faced a class action lawsuit for misrepresenting themselves as being a net zero airline as well. So there's a lot of challenge, but I have sympathy for aviation people because I feel like that aviation has a lot of aviation expertise. They don't historically have a lot of climate science expertise, of sustainable energy expertise, and this is exactly why we need to work in cooperation with the industry. That the industry only has a chance of being more sustainable if all the bright minds and all the new ideas and innovations that have been in this room today are willing to consider how that work might help support the sector in becoming more sustainable. So overall, I'll just suggest that sustainability requires interdisciplinary solutions, and a lot of that I think has been really well illustrated here today as well. If there was an easy, simple answer or solution for sustainability issues in air transportation, we would have achieved it already. The reality is it's very interdisciplinary. My personal area of expertise is in training and human factors, but I'll give you a quick example. So we were looking a lot at understanding pilot performance and how skills develop, and looking at justifying the integration of more flight simulator training in a student pilot's curriculum. And now if a student pilot is flying in a flight simulator, it means that flight can happen in any weather condition. It's electrically powered, meaning you're not flying in the air producing emissions. Those training aircraft, most of them are built in the 1960s or 70s and still use leaded fuel, actually. So it has environmental benefits. It's significantly cheaper for students, as well as more profitable for flight schools. So it has both economic and social implications as well. So something like that minor tweak, like shifting a few hours from an airplane into a simulator, can affect all three pillars of sustainability, but it can only happen if researchers like us work hand in hand with the flight school and the regulator to produce the data needed to justify that change. So I think that's what's really powerful about having a research community like ours supporting some of these big questions. So some of the research we're doing, so WISA received a FedDev, Federal Economic Development Agency, a grant of $9.17 million in February. And $4.5 million of that we redistributed to University of Waterloo research teams. Basically, we asked them the big question, which was, if you could imagine applying your research to some aspect of aeronautical sustainability, can you send us your project proposals? And then we took those proposals and we compiled a judging panel of industry and academic judges. So we received about 85, 90 proposals, and we were able to fund 39 individual projects. Many of these have direct linkages to WISE and sustainable energy. So you can see some of them outlined here as well, and then all 39 projects are represented in that word cloud. But again, it takes a lot of creativity, and that it's anomaly detection, hydrogen, urban air mobility, which is the concept of using, like Jetsons era, like electric vertical takeoff and landing aircraft to move people within cities, e-planes, solar hangar, and looking at carbon and fuel. The other thing that I think is kind of cool about Waterloo, and I would argue that almost no other university in the world has the same type of opportunity that we do, having hundreds of student pilots on campus gives our researchers access to participants that have unique capabilities to support all sorts of different studies. So the research we're doing on how skill develops and using AI and ML to model human behavior, we are only able to do that because my student pilots are willing to volunteer as researchers. And that's also facilitated a really cool project that also has direct connections to WISE as well. So that's Dr. Paul Parker, who I mentioned previously. He's a real leader of this particular project. This is an e-plane. It's called the Pipistrel Velis Electro. It's the world's first type-certified, fully electric aircraft. It was built in Europe, and through a research grant, we were able to bring the very first one to Canada. It's at our local flight school. We're about to bring the second one in, which is very exciting as well. But Paul Parker, he's retired now. I told him he's retired wrong because I think he's working harder now than he did when he was not retired. But he's fully dedicated to a research program that's looking with Murdad as well, that is looking at how we can understand the use of this type of technology in a flight school with the idea that hopefully we could look at justifying switching more flight training away from these 1960s, 1970s aircraft into more electric aircraft that have 99% less emissions and are like whisper quiet. They're really, really quiet. The challenge is because of the technology, and this is sort of an entry-level technology, it only has a range of about 40 minutes, and there's no other chargers around Ontario, so you're not going anywhere. But we're working on it, and it's a start, and we're working hand in hand with transport to look at how this could justify changes in regulations. So when we look to the future and what comes next, I think it's an exciting time for Waterloo. I think it's an exciting time for WISE and WISA together. I also wanted to highlight that something new just happened in the last 6 months. So the Government of Canada announced a $350 million investment to establish a new nonprofit called INSAT, the Initiative for Sustainable Aviation Technology. INSAT will be operating for the next 7 years, so they're funded for 7 years, and they plan to fund more than 100 projects in these key themes. So hybrid electric propulsion, aircraft architecture or systems, clean fuels infrastructure, and operations technologies. This is very, very new, so they are just beginning to accept proposals in the next month or so, and I think it's a huge opportunity for the University of Waterloo, for WISA and WISE to continue and extend our collaboration and to look at what this might look like. Projects will be funded up to $10 million, and it allows for, I think, up to 55% overhead, and there's a lot of opportunity here for us to capitalize on sort of our first mover advantage in this space and really be a leading academic institution. I also wanted to highlight our broader institutional commitment to the Waterloo at 100 vision, that under this vision there have been defined these 5 global futures. Of course, one of those is a sustainable future. So I just wanted to close by saying that, as we're looking at what comes next for the university, that I think we have a lot of bright minds, a lot of innovation, and I hope through all collaborating and working together, we can catalyze that to have an impact on the world and aviation, because that's what's closest to my heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I guess we have now come to an end. I won't subject you to more slides. I would just wanted to thank you all for attending, for sticking the whole day around. I greatly appreciate it. Thank you to all our presenters. It's been a very interesting day. Learn a lot of what other people are doing, and I appreciate your contributions and collaboration with WISE. So with that, have some food and enjoy the